The summer before senior year, you skipped class. Your homeroom teacher called, but you were out of the service area. Your classmates thought you went to work at some illegal sweatshop, just as the teacher was about to call the cops to find you. Who would have thought they'd see you on the front page of the news? Who could have imagined? You, the guy who slept through 5 periods straight in the back row, were wearing the national team uniform, standing in the Olympic arena in Paris. The whole class fell dead silent. This loser actually went to Paris to win a gold medal the summer before senior year. The entire grade was buried in their studies at school. Huang Shuai, sitting in the back row, stared at the empty seat next to him. He sighed. Gotta hand it to Hao. He just skips cram school like it's nothing. What an absolute legend. But to everyone else, it was just a massive joke. You were the only student athlete in the class. Your grades were absolute garbage. In class, you were either snoring away or zoning out. Now you've been MIA for 2 months. Your best bro, Huang Shuai, just figured. You went off to some acting competition. Just then, homeroom teacher Zhang Rong walked into the classroom holding a list. He turned on the projector, and your name was glaringly on the list. The reason for missing cram school. Out for a competition. Seeing this, Huang Shuai smirked disdainfully. See? He knew he guessed right. After Zhang Rong put the list away, the mood suddenly shifted. Do any of you know where Meng Hao actually went? The classroom instantly went pin-drop silent. Even the homeroom teacher didn't know where you were. Zhang Rong's face instantly turned grave. He originally asked for a month off, but it's been 2 months now, and there's still no word from him. The school tried to contact his family, only to find out he's an orphan. The classroom immediately erupted into chaos. Huang Shuai completely froze. After the uproar died down, the whole class fell into a dead silence. Zhang Rong immediately pressed, "Who has Meng Hao's phone number?" As his best friend, Huang Shuai hurriedly rattled off a string of numbers. Zhang Rong dialed it right away. Unexpectedly, a cold, mechanical voice came through the receiver. "The subscriber you dialed is out of the service area. What the hell is going on?" Zhang Rong looked it up online. There were only 2 possibilities. Either his signal was blocked, or he had already left the country. Huang Shuai was dumbfounded too. Where the heck could this kid have run off to? Just as everyone was completely lost, a female reporter named Yang Tongtong suddenly appeared at the classroom door. She walked briskly over to Zhang Rong and handed him a business card. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Meng Hao from your class is representing the country at the Paris Olympics as his homeroom teacher. How do you feel about this?" The news struck like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Rong's eyes went wide. He waved his hands repeatedly in denial. "What Olympics? You've definitely got the wrong person. He's just a student athlete who sleeps in class every day. A 17-year-old going to the Olympics. Is this some kind of international joke?" Right at that moment, the dean of students, Director Chien, rushed into the classroom in a panic. He made a beeline for the computer and clicked on the top trending search. The glaring headline read, 17-year-old high schooler competes in Paris Olympics. In the accompanying photo, you were sitting in an airplane cabin, wearing the national team uniform, giving a thumbs up to the camera. Holy crap, that's actually Hao. The Olympics? My mind is officially blown. The whole class instantly exploded into an uproar. Everyone's eyes shot toward Huang Shuai. Huang Shuai clutched his head, staring in disbelief at the empty seat beside him. He said he was going to a competition. But who would have thought it was the freaking Olympics? The students were buzzing with excitement. Even homeroom teacher Zhang Rong's brain was short-circuiting. Meanwhile, by the beautiful banks of the Seine River, beautiful reporter Wu Xiqin held a microphone, enthusiastically live-streaming on her phone. Behind her was a bustling crowd of international tourists. She immediately locked onto someone in the crowd, a distinct Asian face. She raised her mic. "Hi, excuse me. Are you an international student here?" You answered naturally no. "I'll be a high school senior after summer break." Wu Xiqin paused and silently slapped a label on you in her mind. She immediately followed up. "Coming out here at this time. Isn't it a bit bad to be traveling right now?" You blushed and scratched the back of your head. You admitted quietly, "My grades are pretty average, honestly." Hearing this, Wu Xiqin felt even more confident in her judgment. "Are you here to watch the Olympics?" Surprisingly, you shook your head. "No, I'm here for work." "What? Work?" Wu Xiqin's jaw dropped. She quickly asked, "Why did you have to come all the way to Paris?" "My boss arranged it." You answered honestly. "It wasn't supposed to be me originally, but my coworker got injured, so my boss told me to fill in." So he was stepping up in a crisis. Wu Xiqin's impression of you instantly skyrocketed. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Do you mind sharing what kind of part-time job it is?" You looked hesitant. "Just some manual labor. It's super exhausting every day." "Manual labor?" Wu Xiqin subtly looked you up and down. Then she suddenly grabbed your hand and shoved it right in front of the camera lens. Your hands were covered in thick calluses, and your calves were covered in scratches. How were these the hands of a high schooler? Damn, this guy has it rough. I'm literally crying right now. Is he seriously in Paris doing construction work? Volunteering to build the Olympic venues? Those calluses are definitely from heavy lifting. That's so heartbreaking. After saying goodbye to you, Wu Xiqin's live stream viewership started to plummet. During that short 5-minute interview with you, the concurrent viewers had actually surged to 150,000. Just as she was regretting not getting your contact info, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd nearby. A bus printed with the words, "China National Team," in massive red letters, slowly drove up with a police escort. "CHN. Sign an autograph, please." The scene instantly boiled over with excitement. Wu Xiqin pulled out her phone, her pupils shrinking in shock. The Chinese athletes will be warming up at the Olympic Sports Center. The fans in the live stream went absolutely crazy. Whoa! Running into the national team right after arriving in Paris. Qingqian, hurry up and go. I want to see our long jump dream team. Too bad Wang Jianan got injured and they swapped in. A substitute. Feels like the long jump is doomed this year. Wu Shiqin immediately hailed a rideshare and headed straight for the Stade de France. Meanwhile, on the other side, 10 minutes ago, you had already gotten into a private car heading to the Stade de France. In reality, you transmigrated to this parallel world a year ago, and you were bound to an incredibly absurd system. This system didn't give you money or superpowers. It just insanely boosted your physical attributes, turning you from an ordinary high schooler into the city's top high jump and triple jump athlete in just a few weeks. Wu Shiqin had already rushed to the Stade de France ahead of time, but ended up getting stopped at the gate by the staff. She flashed her press pass. I'm a reporter. Sorry, ma'am. Media reporters from any country are currently prohibited from entering. Furious, Wu Shiqin gave the staff member an international gesture of goodwill. Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Wu Shiqin whipped her head around. Wasn't that the cement worker guy? You paused for a second, not quite understanding the nickname, but you waved at her anyway, and walked straight up to the staff member. Wu Shiqin quickly warned you. They aren't letting anyone in right now. However, the moment the staff member saw you, without a word, he moved the barricade out of the way. Wu Shiqin yelled anxiously from behind. Hey, how did you get in? You turned back. Oh, I come here a lot. I know him well. I'm a regular. She instantly understood. So you were a construction worker, hauling cement for the Stade de France. To her surprise, you turned around and gave her a smile. Sister Chin, do you want to come in? Wu Shiqin pointed at herself, then pointed at the cameraman behind her. I have camera equipment. Can I still go in? You just pulled the barricade open. It's fine. Just come on in. Wu Shiqin hesitantly followed you inside. She had already braced herself to get kicked out for a second time, but surprisingly, the staff member didn't stop her at all. Wu Shiqin looked at you in shock. Have you been working here a long time? That guy gave you a lot of face. You quickly waved your hand. It's not about face. I have a family quota. I'm allowed to bring family members in. So it was a family quota. Wu Shiqin instantly understood, but she really didn't expect that a cement worker could actually enjoy the same perks as a top-tier athlete. Do you know a lot of people here? I know pretty much everyone, I guess. You answered with a naive smile. Just then, a construction worker in a yellow vest walked by carrying a ladder. Wu Shiqin immediately pointed at the man and asked, Hey, do you know him? But you shook your head. Huh? Didn't you say you knew pretty much everyone? Wu Shiqin was dumbfounded. Wasn't that a total contradiction? Your face flushed red. You explained, a bit embarrassed. I've seen him around, but we don't really have anything in common to talk about, so we've never chatted. Wu Shiqin nodded, and instantly filled in the blanks for you in her head. They probably just worked in different departments. Soon, under your lead, they successfully entered the stadium, the infield, looking at the national team athletes warming up all over the field. Wu Shiqin's heart pounded wildly. She quickly suppressed her excitement and asked professionally, Are photos and videos prohibited here? You shook your head. They were a few days ago, because they were going over tactic. Today is just a simple warm-up. It's fine. That's great. Wu Shiqin was absolutely ecstatic. She was the only one who got into live stream. This was exclusive breaking news. You glanced at your phone and said, Sister Chin, it's time for me to clock in. You can look around on your own. Just stay away from the javelin and hammer throw areas. Wu Shiqin quickly asked for your phone number, before reluctantly watching you walk away. Then, the very first thing she did was track down the head coach of the long jump team, Liu Can. Liu Can took the microphone and said, The day before we came to Paris, our star long jumper, Wang Jianan, suffered an Achilles tendon injury. He won't be able to compete, so we urgently called up a substitute. I know that everyone is very pessimistic about the long jump event this year, but I don't see it that way. Coach Liu's eyes were sharp. You guys haven't even seen our substitute yet, so what makes you so sure he can't pull it off? Wu Shiqin nodded repeatedly. Coach Liu, everyone really wants to meet this substitute. Would it be possible for him to make an appearance? Surprisingly, Liu Can was exceptionally straightforward. He blew the whistle in his mouth and waved toward the back. Immediately after, you, wearing the national team uniform, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, jogged over from a distance. Wu Shiqin stared at the anti-sportswear you were wearing. She completely petrified on the spot. Just a second ago, she was feeling sorry for you hauling cement. And the next, you're wearing the national team uniform. He quickly stepped forward and asked in utter disbelief, Hey, what happened to being a cement worker? And what's with the outfit? You just look completely innocent. Cement worker. When did I ever say that? Boom! Wu Shiqin's mind exploded, so the whole cement worker backstory was entirely made up in her own head. Calluses on his hands, doing physical labor that perfectly matched the traits of an athlete. The live chat instantly blew up. Holy crap, Cement Bro is actually a national team athlete. Damn, I was feeling so sorry for him earlier. Turns out the clown was me all along. But right after that, a single comment plunged the live stream into dead silence. You guys are fake long jump fans. Anyone who's actually watched a long jump competition would definitely recognize him. That's the bronze medalist from this year's Diamond League. He broke 17 meters in the triple jump, and he's only 17, jumping over 17 meters. At this, the way Wu Shiqin looked at you completely changed. She hurriedly voiced the question burning in her mind. Manhwa, you never said you were on the national team. Your face actually turned red. You waved your hands repeatedly in response. No, I'm just a substitute. Just then, Coach Liu Kan walked over and calmly added insult to injury. True, this kid isn't anything special. He just slacks off and goofs around during practice. Wu Shikin's mouth twitched violently. He slacks off during practice and still made the national team? That wasn't a criticism. That was a blatant flex. If that was the case, wouldn't Manhwa's true skill level be absolutely insane? Wu Shiqin quickly seized the opportunity. Eyes full of anticipation, she shouted, Coach, the fans in the live stream all want to see Manhwa's skills. Can he show us what he's got? The entire live stream instantly held its breath. However, Liu Kan just shook his head. Manhwa's physical talents are unique. He's not suited for high-intensity training. Damn, he actually refused. Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, Liu Kan blew his whistle and called over another team member. Tell you what, I'll have another team member demonstrate for you. Just use it as a reference. The man who came over was Wang Guofeng, 25 years old, a certified international-level master of sports. Under Liu Kan's command, Wang Guofeng warmed up his body, then suddenly accelerated and leaped into the air. First step, cross leg. Second step, mid-air leg switch. Third step, core extension and flight. The movements were smooth as flowing water. Thud. His body landed heavily in the sandpit. An assistant quickly ran over to measure the distance. 16.0. 3 meters. Standing nearby, Wu Shiqin gasped. In her eyes, Wang Guofeng looked like he had literally taken flight. This level of skill was absolutely insane. But then Liu Kan walked over and calmly dropped an even more mind-blowing statement. How was that? Since it was just a demonstration. I didn't have Guofeng go all out. Just use it as a reference. A reference. An international master of sports record was only meant to be a reference. Then as the true ace. Just how terrifying must Manhwa's strength be? So, is Manhwa as strong as him? Wu Shiqin's voice was trembling. 16.03 meters. That score completely shattered her understanding of the sport. Liu Kan just slowly shook his head. No. Wu Shiqin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If a 17-year-old Manhwa was at that level too, that would be way too overpowered. But who could have expected Liu Kan's next words would cause her brain to completely short-circuit on the spot? That kid Manhwa's skill level is still quite a bit different from Guofeng's. After all, Guofeng is just Manhwa's substitute. A substitute. Guofeng was actually just Manhwa's substitute. Wu Shiqin left, her mind completely blown. She didn't even dare to imagine what kind of storm a 17-year-old boy would stir up at the Olympic Games. However, an even more explosive scene was yet to come. The moment Wu Shiqin left, you actually took off your training uniform right in front of the coach, put on a casual shirt, and started slacking off. And Coach Liu Kan didn't even care, because he had long since realized that you were just a pure, unadulterated slacker. You're pro, unparalleled natural talent. You're con. You absolutely hated the long jump. Liu Kan walked over and kicked the brat lying on the yoga mat. Kid, are you going to train today or what? No. You replied without a moment's hesitation. Liu Kan could only walk away, cursing under his breath. But it wasn't that you didn't want to train. It was that you simply didn't need to. With a single thought, a system panel that only you could see materialized out of thin air. Height, 1.87 meters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Events covered, high jump, triple jump, long jump. All at the International Master of Sports level. For you, the best way to improve your strength was to complete System Quest. A terrifying pillar of water shot out of the toilet, straight up to the ceiling, turning it into a literal fountain. You and Wu Shiqin stared at each other, with incredibly complicated expressions. The netizens in the live stream completely lost it. Damn, I thought Cement Bro was just bragging. I didn't expect this place to be worse than my high school dorm. I get it now. That toilet isn't for going to the bathroom at all. It's a freaking bidet shower. Just as Wu Shiqin was about to comfort you, the dorm room door was suddenly shoved open. Coach Liu Kan barged in with a dead serious look on his face and shouted, "Hurry up and come out to pee." Drug test. You were completely dumbfounded. You retorted, "Didn't I just get tested this morning?" You casually flipped open a notebook. It clearly recorded a schedule of 7 urine tests in 3 days. Every single one was stamped. Wu Shiqin held the notebook and asked Liu Kan in shock, 7 times in 3 days. Isn't that frequency a bit excessive? Liu Kan threw his hands up helplessly. Nothing we can do. WADA listens entirely to the American. If they want to test us, we just have to cooperate. Wu Shiqin's eyes widened as she pressed. Can't you guys push back at all? Liu Kan waved his hand bitterly. How do we push back? If we refuse the test, they'll just slap a doping label on you. He paused, then dropped an even more absurd fact. He sighed. The American athletes arrived at the exact same time as us, and yet, they've only been tested for doping twice. Liu Kan sneered and looked at the camera. We'll just let our strength on the field do the talking. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the opening ceremony. You had no interest in attending. But as a competing athlete, attendance was mandatory, and you had to wear the official uniform. At this moment, the Chinese athletes were gathered on a cruise ship. Everyone was wearing the anti-red flag uniform. Your teammate Xie Zheng suddenly exclaimed, "I heard." This opening ceremony burned through over 100 million euros. You were completely stunned hearing that. You thought to yourself, With such a lavish spectacle, a country boy like you definitely needed to broaden his horizons today. As Paris time hit 1930, the opening ceremony officially kicked off. A mysterious masked figure holding the Olympic torch suddenly appeared on the rooftop, looking exactly like Assassin's Creed. The online live stream instantly exploded. Comments praising the epic opening flooded the screen. Countless foreign bootlickers were hyping it up, calling it phenomenal art. However, as soon as the assassin left, the vibe instantly derailed. The organizers' dance performance officially began. First, a group of scantily clad dancers twisted their bodies. Then, a silver serving cloche was lifted, and inside lay a super obese, bearded smurf. Not only that, a transgender person in black pantyhose followed right behind. Finally, under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, two grown men actually started making out passionately in public. This unhinged scene completely paralyzed the CCTV commentators. For 2 whole minutes, they couldn't utter a single word, yet there were still plenty of foreign fanboys hyping it up, calling it relaxed, in some kind of so-called high-class aesthetic. The opening ceremony ended amidst a sea of controversy. The camera cut back to the cruise ship. CCTV reporter Jiang Wenwen boarded the ship for interviews. She immediately noticed you sitting on the ground, zoning out. She walked straight over and handed the microphone to you. "Excuse me." "Hello, sir." Because of the previous live stream, the netizens had all recognized you as Cement Bro. Jiang Wenwen asked curiously, "May I ask why you're sitting on the ground?" Jiang Wenwen threw out the question the fans were most curious about. Who knew you'd just curl your lip and say in disgust, "What's so great about this opening ceremony? Our school's New Year's gala was better than this, by a mile." Jiang Wenwen was stunned on the spot, tentatively asking, "Are you saying the opening ceremony was terrible?" You just talk back to the director. "This garbage is for idiots. Whoever buys a ticket is a massive idiot." But right after you say that, you suddenly realize something's wrong. The microphone in Jiang Wenwen's hand actually has a station logo on it. Your heart skips a beat. You ask cautiously, "Excuse me, which TV station are you from?" "China Central Television." Holy crap. You instantly choke on your own spit. You quickly fake a couple of coughs and change your tune. "Well, it's like this. I was just too nervous earlier, so I misspoke." You emphasize with absolute certainty. The Paris Olympics opening ceremony was absolutely spectacular. Definitely way better than my high school's New Year's gala. Jiang Wenwen nods. Then she follows up with a tricky question. "Then could you be specific? Which performances were the most spectacular?" Your expression instantly freezes. Spectacular performances. You were so bored you wanted to sleep after just a few glances. You think for a long time, and finally squeeze out an epic answer. "The opening performance was pretty good, and the one in the middle. The middle one was good too." "Oh right, the very last performance was really amazing." Jiang Wenwen is utterly speechless, looking up at the sky. She has no choice but to change the subject. "Sir, you just compared it to a high school New Year's gala. Is it because your high school years left a deep impression on you? Who would have thought you'd pull a student ID out of your pocket?" You say seriously, "When our school starts next semester, we're going to host a New Year's gala, and I've already signed up for it." Jiang Wenwen looks down at it and is completely dumbfounded. Shanghai City, no. One high school, grade 11, class 5, Manhwa. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrives, and the major competitions officially begin. High jump coach Li Jian is assembling the team, but notices someone is missing. Where did that kid Manhwa run off to? Substitute Wang Xinjie answers meekly. He's practicing the triple jump. Li Jian instantly blows his top. He curses out loud, "Screw Liu Can." The high jump competition clearly starts first. Why the hell is Manhwa practicing the triple jump? He just pulls out his phone, ready to give someone a piece of his mind, when the next second, you rush over, holding your spiked shoes. Li Jian immediately puts his phone away and scolds you with a harsh tone. Coach. You rub the back of your head, looking embarrassed. You're actually a full 10 minutes late this time." Li Jian lets out a long sigh. He thinks to himself, Manhwa might have top-tier talent, but his training attitude is like mud that won't stick to a wall, completely hopeless. Remembering the provincial games, when it was exposed that he was still sleeping an hour before the match, to think he's still acting like this at the Olympics. With an attitude like yours, I really can't feel at ease letting you start. Li Jian's eyes dart around, and he looks at Wang Xinjie beside him. "Xinjie, haven't you always wanted to start? As long as you can beat Manhwa today, I'll let you start in the preliminaries on the 4th. Wang Xinjie's eyes instantly light up. Li Jian turns his head and asks, "Manhwa, do you have a problem with this?" He thought Manhwa would finally behave, but who knew you'd reply with a grin. "No problem at all. You couldn't be happier. Being a substitute means getting out of summer homework. It's practically like a pie falling from the sky. As for the system's rewards, they only ever enhance your physical fitness, but you have absolutely no desire to train." Li Jian points at you, almost coughing up a mouthful of blood. "This is a chance to start in the Olympics. Forget it. You guys just start competing." As soon as Li Jian finishes speaking, he pulls Wang Xinjie aside and pats his shoulder earnestly. "Genius is 99% perspiration. That kid Manhwa has talent, but without hard work, he's doomed to fail. As long as you can jump higher than him, this starting spot is yours." Then, Li Jian pushes Wang Xinjie to the front of the field and announces loudly, Now go out there and beat Meng Hao. The warm-up officially begins. Li Jian starts asking for their starting heights. Wang Xinji calls out 1.9 meters. Lu Zhen calls out 1.95 meters. When it's your turn, you're chewing gum, and reply nonchalantly, whatever. Li Jian stomps his foot in anger and scolds. Meng Hao. I've said it before, competitive sports can't rely on talent alone. Where is your sweat? Hurry up and show me your sweat. Who knew you'd actually reach up? Wipe a handful of sweat from your forehead and excitedly run over to Li Jian. You say innocently, Coach, here's my sweat. Li Jian is completely speechless. He can only direct Wang Xinji to attempt the 1.9-meter height first. Wang Xinji takes a deep breath, runs up, and jumps. With a beautiful Fosbury flop, he easily clears the bar. Li Jian nods and signals the assistant coach to raise the bar straight to 2 meters. For Lu Zhen's turn, Lu Zhen, with his clear advantage of being 1.92 meters tall, also completes it with ease. When it's your turn for the trial jump, Li Jian slaps you hard on the butt. You snap out of your daze and start your run-up while chewing gum. 1 step, 2 steps, plus an 8-step sprint bam. Your body instantly arches like a bow. You clear the bar, lift your legs, and land steadily on the crash mat. Successfully completed 1 trial jump training. Congratulations, you have acquired the skills elastic takeoff and micro arch. For your next jump, your height will increase by 1 centimeter. You sit on the mat and rub your head, looking helpless. You think to yourself, I told myself not to train, but just moving a little gets me forcibly rewarded by the system again. It's honestly kind of embarrassing. Parachuting into the national team at 17, you never train, yet your starting position is unshakable. Today, Coach Lee exploded in public, threatening to strip you of your right to compete. The whole venue is instantly in an uproar. Everyone is waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself. Coach Lee even laid down the law. In today's warm-up, if you can't clear 2.3 meters, pack your bags and get out. He directly raises the bar to 2.1 meters. Wang Xinji, up first, takes a deep breath and clears it perfectly. Next, Lu Zhen, whose personal best is 2.33 meters, lets out a shout and clears the bar as easily as walking on flat ground. The next second, everyone's eyes are deadlocked on you. You're seen unhurriedly spitting out your gum and leisurely unwrapping a new piece to pop into your mouth. Then, you take a casual, relaxed run-up. Your jumping motion is as smooth as flowing water, easily clearing the bar. With your height of 1.87 meters and that god-defying physical coordination, you instantly ignite a round of applause from the crowd. But Coach Lee's face grows even darker. He directly raises the height to 2.2 meters. This is a height capable of winning gold at the national games. The atmosphere on the field instantly drops to freezing point. Sure enough, Wang Xinji's ankle grazes it, and the bar falls heavily to the ground. He's so angry, he curses right on the spot. However, when it's Lu Zhen's turn, he actually leaps right over it, succeeding in the challenge on his first try. Awesome. Brother Zhen is so steady. Amidst the cheers, you become the only remaining suspense. All the pressure instantly falls onto your shoulders. Right at this moment, Coach Lee's eyes are like daggers. Staring daggers at you, he shouts word by word, Meng Hao, it's your turn. A second ago, the pressure of the entire venue was weighing on you, but you just narrow your eyes, looking like you're about to fall asleep. Even the teammates who support you are secretly sweating bullets for you. Who knew you'd take a deep breath, and on the 8th step, suddenly take off. Your body transforms into a fully drawn bow, effortlessly conquering 2.2 meters. The moment you cross over the bar, a system notification chimes in your mind. Elastic takeoff has upgraded to level 2. Holy crap, Little Meng is insane. The entire venue instantly erupts. Even Coach Lee's eyes widen in shock. Half a month without any recovery training, and he clears 2.2 meters on his first day back. This is simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, you just calmly walk off the mat, as if all of this is perfectly natural. Now the pressure instantly shifts to Wang Xinji. Coach Lee's attitude towards him also takes a 180-degree turn. Wang Xinji, you still have 2 chances. Poor Wang Xinji, under immense pressure, fails his second and third jumps consecutively. He roars in frustration, but all he gets in return is Coach Lee's icy verdict. For the qualifiers on the 4th, Lu Zhen and Meng Hao, you two are up. Coach Lee turns to leave after speaking, but Wang Xinji grabs him, begging bitterly, Coach, please, give me one more chance. Who knew Coach Lee would shake off his hand and ask coldly, will a real competition give you one more chance? Wang Xinji roars indignantly, Coach, didn't you say that genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration? Coach Lee turns back and pats him on the shoulder, uttering faintly, Xinji. Actually, there's a second half to that quote. That 1% of inspiration is the key that decides everything. Just then, triple jump coach Liu Kan walks over quickly with his phone, looking a bit strange. Little Meng, it's a call from your homeroom teacher. Your heart skips a beat. Crap, taking a spot on the national team. I completely forgot to ask the school for a leave of absence. You take the phone, trembling. Hello, Mr. Zhang. On the other end of the line, the homeroom teacher's excited voice immediately rings out. Meng Hao, I finally got a hold of you. You're scared out of your wits and open your mouth ready to apologize. Sir, I was wrong. But the homeroom teacher cuts you right off, shouting excitedly, Meng Hao, you rascal. I knew you had it in you since you were little. You're completely bewildered. Mr. Zhang, you only met me when I started high school, right? That's not important. Mr. Zheng says excitedly, the Olympics are what matters. Winning glory for our country is the big deal. If you can't make it to the summer activities, then don't. It's no big deal. The homeroom teacher on the other end is already breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified you might leak the fact that the school is holding mandatory summer classes. Sir, what about the summer homework? He clears his throat and asks back righteously, what's summer homework? Our school focuses on holistic education. Summer homework is just a joke. I can't believe you actually took it seriously. You instantly have an epiphany. So after all this time, all the summer homework I've had since I was a kid was fake. I never had to do this crap in the first place. So after all this time, all the summer homework I've had since I was a kid was fake. I never had to do this crap in the first place. Immediately after, the homeroom teacher earnestly sets a goal for you. Manhwa, just focus on your competition. Strive for a good placement in the preliminaries. Just don't come in dead last, and we're good. Your eyes dart around. Opportunity knocks. You ask tentatively, Mr. Zheng, if I don't come in dead last, then what about my future classwork at school? Unexpectedly, Mr. Zheng on the other end answers decisively. Absolutely no problem. As long as you're not dead last, you can do your homework if you want to. And if you don't want to, then don't. Sir, you said it yourself. A raging fire instantly ignites in your heart. For the sake of my senior year. Going a whole year without doing homework. You are absolutely securing that second to last place. You hang up the phone immediately and put the spiked shoes you just took off right back on. Coach Liu Kan looks completely confused. What are you doing? The high jump coach already left, but you walk toward the runway without looking back, leaving him with only an unfathomable silhouette and a resounding declaration. I'm going to win glory for my country. The next second, you throw yourself into frantic training. Ding. Elastic takeoff upgraded to level 9. Ding. Elastic takeoff upgraded to level 10. Ding. Advanced to anti-gravity takeoff level 1. For 2 whole hours, you continuously push your own limits. It isn't until the system panel displays anti-gravity takeoff level 7 that you finally stop, panting heavily. However, you have no idea that Coach Liu in the distance has been watching you in stunned silence for 2 hours. His mind is already reeling in turmoil. He takes your phrase, win glory for my country, as a golden rule, and even considers you a role model for their generation. That night, Liu Kan tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Finally, unable to hold back, he knocks on Coach Li Jian's dorm door. He hesitates for a long while, before finally voicing the doubt in his heart. Brother Jian, let me ask you something. If someone can high jump 2.15 meters, what level would you say that is? Li Jian pats his shoulder, and answers honestly, that's pretty damn impressive. It's only 5 centimeters away from Master of Sports. Liu Kan nods after hearing this, falling into deep thought. But then Liu Kan suddenly asks again, then what if they jump 2.15 meters using the straddle technique? In the blink of an eye. It's August 4th. The Paris Olympics men's high jump qualifiers officially kick off. You and Liu Zhen, as China's only 2 participating athletes, are sitting on the minibus heading to the stadium. Coach Li Jian looks at you both, his expression solemn. I know the opponents are strong, and our hopes of advancing to the finals are slim, but I still have to say it. Do your best. Go for it. You suddenly bounce up from your seat, almost scaring Li Jian into a shiver. Why are you suddenly so hyped up, kid? You rub your nose and sit back down. Hey, it's the Olympics, right? I'm just a little excited. Unfortunately, Li Jian just thinks regretfully. If only you had wised up half a year earlier, maybe you'd actually have a chance to push into the finals. Just as you arrive at the entrance of the Stade de France, a familiar voice cuts through the crowd. Manhwa, over here. Over here. You look closely, and it's the reporter who previously promised to help you do your homework, Wu Shichen. She squeezes through the crowd, holding a camera, and rushes up to you. Manhwa, do you have any goals for this Olympics? You speak your true thoughts into the microphone. As long as I don't come in dead last, everything else is fine. Poof! All the surrounding reporters burst out laughing. Wu Shichen quickly tries to save the situation. Everyone standing here is a sports genius. Our Manhwa is only 17 years old, which is already incredibly impressive. She then follows up. Why did you say as long as I don't come in dead last? Does it have some special meaning? You nod seriously and answer frankly, yes. 3 days ago, my homeroom teacher called me. As long as I'm not dead last in the qualifiers, he'll exempt me from a whole year of senior high homework. As soon as you finish speaking, the entire scene instantly falls dead silent, but the live stream chat instantly explodes. Holy crap, as expected of my bro Hao. His statements are always so wild. Others fight for national glory. My bro Hao fights to get out of homework. I can already imagine your homeroom teacher wanting to die right now. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Wu Shichen quickly gives an awkward smile to the camera. Manhwa must have been joking just now. She turns to you. Homework is secondary. The main thing is still winning glory for the country, right? Yes. Your eyes instantly become incredibly resolute. With unquestionable certainty in your brow, you say, I promise. I am absolutely not participating in the Olympics to get out of homework. I'm doing it to win glory for my country. You raise one hand high, leaving the live stream with a majestic back view. In a short interview of less than 3 minutes, Wu Shichen's live stream viewer count skyrockets from 2,000 to over 8,000. Now, you've practically become a walking traffic magnet. However, Right after entering the locker room and changing into the national team uniform, your legs involuntarily start trembling. Lu Zhen beside you is already incredibly nervous, but when he turns around, he's surprised to find that your body is also shaking uncontrollably. Little Meng, what's wrong with you? He can't help but laugh out loud. As chill as you are, you actually get nervous before a match too? Of course I'm nervous. You roll your eyes at him in annoyance. Are you kidding me? This competition decides my entire senior year's homework load. How could I not be nervous? Just then, the English commentary echoes through the venue. Next up is the athlete from New Zealand, Kerr. This voice makes you even more nervous. You take the initiative to walk over to the American athlete next to you, Maine, and reach out to greet him. Hey man. Unexpectedly, he completely ignores you, leaving your hand hanging awkwardly in midair. Damn it. You already have a fiery temper, and being treated like this makes the anger in your heart flare up instantly. You clench your fists, ready to throw down. Hold on. Lu Zhen quickly grabs you tight. No. The match is about to start. Wait until we're on the field to teach him a lesson. He's an athlete from the US team. If you really start a fight, the chances of getting drug tested in the next few days will double. You curl your lip and have no choice but to let it go. At the same time, when you walk out of the locker room wearing the national team uniform, inside the Stade de France, all the reporters' cameras instantly focus on you. Participating in the Olympics for the first time, you seem a bit reserved, and just walk out silently. As a result, a wave of boos actually erupts from the stands. Before you, every athlete had a special signature move when they came out, yet you just walk out so dryly. The live stream chat explodes again. Bro Hao is here. But isn't Bro Hao a triple jump athlete? Fake fans get out. My Bro Hao is a dual threat in high jump and triple jump. A pure talent monster. LMAO. How good can a 17-year-old be? He's definitely coming in dead last later. Bro Hao is still as shy as ever. I wonder if he finished his summer homework yet. You and Lu Zhen start warming up on the sidelines, doing simple squats and jumps. Meanwhile, Coach Li Jian is sitting in a prime spot in the front row of the stands. Right next to him is the sprint team's head coach, Jiang Bin. Brother Jian, do we have any hope of making the high jump finals today? Jiang Bin asks with a smile. Li Jian can only smile awkwardly in return. Haha, it is what it is. He knows your skill levels all too well. Lu Zhen's chances of making the finals are less than 20%, let alone you, someone who switched tracks halfway. That 17-year-old genius on your team. I think his name is Meng Hao, right? Jiang Bin suddenly sighs with emotion. Competing in the Olympic high jump at 17. Even those African athletes are only about that level, right? It isn't just Jiang Bin. Almost all the coaches know of your existence, but they only know of you. As for what your true skill level is, everyone is waiting for this match to reveal the answer. With the sound of a drum, the Paris Olympics men's high jump qualifiers officially begin. The assistant referee raises the bar to 1.8 meters. This is just a warm-up height. You and Lu Zhen both keep a low profile, choosing to do one trial jump and easily clear the bar. The warm-up ends, and the competition officially begins. Even though the height is set directly at 2 meters, the referee doesn't start immediately. Instead, he has the volunteers hand out a form to each athlete to select their pass heights. To save energy, capable athletes can apply to pass on certain heights. You and Lu Zhen both directly choose 2.06 meters. Oh, Lu Zhen and Meng Hao have both chosen the 2.6-meter height, the CCTV commentator exclaims in surprise. It's understandable for Lu Zhen to choose this height, but your move leaves him shocked. You have to know. Once you fail a pass height 3 times, your score is a 0. The head referee blows the whistle. The competition begins. The 2-meter and 2.3-meter heights are quickly conquered. You and Lu Zhen just stand on the sidelines watching. Your luck is off the charts, drawing number 34 to be the very last to compete. The Chinese spectators in the stands start cheering for you. Only then do you realize that there are actually a lot of compatriots in the Stade de France. To get out of a year's worth of homework and to not let them down, you have to show your true skills. 15 minutes later, the height is raised to 2.06 meters. 19 athletes, including you and Lu Zhen, start getting ready. Top-tier experts like Maine and Hill actually choose to start jumping from 2.12 meters. Absolutely terrifying. Soon, it was Lu Zhen's turn. He took a deep breath and started his approach. Smack. A beautiful clearance. The CCTV commentators were ecstatic. From our very own Team China, Lu Zhen has successfully cleared the 2.6-meter mark. The athletes took their turns one by one. Finally, it was your turn for the finale. In an instant, every camera in the Stade de France locked onto you. The 60,000 spectators in the stadium and the 17 million viewers in the CCTV live stream all stared dead at you. This young Asian man in the crimson jersey, here he comes. It's finally time for our bro house show. 2.06 meters. Holy shit, that's 20 centimeters taller than me. Don't get your hopes up. I looked up his stats. Meng Hao only registered as an athlete 2 years ago. Everyone held their breath, waiting for your earth-shattering jump. Making it to the Olympics with only 2 years of training? Turns out he's a natural-born monster. Pardon my ignorance. The CCTV live stream completely blew up. Everyone wanted to see just what a high schooler with only 2 years of training was actually capable of. Right at that moment, following your coach's instructions, you took a deep breath and started your approach. Sprinting down the runway, you picked up speed. After 4 steps, You adjusted your angle into a curve, building centripetal force for the takeoff. On the 8th step, your spiked shoe slammed into the synthetic track. You extended your right arm, leading the way over the bar, followed by your head and neck, a textbook Fosbury flop. Your upper body dipped completely below the bar, your center of gravity perfectly pressed beneath it. The next second, you kicked up your legs, completing a near-perfect clearance. Whoa! Badass. Manga's a beast. The Chinese fans in the stands instantly erupted. Your form was even cleaner than some of the veterans. As you landed on the crash mat, a voice echoed in your mind. You have completed a trial jump. Anti-gravity jump level. 10, 12 over 15. Next jump height guaranteed to increase by 8 centimeters. You let out a long breath. This system was finally pulling its weight. These opponents were all insanely fierce. If you actually came in dead last, it would be way too humiliating. Now, after clearing 2, 8M, 2, 10M, and 2, 12M, your anti-gravity jump skill had also reached max level. The height of your next jump would directly increase by 9 centimeters. This meant your maximum height limit, based on your original 2.32 meters, had skyrocketed to 2.41 meters. But before you could even celebrate, bad news struck. The system chimed with a times ding. Anti-gravity jump level. 105th. Use the scissor jump technique in an official Olympic match. Training progress +1. You were instantly dumbfounded. You had to use the most ancient and lowest ceiling technique, the scissor jump, on the Olympic stage, and complete 5 trial jumps just to level up this jumping style. The current known world record for it was only 2.16 meters, but to get out of a whole year's worth of homework, you had no other choice. Soon after, the bar was raised to 2.14 meters. It was quickly Lu Zhen's turn to challenge it. Relying on his height advantage, he easily cleared it with a Fosbury flop. Following him was Hill. This was his first jump. The entire stadium fell dead silent. Despite his lanky frame, he exploded with terrifying power, effortlessly clearing the 2.14-meter mark. Badass. Damn. So this is Hill? 2.14 meters. Just like that. What did you expect? His peak record is 2.44 meters. The comments in the live stream rolled by like crazy, discussing all these god-tier athletes. Some were even worrying themselves sick over you. I have a feeling, if Bro Hao can clear this height, then he won't be dead last. However, at that moment, you suddenly felt your body getting a bit cold. You did a quick count. There were still 5 people ahead of you. So, under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, you ran straight off the field toward your coach. Give me my jacket. The next second, amidst everyone's bewildered stares, you put your jacket right on. You even pulled up the hood. Li Jian didn't stop you. He just reminded you to take it off before you jumped. You did this simply because you remembered Coach Li Jian saying that you absolutely couldn't let your body cool down. Otherwise, your athletic performance would drop. What's going on? Wearing a jacket? What the hell, bro? You even put the hood on. Damn, Bro Hao actually looks kinda cool like this. Epic. The live stream instantly buzzed with chatter. Soon enough, the 5 athletes finished their jumps, and it was your turn. A height of 2.14 meters wasn't really a big deal to you, but right now, you were so nervous your palms were sweating. To get the system's reward, you had to use the scissor jump for this attempt. On camera, you slowly walked forward. Then, you suddenly accelerated. Meng Hao was getting faster and faster. He reached the bar, preparing to arch his back for the flop. Wait, huh? What is this? Oh my god. The CCTV commentator abruptly shot up from his seat, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. He watched as your 2 long legs rapidly scissored through the air. Like a pair of sharp scissors, all 34 top-tier athletes in the stadium snapped their heads around in unison, staring blankly at you lying on the crash mat. A master. In the stands, Jiang Bin whipped around to face Li Jian, his voice trembling. Did you teach him that? The internet instantly exploded. Wait, why is his jumping style different from everyone else's? Holy shit, that's my bro Hao. What kind of god-tier move is this? Those legs were literally like scissors. Just times snip, snip, and he was over. That was way too fast. You can't even hate on this. This is genuinely badass. Weren't you supposed to be slacking off? You call times that times slacking off? As a piece of trivia popped up, the live stream comments completely boiled over. Rumor has it, the world record for the scissor jump is only 2.16 meters. Clearing 2.14 meters like that. You've got some serious skills. This move of yours, even to a layman, delivered a shocking display of pure strength. Yet on camera, you didn't look like a master at all. You were sitting gloomily on the crash mat, realizing you had actually forgotten to take off your jacket. Coach Li Jian had repeatedly warned you to take it off for the jump, and you still forgot. You were fully expecting to get chewed out again. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Li Jian was completely dumbfounded. 2.14 meters. With a scissor jump, even as his coach, he had no idea you were hiding a trick like this up your sleeve. On a seat not far away, championship favorite Mayan turned his head and asked Hill beside him, "Can you clear that height? I mean, using the scissor jump." Hill ignored him, his eyes locked dead onto you in the center of the field. After a long while, he slowly spoke. 3 years ago, maybe. Now? Not a chance. Mayan sucked in a sharp breath. He knew very well that he couldn't clear this height with a scissor jump either. The Fosbury flop and the scissor jump had too massive of a technical gap between them. His flop could consistently clear over 2.3 meters, but if he switched to the scissor jump, even 2.1 meters would probably be an insurmountable chasm. The internet rumored that this year's champion would be a three-way battle between Ewan, Mayan, and Hill, but now, a dark horse like you had suddenly crashed the party. How have I never heard of this guy? Smack. You hopped off the crash mat, rubbing the back of your head in frustration. You quickly took off your jacket and tossed it on the ground. Looking up, you found your teammate Lu Zhen staring at you, like you were some kind of monster. Bro Zhen, what's wrong? You asked, looking completely confused. Lu Zhen suddenly leaned in close, his voice cracking. What the hell was that? Didn't you say 2.14 meters was a piece of cake? Yeah, and I cleared it, didn't I? You pointed at the bar, looking like it was the most natural thing in the world. Lu Zhen felt like he was losing his mind. I meant with the Fosbury flop. He had known you for 2 months, and remembered your flop limit was 2.3 meters. But now, converting from a 14-meter scissor jump, your flop limit could probably reach 2.4 meters. Thinking of this, Lu Zhen took a deep breath. As if suddenly realizing something, he grabbed you and dragged you into a corner, whispering, "Are you hiding your true strength?" Hiding my strength? You shook your head with an innocent face. No way. You gotta be kidding me. Why would you hide your strength? This competition determined whether you had to do a whole year of senior high homework, whether you had to write it or not. For something this important, you had to go all out. Your gaze turned back to the field just in time to see a Japanese athlete fail for the 3rd time and get eliminated with regret. He became the very first person out of the 34 competitors to be knocked out, which meant you wouldn't be dead last anymore. Ha ha ha. Perfect. You secretly pumped your fist in celebration. After confirming someone else was taking the bottom spot, you, who had been standing and watching just a second ago, plopped right down onto the ground, completely relaxing. Lu Zhen looked at you, utterly bewildered. Why are you sitting down? You still have to jump. It's already over. You looked up, your eyes innocent and pure. My main mission for entering this competition was just to get out of doing homework. Now that I've met my homeroom teacher's requirement, of course I'm not jumping anymore. Lu Zhen thought you were joking, but right after, when the bar was raised to 2.16 meters, you actually chose to pass. Holy shit. This guy is serious. Lu Zhen realized something was very wrong. Taking advantage of the gap between jumps, he sprinted like a madman toward the stands and told the coaches that you were withdrawing from the competition. After hearing Lu Zhen's report, Li Jian, Zhang Bin, and Lu Ken looked at each other in dismay, their faces full of question marks. Zhang Bin was the first to react. His eyes lit up, and he cursed out loud, "Holy shit, this kid's got so much personality. I like it." "Who cares if you like it?" Li Jian's face was livid, his voice filled with uncontrollable anxiety. Is this kid out of his mind? Li Jian was so furious he practically roared. His scissor jump height. That means his flop is guaranteed to make the finals, and he's just giving up just like that? Li Jian grabbed Lu Zhen and pulled him close, suppressing his rage as he demanded the reason. But the answer Lu Zhen spat out almost gave him a heart attack on the spot, because his homeroom teacher said, as long as Meng Hao doesn't come in dead last, he'd exempt him from a whole year of senior high homework. Lu Zhen's voice grew quieter and quieter. He's already achieved his goal now. As his words fell, the 3 coaches in front of him collectively petrified, absolutely dumbfounded. What the fuck? Li Jian suddenly snapped out of it. He frantically whipped out his phone, trying to find that homeroom teacher's contact info, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Just then, Lu Ken spoke up in a deep voice. "I have his homeroom teacher's number. Quick! Give it to me." Li Jian snatched the phone Lu Ken handed over and dialed the number without a second thought. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in China, it was 10 p.m. Homeroom teacher Zheng Rong's house was brightly lit and bustling with noise. He had specifically invited his office colleagues to gather in his living room to witness his student Meng Hao's Olympic debut. This was the perfect opportunity to show off. On the TV, your earth-shattering jump had just finished. The living room instantly erupted in gasps of amazement. "Mr. Zheng, your student is incredible," the English teacher said, her face full of shock. He's all right. Just average, really." Zheng Rong waved his hand modestly, but his chin was practically pointing at the ceiling. "Mr. Zheng, did you know Meng Hao was this amazing before?" "Of course," Zheng Rong said decisively, bragging without batting an eye. "I've always paid close attention to his athletic performance. Last year, I even went to watch him train all the time and gave him personal pointers." A colleague gasped in awe, sighing that a great teacher truly produces a brilliant student. Little did they know, Zheng Rong didn't even know what sport Meng Hao practiced. "So, what place do you think Meng Hao will get this time?" Suddenly, a young, sports fanatic teacher asked curiously. Zheng Rong instantly fell silent. How the hell was he supposed to know what place Meng Hao would get? Ring, ring. Just then, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. What the heck? Zheng Rong was just worrying about how to change the subject, so this call came at the perfect time. He hated being interrupted when he was showing off. However, when he irritably picked up the phone and heard the voice on the other end, his anger instantly vanished. A steady, powerful voice came through the receiver. "Hello, this is the Chinese national high jump team. Am I speaking to Mr. Zheng Rong?" An absurd scene unfolded at the Olympic Stadium. You were actually called off the field by a single phone call and sat blankly in the stands for 10 minutes. The broadcast camera suddenly cut to you. Your eyes were completely red, fighting back tears. The live stream comments instantly exploded. Who would have thought that what made you break down at the Olympics wasn't your ranking, but your homeroom teacher all the way back in China? You tremblingly picked up the phone and called out, Mr. Zheng. You were so nervous it was like you were back at school. This damn bloodline suppression. You were just about to ask about the homework exemption, but on the phone, Zhang Rong excitedly turned on the speaker and roared, I knew you could do it, kid. You instantly froze in awkwardness and quietly reminded him, Mr. Zheng, I'm not dead last anymore. So about that homework? You never expected your homeroom teacher's next words to instantly chill your heart. Zhang Rong stated decisively, I'll exempt you from your language homework. But as for the other subjects, my word doesn't count. What? Your face instantly turned pale. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Seeing that you were about to cry, Zhang Rong immediately changed his tune and threw out a temptation you couldn't refuse. As long as you can make it to the finals, I'll consider helping you apply to the other teachers for a homework exemption. Make it to the finals. Your heart skipped a beat. 34 top-tier masters fighting for 12 spots? That was way too hard. You were still hesitating, but your homeroom teacher launched a deadly barrage of pressure. That devilish voice struck straight at your soul. Do you really want to go back to doing homework? Think about the math tests. Think about the quadratic equations. And those 80-word English essays. Are you willing to accept that? With your homeroom teacher's roar, you decided to risk it all. His manipulation completely ignited your fighting spirit. The fear of being dominated by homework surged into your mind. Your eyes instantly turned resolute. Mr. Zhang, I won't lose anymore. You excitedly hung up the phone, turned around, and charged back onto the field, running to the referee to request a challenge at 2.17 meters. 2.17 meters. This height was the gates of hell at the Olympics. What was even more absurd was that the damn system required you to use the primitive scissor jump. You gathered all your strength and began your curved approach. Then, you abruptly took off. Your body soared into the air, your legs scissoring like sharp blades. With an unimaginable posture, you brushed right over the bar. You caught a glimpse of the bar wobbling crazily twice, but miraculously, it stayed on. The referee excitedly raised the white flag and shouted, 2.17 meters. Manhwa has conquered 2.17 meters using the scissor jump. The commentator shot up from his seat, his voice trembling as he roared, Oh my god, this is the greatest scissor jump record in history. This is a new world record. Manhwa has broken the world record. The CCTV commentator was so excited he was practically incoherent. The live stream viewers instantly skyrocketed from 10 million to 30 million. Everyone was absolutely stunned by your miraculous scissor jump. How is this even high jump? He's practically stepping on the bar and ascending to heaven. Meanwhile, in front of the TV, homeroom teacher Zhang Rong saw this scene and was completely dumbfounded. But the colleagues around him instantly exploded in shock. That call just now was on speakerphone. The headlines boldly displayed 4 massive words. New world record. Holy shit. All the teachers' eyes locked onto Zhang Rong in unison. 3 sentences. Just 3 sentences, and he forced out a world record. Is this guy a master teacher? He's a freaking world record-making machine. However, the competition continued. The bar was raised straight to 2.2 meters. This chasm-like height eliminated nearly half the competitors in the first round. But no one could have expected that for the sake of that damn system quest, you were actually going to use the scissor jump again. You jumped with all your might, your legs scissoring through the air. Clang! A loud crash echoed. The bar was mercilessly knocked down by your spikes. You failed. As you lay on the mat, the system prompt gave you a glimmer of hope. Ding! Fail 2 more times, and the skill can be further upgraded. Oh my god, this guy is actually still using the scissor jump. Even championship favorite Mayan was dumbfounded, regretting that he hadn't talked to you earlier. At this moment, teammate Lu Zhen handed you a towel. He had also failed once. You both only had 2 chances left. On his second jump, Lu Zhen steadily cleared the bar with a flop. The coaching staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was your turn. Coach Li Jian confidently analyzed. If he can clear 2.17 with a scissor jump, clearing 2.20 with a flop will be a piece of cake. But before he could even finish his sentence, you started your approach on the runway again. It was still the scissor jump. Clack. Another crisp sound rang out. The bar fell to the ground. Damn it. You let out a frustrated roar. Up in the stands, Coach Li Jian completely exploded. Manhwa, what the hell are you doing? Use the flop. You only have one last chance. The entire audience erupted into a tsunami of applause at that moment. They didn't care about the result. They were simply paying respect to a warrior challenging the impossible. The live stream comments went absolutely insane. The whole internet was roasting you. Why are you risking elimination just to use the scissor jump? 2.2 meters. Third attempt. This was your last chance. The entire internet's heart was in its throat. But in your mind, you were calculating, if you did one more scissor jump, you could upgrade the system. But if you failed, not only would you be eliminated, your homeroom teacher's promise of a homework exemption would also go up in smoke. No. I have to make it to the finals. As the entire stadium fell dead silent, and the commentators nervously held their breath. You made your move. A massive leap, it was the Fosbury flop. The bar didn't even budge. A flawless clearance. The commentator let out a long breath. This kid finally knows how to play it safe. But the very next second, Coach Li Jian charged over, grabbed you by the ear, and dragged you to the sidelines like a misbehaving student. From now on, you use the flop for everything. Do you hear me? You absent-mindedly grunted, Seeing your attitude, Li Jian knew words were useless, so he had a stroke of genius and pulled out his ultimate weapon. If you use the scissor jump again, I'll have your English teacher give you extra homework. The moment he said that, you instantly felt a chill down your spine. I promise I'll use the flop. I'll use the flop. You begged repeatedly, but in your heart, you were plotting. You had to save your last scissor jump for the finals. The competition continued. The bar was raised straight to 2.25 meters. 6 more people were instantly eliminated from the field. Among them was your teammate, Lu Zhen. Bro Zhen, you stepped forward and tightly hugged your eliminated teammate. At this point, you were the only one left on the Chinese high jump team. Before the match, everyone thought you were just here to make up the numbers. Who would have thought you were actually aiming for the finals? The dragon-slaying youth, the height reached 2.27 meters. Mayan and the other top athletes cleared it with ease. Finally, it's your turn to take the stage. The camera locks tightly onto your youthful face. Everyone in the stadium is dying to know the same thing. Just where is Meng Hao's limit? You take a deep breath. With a piercing gaze, you step onto the runway. Approach. Jump. He cleared it. Meng Hao clears it on his first try. The CCTV commentator's voice cracks as he screams, 2.27 meters. You have to understand, among the remaining top athletes on the field, only 9 managed to clear the bar on their first attempt, and you are one of them. But there's no joy on your face. Instead, you stare intently at the field, watching your opponents fail one by one on their second and third attempts, until finally, exactly 12 athletes remain on the field. This means you've made it to the Olympic finals. Nice. You bounce up from the mat. Up in the stands, Coach Li Jian pumps his fists and cheers in pure excitement. However, right as you're celebrating, the gold medal favorite Mayan walks straight up to you and extends his hand. You blink in surprise. You clearly remember how back in the locker room, this guy completely ignored you. So, you just turn your head away, not even bothering to give him a second glance. Mayan's expression instantly freezes. Then, your humble bragging out of nowhere makes the reporter's mouth twitch. Breaking a world record isn't considered amazing, but your next words completely short-circuit the 40 million viewers in the live stream. I'm just a high schooler. I still have to go to school. As you say that, you actually pull your student ID out of your bag. Hey no. 1 high school grade 11. Class 5, Meng Hao. The remarks section even says outstanding student. The live stream instantly explodes. A high schooler still prepping for the college entrance exams actually made it to the Olympic finals. Jiang Wenwen forces down her shock and asks professionally, what belief has supported you to get this far? You mean this? You shrug innocently. Shrugging, you casually drop a massive bombshell. Actually, I wasn't even on the Olympic roster at first. I originally refused to participate. The moment you say this, not only the reporter, but the entire live stream goes crazy. Refuse to participate in the Olympics? There's definitely some juicy gossip behind this. Jiang Wenwen's journalistic instincts are instantly ignited. She immediately presses, why did you refuse? You let out a helpless sigh. Because I don't actually like high jump that much. The sports bureau guys tricked me, saying, if I joined the Olympics, they'd waive my summer homework. So I came. Jiang Wenwen is petrified on the spot. The 40 million viewers in the live stream absolutely lose their minds laughing. Just for that one reason, you quickly explain. That day, when I called my homeroom teacher to ask for leave, he made a deal with me. As long as I didn't come in dead last, he'd waive all my homework for my senior year. But in the end, he went back on his word and only waived my Chinese homework. He said if I wanted all my homework waived, I had to make it to the finals. You say this with absolute seriousness, as if accusing them of the world's biggest scam. Jiang Wenwen's eyes widen in disbelief. She tries to confirm. So, just to avoid doing homework, you push your way into the Olympic finals? You nod vigorously. Yeah, the live stream viewer count instantly skyrockets to 50 million. The comment section is spammed so hard it crashes. Shocking. To avoid homework, a Chinese high schooler is forced onto the Olympic journey. Turns out even Olympic champions are scared of summer homework. I'm dying of laughter, guys. I feel like Brother Hao got gaslit. This is pure fraud. Meanwhile, at the home of a student from Shanghai, 1 high school, Liu Yisho points at the TV, roaring at his son, Liu Buju. Look at him. You're both high schoolers. So how come he gets to compete in the Olympics? Liu Buju mutters under his breath. Isn't that because he works hard? He works hard. But what about you? You ask for leave from summer tutoring every single day. How are you going to get into college like this? Coincidentally, Liu Buju and Meng Hao aren't just schoolmates. They're in neighboring classes. Seeing the kid next door win glory for the country, while his own son slacks off every day, Liu Yisho is furious. If you dare fake being sick again, I'm telling your homeroom teacher. Right at that moment, Jiang Wenwen at the live broadcast suddenly notices a discrepancy. She furrows her brows and hands the microphone back to you. Student, you just said you asked your homeroom teacher for leave, but it's summer vacation right now. This question raises doubts in everyone's minds. They all prick up their ears. Who knew you'd answer with a face full of innocence? Our school doesn't have a summer vacation. After finals, we only get 2 weeks off, and then we dive straight into senior year classes. We have classes all the way until the semester officially starts in September. The moment those words are spoken, the air instantly freezes. Jiang Wenwen takes a sharp step back, her expression becoming incredibly colorful. She catches the key information and confirms it word by word. So, what you're saying is, Shanghai 1 high school is conducting illegal summer tutoring classes, is that right? You nod straightforwardly. The entire internet instantly explodes. The comment section turns into a massive family reunion in seconds. Turns out Brother Hao is playing 5D chess, single-handedly saving the whole school. I'm crying. He's out there, risking his life in competitions, but he's still thinking of us. This is a true hero, the principal of Shanhei. One Hai is like, listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. The country just promoted the double reduction policy, and Shanhei One Hai dares to commit crimes against the wind. The craziest part is, the whistleblower is their very own Olympian. Now, the situation is completely out of control. Right at this moment, at the home of Shanhei One Hai student Liu Buju, his father Liu Yisho's phone dings. He picks it up to look, and his pupils instantly dilate in shock. No. One Hai, grade 12 class, 5 parents group. He quickly taps it open. A message from homeroom teacher Li Yuming is glaringly visible. Urgent notice. Tomorrow's tutoring classes are cancelled. Resumption time TBD. Please remember, if anyone asks, absolutely do not admit that we ever had tutoring classes. Before Liu Yisho's eyes, only 4 big words remain. Do not smile. At the exact same time, having finished the interview and your routine urine test, you're getting ready to pack up and leave. You wave at Coach Li Jian. Coach Li, see you around. Li Jian looks bewildered. See you around? You have the finals the day after tomorrow, but you just wave him off nonchalantly. I'm not going to the finals, leaving Li Jian standing there, completely dumbfounded. Why aren't you going? Li Jian is utterly flabbergasted. You finally made it to the finals. How can you just say you're not competing? You answer with absolute self-righteousness. My homework is already waived. Why would I still go? With that, you stuff your spikes into your bag, ready to go slack off in the triple jump event. Li Jian frantically grabs you. 8 years. It took the country 8 years to produce a high jump finalist, and you're just not going? But your mind is made up. You shake him off and walk away, leaving Li Jian alone, shivering in the wind. I have to make him compete in the finals. A flash of inspiration hits Li Jian's mind. He suddenly thinks of one person. Your homeroom teacher. That very night, homeroom teacher Zhang Rong's deadly chain of phone calls blows up your phone. The moment you answer, he immediately tears into you. What the hell are you trying to do? You look completely innocent. Huh? What's wrong, sir? Zhang Rong takes a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his rage. Just because you ran your mouth on that live stream, the school got investigated by the Education Bureau. Now we're on a forced break and can't even hold classes. That was a live broadcast on CCTV. Zhang Rong's own student reported their own school. In the future, will the principal ever let me, your homeroom teacher, live in peace? However, you completely missed the point. You only hear 2 words. Forced break? That's great. Perfect. You excitedly pump your fist. Zhang Rong almost chokes on his own breath. He finally remembers that reasoning with this kid is like playing the lute to a cow. He immediately switches to an amiable, friendly tone and gets straight to the point. Meng Hao, my boy, I heard from Coach Li that you don't want to compete in the finals. Can you tell your teacher why? Hearing it's about the competition, Zhang Rong's voice instantly softens by 8 degrees. After all, this is a great opportunity to win glory for the school, but you just shrug indifferently. I'm not competing, didn't you say? That if I made it to the finals, all my homework would be waived. I've already completed the mission. You came to the Olympics just to annihilate that mountain of homework. Now that your goal is achieved, the game is over. Why bother with the finals? Who knew Zhang Rong would clear his throat and say unhurriedly, little Meng, you might have misunderstood. I said I'd waive the homework for one subject, like math or English. Not all your homework. Boom. You feel like the sky just fell. After busting your ass to make it to the finals, you only get one subject waived. Right then, Zhang Rong changes his tune and tosses out a new bait. Of course, I've always been very understanding of my students. How about this? As long as you bring back a gold medal for fun, we can easily talk about waiving all your homework. Easily. A gold medal? You point at your own nose, your face full of question marks. But I'm just a high schooler. Getting an Olympic gold medal. Isn't that asking for the impossible? Sir, I can't get a gold medal. Before you can even finish, Zhang Rong's tone instantly drops to freezing point. Can't get it? Fine. When school starts on September 1st, hand your English homework directly to me. I will check it personally. The next second, you shoot up from your bed and roar with absolute certainty. Sir, it's impossible for me not to get the gold medal. Hanging up the phone, you let out a long sigh. Good lord. The homeroom teacher is the ultimate capitalist. He's actually using homework to force me to win an Olympic championship. But the die is cast, and you're already in the pit. You have to give it your all in the finals and snatch that gold. Otherwise, the first day of school will be the end of the world. Suddenly, you have a flash of inspiration. It's the information age after all. You immediately open Bilibili. You skillfully type into the search bar, how should high schoolers practice high jump? Soon, a video pops up. Right at this moment, you haven't even noticed that next to your Bilibili avatar, a shiny gold verification badge has quietly appeared. International Master of Sports in High Jump and Triple Jump. World Record Holder for the Straddle Technique High Jump. Completely oblivious, you click on the video. The uploader is explaining, For high schoolers, let's start with the simplest straddle technique. The goal is to clear 1.4 meters within a month. You watch with keen interest, nodding frequently. You feel like you've learned a lot of new knowledge. After finishing the video, filled with respect, you solemnly type 3 words in the comment section. I learned it. 1 second you're on Bilibili, earnestly studying a high school high jump tutorial. The next second, netizens discover your explosive comment under the video. In the comment section, a glittering verified account is glaringly visible. Bilibili user, world record holder for the straddle technique high jump. Thanks, I learned it. The entire internet instantly blows up. Holy crap, is this Brother How himself? Or a fake account? It's real. The homepage verification is real. An Olympic champion watching a beginner's tutorial? I don't get it. What kind of move is this? In the blink of an eye, it's the next day. You arrive at the training ground bright and early. Clang, clang, clang. You practice frantically against the high jump bar, but the system shows absolutely no response. It turns out, proficiency rewards can only be triggered during official matches. Right then, a familiar figure appears on the sidelines. It's actually Wu Shikin. You immediately trot over to her eagerly. Sister Chin, we really are destined for each other. Wu Shikin's mouth twitches. Destined? I chased you all the way here one-sidedly, okay? The next second, she pulls something out of her backpack. It's actually a stack of fully filled out test papers. Student Meng Hao, I've already done 5 pages of your summer homework for you. I'll give you the rest when I finish. You take the papers. Multiple choice and fill in the blanks are all complete. The steps for the essay questions are crystal clear. It's simply perfect. You're moved to tears of gratitude. Sister Chin, you are my second parent. Seeing you in a good mood. Wu Shichen carefully brings up the topic of live streaming. You wave your hand grandly. No problem. Stream whatever you want. It's all good. Wu Shikin is still a bit worried. What about keeping your tactics a secret? You wave your hand again, cutting her off. What's there to hide? The coach didn't even give me any tactics. You even boldly pat your chest and promise, as long as you help me with my homework. In the finals, I'll jump however you tell me to. Wu Shichen is rendered completely speechless on the spot. And just like that, your live stream rapidly goes live in the early morning. With the double hype of the Olympics and your popularity, the concurrent viewer count instantly smashes past 100,000. Bullet comments instantly flood the entire screen. King Chin is awesome. She actually managed to get Brother How. Streamer, quickly ask Brother How if he finished his homework. Taking orders for homework writing here. Wu Shikin takes the opportunity to point the camera at you and asks the question everyone cares about most. Student Meng Hao, are you going to continue your high jump training next? Facing 100,000 viewers, the schedule you give is actually going back to the dorm to study. Wu Shikin is stunned on the spot. The live stream is filled with a screen full of question marks. She asks in confusion, according to the news, isn't your school already on break? But you put on a serious face. I have to establish my identity as a good student. Immediately after, you take Wu Shichen straight to your dorm to show the whole internet your study results. You open your computer. I have tons of mock exams saved on my computer. You say with absolute confidence. However, as the standby screen flashes by, what appears isn't a mock exam at all, but a video of a male and female lead having a very deep exchange. The next second, this livestream is suspected of violations and has been temporarily banned. The 100,000 viewers in the livestream stare blankly, collectively petrified on the spot. Wu Shikin points at the screen, completely dumbfounded. Your brain works in overdrive as you spout serious nonsense. No, the internet abroad is a bit laggy. Their clothes just haven't loaded yet. What's even more outrageous is, the moment the feed comes back and you close the video, a hot dancing girl pops up on the screen. The live stream gets banned again. On the full page of Mayan's testing list, his test data is the only one that's completely empty. Not a single record. You ask directly, and why is this? Facing your questioning, the two officials clearly panic. They take half a step back and stammer an explanation. It's a random check. He just wasn't selected the previous times. But don't worry, he's on the list tonight. After we collect your sample, we'll go find him. You might be a bit straightforward, but you're not stupid. Without saying a word, you pull out your phone and snap. Take a picture of the evidence. You casually post it on Weibo. You even make a point to walk them to the door, leisurely adding, you're going to test Mayan right now, right? The two quickly nod. Of course. Of course. The corner of your mouth curls up. Bang. You slam the door shut and immediately upload the photo to the internet. The result is exactly as expected. The entire internet explodes. Holy shit, Mayan hasn't been tested even once? Is this real? Wow, is he America's golden boy or something? Only he gets special privileges? The fury of domestic netizens completely erupts. The internet is flooded with a wave of condemnation against Mayan. At this moment, you're sitting in the locker room, nervously rubbing your hands together, because tomorrow is the men's high jump finals. The night before last, your homeroom teacher Zheng Rong laid down the law. If you never want to do homework again, you have to bring that gold medal back to him. You have to understand, our country has never won a gold medal. In the high jump event, what you're doing is basically risking it all for an impossible mission. But to avoid doing homework, you, Meng Hao, are willing to risk everything. But right at this moment, that punk Mayan actually comes over to provoke you, even bumping you with his elbow. You turn your head and throw out a soul-searching question that leaves Mayan completely baffled on the spot. Are you willing to help me do my summer homework? Mayan looks utterly confused. Staring wide-eyed, he asks, Huh, kid, what the hell are you talking about? Who knew? You just shake your head faintly. Your eyes exceptionally determined. If you won't help me do my homework, then I can't let you have this gold medal. With that, you coolly slap your thigh, throw on your jacket, and walk out of the locker room without looking back, leaving Man alone, shivering in the wind. The next second, the commentator's explosive voice instantly echoes throughout the entire stadium. Now please welcome to the field, our very own flying man from China, Manhwa. You make a domineering entrance, draped in the national flag. The live stream instantly goes wild. Bullet comments spam wildly. Go China. Manhwa is a beast. A 17-year-old high schooler, the sole finalist. With all these buffs stacked, your popularity shoots straight to the peak. But standing before you are 12 of the world's top high jumpers. Besides the Qatari star Hill, whose personal record is a staggering 2.43 meters, there's also that muscle-bound American jumping maniac, Mayan. Right now, it's 9 p.m. China time. Nearly 80 million viewers are glued to their TVs. Their feelings incredibly complicated. Because of the massive bombshell you dropped yesterday, everyone now hates Mayan's guts. They're hoping you can ruthlessly slap Mayan in the face, but they also clearly understand that it's basically wishful thinking. Brother Hao is still just a high schooler. You want him to go head-to-head with an American athlete who can jump 2.4 meters? Isn't that just dreaming? 2.4 meters. What the hell is Manhwa supposed to do? He might as well just go home and sleep. Right at this moment, the horn for the competition officially sounds. The warm-up height is 2 meters. All 12 athletes clear it with an easy leap. Immediately after, the bar is raised to 2.17 meters. This is the official starting height for the Olympic finals. Athlete No. 1. Mayan steps up dominantly. Look at his curved approach. His body is like an arrow released from a bowstring. He traces a perfect arc in the air, effortlessly flying over the bar. As the camera zooms in, his waistline is at least 8 centimeters above the bar. It's absolutely absurd. This guy is a walking jumping machine. The American audience in the stadium instantly erupts into deafening cheers. With this shocking jump, Mayan directly asserts his dominance over the entire field. Soon, it's your turn at the 11th spot. The previous 10 athletes all cleared it steadily on their first try. The camera focuses on you. Up in the stands, Coach Li Jian's palms are sweating from nervousness. After all, it wasn't until the Olympics that you actually started training seriously. As your coach, Li Jian has absolutely no idea what your true level is. This kid always slacks off during practice. I gave him one-on-one guidance for the Fosbury flop, but Jianbing points at the big screen, a bizarre expression on his face. Brother Li, little Meng, it looks like he used the straddle technique. At that exact same moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in your mind. You are in the Olympic finals. You have completed a straddle jump. Proficiency +1. Anti-gravity jump upgraded to jet jump. Jet jump. Your maximum height limit instantly shoots up by 10 centimeters. What's even crazier is, the system hints that this isn't even its final form. When there are only 2 players left on the field for a showdown, the skill will undergo its ultimate evolution. While this is just great, making it to the top 3 is practically set in stone for you. Meanwhile, Main's coach has his eyebrows knitted so tight they look like twisted dough. He quickly calls his disciple over. Keep a close eye on that Chinese kid. But Main just snorts with a face full of disdain. What a joke. In the end, it all comes down to the Fosbury flop. That gold medal is definitely mine. In his mind, the straddle jump is nothing but a joke. The Fosbury flop is the only real way to win a medal. Not to mention, this Olympic gold medal comes with a massive $50,000 prize. No matter what, he has to take you down. The bar's height keeps soaring, reaching a jaw-dropping 2.34 meters. At this moment, only the final 6 competitors are left struggling on the field. The camera pans across Hill, Yuan, Main, and the other fierce competitors. Finally, it suddenly freezes on a completely out-of-place figure, an Asian teenager chewing gum. It's none other than you. You just effortlessly cleared 2.31 meters, successfully making it into the top 6. The live stream chat instantly explodes. Oh my god, Brother Hao is actually going to win a medal. China's first ever high jump medal is about to be born. I couldn't even dare to dream of this. Before the words even fade, at the Olympic finals, facing the 2.38-meter height, the American Main actually clears it on his second attempt. This is like a bolt from the blue. It means you have to clear it too, otherwise you'll be completely out of the running for gold. The pressure instantly skyrockets. You accelerate, sprint, and launch into the air. As you fly over the bar, all the Chinese spectators in the stadium suddenly jump to their feet. But the next second, the bar wobbles and falls. The slow-motion replay shows that your heel just barely grazed the bar, just a tiny bit off. You kneel on the mat in frustration. Who would have thought that the American, Main, would actually flip you the bird right to your face? His arrogance is just off the charts. Immediately after, the third round of the battle ignites. Another competitor, Yuan, is unfortunately eliminated. The competition has reached its most nerve-wracking moment. If you fail, Main will take the gold medal right then and there. At this moment, the entire internet falls silent. Compatriots all over China are sitting in front of their TVs, waiting with bated breath. You take a deep breath and execute the jet jump. Your body traces a breathtakingly beautiful arc in the air, steady as a rock. The bar doesn't even twitch. You did it. Your coach's hands are trembling with excitement. Quick, get the national flag ready. Change of plans. We've definitely secured the silver medal now. Main's face instantly turns ashen. The referee raises his hand again. The bar is raised straight up to a terrifying height of 2.4 meters. The battle for the gold medal officially begins. Main is up first, but due to exhaustion, he completely botches his first jump. Next, it's your turn. The whole stadium holds its breath. You jump, but you also make a mistake at the bar. Both of you fail. The atmosphere in the stadium instantly freezes to the freezing point. You slump onto the mat, your eyes as red as a rabbit's. You look like you're about to cry. The fans in the live stream instantly burst into tears, thinking that you can't handle the immense pressure of winning glory for the country. But who could have guessed that this gold medal is actually tied to an entire year's worth of your senior high homework? The coach is screaming anxiously from the sidelines, "The gold! Go for the gold." Yet you remain completely motionless. The overwhelming pressure has pushed you to the brink of a breakdown. Right at this critical moment, the coach has a stroke of genius. He pulls out his phone and dials a number. The call connects instantly. He puts it on speaker. Your homeroom teacher's voice booms out like a clap of thunder. "Menghwa, as long as you win that gold medal, all your Chinese, math, and English homework from now until graduation, you won't have to touch a single word of it." He even tries to coax you earnestly. Think about your sequences and inequalities. Think about those 800-word essays. Are you really gonna just accept that? Hearing Zhang Rong's aggressive pep talk, you, a 17-year-old Olympic athlete, actually burst into tears in front of billions of viewers worldwide. The live stream completely loses its mind. This dude, he really came to the Olympics just to get out of doing homework. Brother Hao's good student persona has completely collapsed. But honestly, I love him even more now. The next second, you let out a furious roar. Your eyes instantly turn sharp and fierce. Like a god of war possessed, you charge back onto the field. At the same time, Main's second jump officially begins. You let out a furious roar. Your eyes instantly turn sharp and fierce. Like a god of war possessed, you charge back onto the field. At the same time, Main's second jump officially begins. With a loud clatter, the bar falls once again. Now a golden opportunity has fallen into your lap once more. As if reborn, power surges through your entire body. You sprint straight toward the 240-meter bar. Accelerate, approach, and leap with all your might. Your body bends backward at an unbelievable angle, the back of your head almost touching your calves. However, with a crisp smack, your heel still grazes the bar. This second jump is another failure. The live stream is filled with sighs of disappointment. But Coach Li Jian roars with fiery passion. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Jiang Bin, standing next to him, is completely dumbfounded. He didn't clear it. What are you so happy about? Li Jian just gives a mysterious smile and points straight at Main on the field. That American is running on empty. His third jump is doomed to fail. Manhwa is in the same boat. Jiang Bin is even more confused. If neither of them can clear it, then what? Li Jian slaps his thigh hard and shouts excitedly, "Hey, they can share the Yond build." It turns out, there's a hidden rule in high jump competitions. If both athletes fail all 3 attempts, as long as they both agree, they can share the gold medal. This is a heavy, prestigious Olympic gold medal. Even if it's a shared gold, it's more than enough to make all your homework vanish into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the whistle for the third jump blows. Just as expected, Main is completely exhausted and fails once again. Now it's your turn. Your third jump also ends in failure. The stadium instantly erupts into chaos. The referee quickly walks over to you and, facing the global live broadcast cameras, asks, "Meng, do you want to continue the challenge? If neither of you wishes to jump again, this gold medal can be shared." Share the gold medal? Your mind races. The homeroom teacher only said getting a gold medal would exempt me from homework. He never said it couldn't be a shared one. This is literally a gift from heaven. You're so happy you could fly. Without a moment's hesitation, you decisively raise your hand and declare, "I'm okay with sharing." The moment you nod and agree to share the gold, the referee turns to Main. "Mike, are you willing to share this gold medal?" To everyone's surprise, Main just scoffs coldly and spits out a single forceful word, "No. Jump off." The stadium instantly bursts into an uproar. The American spectators are stomping their feet in anxiety, desperately screaming for him to agree. After all, if he loses the jump off, China's total gold medal count will surpass the US. But Main snatches the microphone and arrogantly announces to the entire audience, "The Olympic high jump champion gets $50,000. If we share, I only get $25,000. He turns his head, smirking mockingly at you. "So, sorry about that. You're destined to walk away with the silver." Before he even finishes speaking, a system notification suddenly explodes in your mind. Gold medal showdown initiated. Upgrade task completed. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the skill double jump. Double jump allows you to push off again while in midair. Good lord. In a high jump competition where everyone else jumps once, you can actually jump twice. How is anyone else supposed to compete with that? While the viewers in the live stream are feeling sorry for you, Main struts right up to your face, poking your chest with his finger. There can only be one gold medal. You just stare at him, deadpan, and fluent English blurts out of your mouth, "Bro, are you really that desperate for me to go back and do my homework?" This completely baffles Main. 5 minutes later, the jump-off officially begins. The bar still stands tall at 2.4 meters. Main is up first. Unsurprisingly, he fails. He doesn't look nervous at all. He knows that if neither of them clears it in the jump-off, the height will definitely be lowered. Now, It's a battle of endurance, which is exactly what he excels at. However, he never dreamed in a million years that you're literally using a cheat code, and you've even upgraded to double jump. Soon, it's your turn. Soon, it's your turn. You accelerate, sprint, and launch into the air. Your body traces the ultimate backward arc in midair. Just when everyone thinks you're out of stamina and won't have enough height, your calves suddenly flick upward. This seemingly ordinary leg tuck motion actually allows you to execute a shocking second push-off in midair. With a smack, you land steadily on the crash mat, and the bar remains as steady as Mount Tai. The screen boldly flashes. The Olympic high jump gold medalist is born. He did it. Manhwa actually cleared it. The commentators go absolutely crazy, screaming hysterically into their microphones. 2.4 meters in the jump off, cleared in one leap. Who can even comprehend the sheer weight of this jump? The entire audience in the stands completely erupts. Hey American, say something now. Hurry up and keep the jump off going. The camera cuts to the US coaching staff, their faces as dark and ashen as the bottom of a pot. They are completely dumbfounded. His entry height was only 2.32 meters, and in the finals, he just shot straight up to 2.4. How is this a normal high school student? This is clearly a high jump prodigy. Mountainous pressure instantly crushes down on Maine. Unsurprisingly, his second and third jumps still end in failure. 3 heavy tolls of the bell officially announce the gold medal winner. Maine looks up at the sky and lets out a roar of sheer frustration. Because of his own single word, no, he forcefully threw away a full $50,000. The American spectators are burning with rage, cursing him out as a piece of trash. Meanwhile, the referee has walked up to you, politely asking if you want to continue challenging a higher limit. You're just about to refuse in your head. After all, your grand dream of being exempt from homework has already been fulfilled. But right at this moment, Lee Jian rushes over with a phone in his hand, sprinting toward you in a panic. The phone screen clearly displays Manhwa's homeroom teacher. The viewers in the live stream instantly understand what's happening, all sensing that a huge drama is about to unfold. You take the phone and casually put it on speaker. In a split second, you switch from Olympic champion mode back to the obedient student persona, stammering, Mr. Zheng. The homeroom teacher's hearty laughter comes through the phone. Manhwa, you are the absolute pride of our school. Sir, I actually just did it to get out of— I know. Zheng Rong quickly interrupts you. Then his tone shifts. Manhwa, do you remember our school's policy for rewarding sports students? It turns out Shanhei First High's rule is, breaking a school record gets you 1,000, or breaking a city record gets you 5,000. You furrow your brows, calculating in your head. Provincial record is 30,000. But there doesn't seem to be anything about going higher than that. You look at the camera with an innocent face. Oh man, sir, I don't think I can meet those requirements. The coach next to you is trying so hard not to laugh. This kid has god-tier talent, but his brain is seriously lacking. Just as you're talking, homeroom teacher Zheng Rong clears his throat on the other end of the line and speaks slowly. Here's the thing, Manhwa. After you left, our school changed the rules. At the same time, he is receiving secret orders from the principal. No matter what, you must make him go for the world record. Your interest is immediately piqued. Your eyes light up. What new rules? Zheng Rong pauses on purpose, then drops a massive bombshell. If an athlete from our school wins an Olympic gold medal, they must continue to challenge the world record. If they refuse to challenge it, he deliberately drags out his words, they have to do double the math homework. Your brain short-circuits. What kind of insane logic is this? The live stream instantly bursts into laughter. Double the homework? What the hell? I suspect the school is totally playing Brother How, but I have no proof. In front of the camera, your brows are tightly knit. You look completely dumbfounded, actually falling for this 200% pure BS. You poor kid. You didn't see through it at all. The next second, you shove the phone into the coach's hands and charge resolutely toward the head referee. You don't even take the 10-minute break, rejecting it outright. With a wave of your hand, you signal the referee to hurry up and start. The referee looks at you and asks softly, what height do you plan to challenge? The entire stadium instantly falls dead silent. The CCTV commentator's voice even carries a hint of a tremble. Let us hold our breath and wait. Manhwa, what choice will he make? Your voice rings out loud and clear. 2.46 meters. Oh my god. Manhwa is actually going straight for the world record. That's the world record held by Sotomayor for 30 long years. As soon as the words leave your mouth, inside the Stade de France, applause erupts like a roaring tidal wave. Everyone admires you for having the courage to face that dusty, 30-year-old world record head-on. At only 17 years old, you stand high-spirited on the Olympic stage. You smack your head hard with both hands, trying to use the sharp pain to awaken the potential deep within your brain. At this very moment, the eyes of the entire world are focused right here. This is the China Media Group. Right now, in the center of the camera, is our very own Chinese flying man, Manhwa. Just 10 minutes ago, he claimed the gold medal. And now, he is about to challenge the world record. A smooth approach, a leap like a rainbow. You glide gracefully toward the bar, kick off, and execute the double jump in one fluid motion. Absolutely flawless. He cleared it. Manhwa cleared it. A new world record is born at this very moment. The CCTV commentator is trembling with excitement. Everyone, stand up and bow down. Holy crap, he's only 17 years old. A petition of 10,000 signatures. Shanhei First High. Hurry up and exempt Brother Hao from his homework. From Little Meng during the warm-ups, to Brother Hao in the qualifiers, and finally to God Hao in the finals, you used absolute, crushing strength to completely conquer everyone. Up in the spectator stands, Li Jian is shaking like a leaf with excitement. Jiang Bin leaps straight down from the stands and slaps him hard on the back. Holy shit, 2.46 meters. Did you really train this monster? Li Jian is stunned for a second, then suddenly puffs out his chest. Pointing at himself in front of the camera, he mouths wildly, "It's me! It's me!" All the Chinese spectators in the stadium passionately chant, "Meng Hao is a beast." Even the foreign friends are infected by the energy, joining in and shouting at the top of their lungs. Only the US coach is silently comforting a completely devastated Maine. Right after that, the grand awards ceremony officially begins. You, Maine, and Ewan step onto the podium together. The Olympic president personally places the gold medal around your neck. Good lord, it's really heavy. It's almost as heavy as that pile of Chinese class homework. The stadium is filled with jubilation until a solemn voice comes over the PA. Raise the flags of the United States, New Zealand, and China. Play the national anthem of the gold medal team China. You instantly put down the bouquet in your hands, turn your body, stand up straight, and salute the flag with your eyes. The moment the majestic national anthem plays, all emotions are beyond words. After the ceremony, you don't rush to take off the gold medal. Instead, you accept an on-site interview with CCTV reporter Zhang Wenwen. Standing over 1.7 meters tall and wearing high heels, Zhang Wenwen stands next to you, yet still looks petite. Mr. Meng Hao, or perhaps I should call you Student Meng Hao. CCTV reporter Zhang Wenwen smiles brightly. Being an international master of sports and a top high school student at the same time must be quite a headache, huh? You just wave your hand dismissively. Just call me student, that's fine. Who knew? Zhang Wenwen immediately throws out a killer question. A lot of fans are saying that you won the gold medal purely to get out of doing homework. Is that true? You blurt out, yeah, that's right. The moment the words leave your mouth, you suddenly snap awake and quickly correct yourself. Oh no, no, no. I won the gold medal so I could be exempt from homework. Wait, no, that's not it. Seeing your brain completely short-circuit, the viewers in the live stream are dying of laughter. This guy is still trying to play it cool. You take a deep breath, try hard to straighten out your thoughts, and answer with a serious face. I definitely did not win the gold medal just to avoid homework. When Zhang Wenwen asks about your formidable opponents, the vibe instantly changes. You actually, right in front of a national audience, go straight into tattletale mode. Formidable opponents? Formidable my ass. That guy named Maine. Holy crap. He's an absolute idiot. You point at the blindingly shiny gold medal on your chest, speaking without a filter. I was already off the hook for my homework, but he just had to force a jump off with me. And in the end, that noob couldn't even clear 2.4 meters. Pure, unadulterated moron. But after your rant, you belatedly notice the giant official logo on Zhang Wenwen's microphone. Your eyes instantly go wide. Sorry, I forgot you're from CCTV. You suck in a breath of cold air and guiltily rub your nose. Those things I just said. Can we, not broadcast that? Zhang Wenwen is clearly taken aback for a second, but she actually nods. That's no problem. Go ahead and continue. Getting her confirmation, your courage instantly swells. You continue tattling. The day before yesterday, during the qualifiers, he deliberately ignored me. I have no idea what goes on in his head. I was so pissed off. In the camera's view, Maine in the distance hears the translation, and his entire face turns green with rage. Right at that moment, Maine storms over with a dark expression, rudely interrupting the interview. I didn't ignore you. The things you're saying never even happened. But you just stare coldly straight into his eyes, your voice bone-chilling. There are security cameras in the locker room. Do you want us to go check them right now? With just one simple sentence, you completely shut Maine up. Maine is left utterly speechless. Fans from all over the world instantly realize the truth and start chanting your name in support. Seeing that his arrogance has completely ignited public outrage, Maine guiltily takes a step back, unable to squeeze out a single word. However, your accusations aren't over yet. You reach out and snatch the microphone right out of Zhang Wenwen's hand. Facing the national live broadcast camera, you announce loudly, "Early this morning, I made a post on Weibo. It has WADA's doping test report on it." The moment those words left your mouth, certain people started sweating bullets because that post you made exposing the American athlete was deleted the second it went live, but they never expected that you'd actually dare to call them out in the official livestream room right in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. Zhang Wenwen's brow furrowed instantly. She sensed that this was no simple matter. Meng Hao, can we take a look at that photo you posted? No problem. Just take out your phone. After Zhang Wenwen confirmed it, she didn't hesitate to point the phone screen directly at the camera. A drug test report entirely in English was instantly translated by the English experts in the live stream, and the results left the entire Chinese audience in utter disbelief. Before and after the Olympics, you and your teammates were tested a total of 17 times, but mine's test count was actually 0. Oh my god. Zhang Wenwen gasped, her eyes filled with shock. What was even more heartbreaking was that the report clearly stated Your most recent random test time was at 2:34 a.m. this morning. Yet, this young man who was woken up in the middle of the night for a test not only took the gold medal just a few hours later, but also broke the world record in the process. Jiang Wenwen immediately shoved the microphone toward Mine and questioned him in fluent English. Mr. Mine, could you explain why you don't have a single record of a drug test? Mine stared at the ironclad evidence in silence for a long time. Finally, he managed to squeeze out, "This record is incomplete. I actually have been tested." He's questioning official WADA documents. Could they really be wrong? Just as Jiang Wenwen was about to press further, you snatched the microphone back. Holding the mic in one hand, you stared Mine down with eyes like daggers. "You say you were tested for performance-enhancing drugs? Then tell me, exactly how many times?" I've been tested." Mine's answer was completely nonsensical. "Then tell me this. What exactly is the relationship between Team USA and WADA?" The moment you said that, everyone watching was stunned. Brother Hao is a beast. He actually dared to ask that directly. Mad respect. I guarantee we have no special connection with WADA, Mine said nervously. Their work is absolutely fair and impartial. I just got lucky and wasn't picked for a random test. Mine spread his hands, completely failing to notice the massive hole in his own story. This guy just insisted he was tested, and now he says he was lucky enough not to be picked. This contradiction. Let the surrounding reporters instantly smell a rat. Then, your gaze locked onto mine, like a sharp sword. "So you dare to swear there's nothing fishy between Team USA and WADA?" When you asked that, the entire place went dead silent. No one expected you to drop such a lethal question. A flash of panic crossed Mine's eyes, but he still stubbornly insisted, "I swear, we have no such dealings." You didn't say a word. You just silently unlocked your phone and opened your gallery. Mine watched you and let out a contemptuous laugh. But in the next second, it was like someone grabbed him by the throat, and his laughter stopped abruptly. The video was clearly surveillance footage from a ceiling. It showed you in your pajamas facing two burly men in uniforms, and the logo on their uniforms was none other than WADA. Right then, the voice of a WADA staff member came from the video. "The next one for testing is mine." Hearing this, Mine actually looked relieved. His previous nervousness vanished instantly. With a smug look on his face, he thought the video didn't incriminate him at all. It actually proved he was supposed to be tested. You asked casually, "So after that, did you get tested immediately?" "You bet I did." They finished their inspection and headed straight to my room. Mian didn't even hesitate to pin it on me. "This is the ironclad proof you delivered yourself. There's no reason for him not to take the bait." "Well, that's just perfect." You smirked and closed the video. Then, you immediately clicked on another one. This time, even the viewers in the live stream were completely baffled. "No way, bro. Just how many cards are you hiding in your hand?" Under the focused gaze of the entire audience, you pressed the play button. The footage was no longer of the high ceiling. It had shifted to a much lower, personal perspective. Creak. In the video, the door was pushed open. Those two staff members were actually in the hallway, walking away without even looking back. Holy crap. As soon as this video was released, everyone understood instantly. This guy's got some serious guts. He actually dared to follow them directly. In the full 9 minutes and 27 seconds of footage, they passed Mian's door 3 times, but they didn't go inside even once. Finally, they just hopped on the shuttle and drove away. Now the evidence is literally slapped right in his face. You put away your phone and looked at Mian with a calm expression. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze instantly. This time, Mian had become the ultimate clown of the show. Even the viewers from his own country began to turn against him. Seeing Mian's persona collapse, reporter Jiang Wenwen immediately seized the opportunity to ask you a question. "Is the grudge between you and Mian really just because he refused to shake your hand back then?" You simply shrugged. Your expression was one of total indifference. "That little handshake thing? I didn't even give it a second thought." You paused for a moment. What you said next made everyone's jaw drop. "I was perfectly fine with sharing the gold medal, because if I got the gold, I wouldn't have to do my homework." But Mian insisted on a tiebreaker. "Doesn't this guy just want me to do more homework?" The moment those words were said, the live stream chat exploded with laughter. Who would have thought that the conflict between two top-tier athletes was actually over doing homework? While Mine was being roasted into oblivion by fans from both sides and slunk away in shame, you had already returned to the locker room. You took off your gold medal and gave Coach Li Jian a cool wave. "Coach, see you around." The smile on Li Jian's face froze instantly. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about, kid? My mission here is done. Next, I need to focus on the triple jump." You spoke as if it were nothing, showing zero self-awareness for a 17-year-old world record holder. His mouth twitched as he was about to argue, but the locker room door was suddenly burst open by the sprinting coach, Jiang Bin, who rushed in like a whirlwind. The moment he saw you, his eyes erupted with a burning intensity. Before you could react, he had already lunged at you. "You must be young, Meng Hao." A pair of calloused hands began to carefully feel the muscles on your thighs. "Good lad. Look at these muscle lines." Jiang Bin's eyes were glowing. He couldn't stop praising your talent. This is pure top-tier talent. As an authority in the sprinting world, he could tell at a glance that you didn't break the record just with technique, but with that terrifying explosive power in your legs. Hearing this, Li Jian straightened his back immediately. He followed suit and gave your leg a squeeze too, his face full of pride. "When I first met you 6 months ago, you could only jump 2.18 meters, but the moment I laid eyes on this kid, I saw something different." Li Jian raised an eyebrow at Jiang Bin. "Do you know what I saw? I saw a world record." These words left Jiang Bin thoroughly impressed, producing a world champion in just 6 months. Li Jian could brag about this for the rest of his life, but then Jiang Bin steered the conversation back. This kid's talent is all about explosive power. He's in a league of his own on the world stage. Jiang Bin stared intently at your calves. The muscle definition was simply perfect. And to think, Li Jian personally admitted that you slack off every single day. To have muscles like this while slacking off, if that isn't talent, what is? While Li Jian was still basking in the pleasure of this mutual professional ego-stroking, Jiang Bin suddenly said in a low voice, I just wonder, if he used this talent for sprinting, how far could he actually go? Before he even finished, Li Jian's heart skipped a beat. He instantly became alert. What? Are you trying to poach my athlete? He suddenly pulled you behind him, glaring warily at Jiang Bin, like a mother hen protecting her chick. Brother Li, don't be so tense. I was just thinking out loud. Jiang Bin laughed and patted your shoulder, but then he started poaching you right then and there. Manhwa, if you ever want to try sprinting, come find me anytime. Xie Zhang and Xie Tian are both my students. Who would have thought you'd just shake your head and refuse on the spot? No way. Absolutely not. I'm never doing sprinting in this lifetime. Are you kidding me? Sprinting is exhausting. I'd like to live a few more years. Thanks. Seeing your firm stance, Jiang Bin still didn't give up. He pulled out his phone to add you on WeChat. Oh, it's fine. You might change your mind later. Come on. Let's exchange contact info first. Before you could even reach for your phone, Li Jian had already stepped in front of you. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. He pushed Jiang Bin toward the door, unleashing a full verbal assault. You think you're worthy of coaching Manhwa? Take a piss and look at your reflection. How many Olympic golds do you have? Jiang Bin stumbled as he was pushed, still trying to argue innocently. Coach Li, I might not have a gold medal, but in this country, you won't find a better sprinting coach than me. Get out, you little punk. Li Jian shoved him right out the door and slammed it shut with a bang, not forgetting to flip him, the bird at the end. However, after chasing off his old friend, Li Jian held his forehead and let out a long sigh. He looked up at you. Xiao Meng, that bastard Jiang Bin actually wanted you to do sprinting. Simply outrageous. You nodded repeatedly in agreement. Exactly. That Jiang Bin is a bad influence, trying to trick me into doing even more exhausting sprints. The next second, Li Jian patted your shoulder heavily, promising with a righteous face. Don't worry, my student. Your master will definitely protect you. If any other coach tries to poach you in the future, you tell me immediately. You were instantly moved to tears. As expected, master knows me best. Master, student. You two gazed at each other emotionally, nearly performing a touching scene of master-student devotion. But just then, a passionate broadcast from CCTV came from the TV. Our nation's high jumper, Manhwa, has defeated the American star to claim China's first ever Olympic gold in high jump, successfully setting a new world record of 2.46 meters. Team China has officially overtaken the US in the gold medal count. On the official medal tally, China has taken the top spot with 12 gold medals, but the even more ridiculous thing was the unofficial medal tally made by netizens. On that list, the name Shanghai City No. 1 High School was prominently featured. With just your one gold medal, the school had surpassed over 40 countries, ranking an incredible 17th in the world. This wild turn of events sent the leaders of your alma mater into a frenzy of excitement. Even though your report had gotten the summer cram sessions canceled, it didn't matter. Principal Jiang Hongming waved his hand, and the summer online course project was launched at lightning speed. As the saying goes, for every inch the hero gains, the devil gains a foot. All the way in Paris, you suddenly received a notification in the class group, and you nearly had a breakdown on the spot. Resist. How could I resist? How can mere flesh and blood stand against the mountain that is the school system? In the end, all you could do was tearfully download the online class app on your phone and silently note down the schedule for the next 2 weeks. Right after that, the triple jump coach, Liu Can, dragged you to the training field. The triple jump qualifiers on the 10th were fast approaching, yet you hadn't trained for an entire week. Liu Can was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But when he looked at you, you were sprawled out on a yoga mat like a nobleman, leisurely eating an ice cream. Manhwa, are you going to train today or not? Liu Can walked over with a grim expression. You looked up, blinking your innocent big eyes. I just finished the high jump yesterday. How about I rest today and train tomorrow? That sounded reasonable enough, but Liu Can exploded on the spot. Train tomorrow? Tomorrow is the damn competition day. Who knew you just have a matter-of-fact expression? So, what's the big deal? Can't I just treat the competition as training? Liu Can's mind instantly broke. He covered his face with both hands. He had never seen an athlete so shamelessly committed to slacking off. You won gold and broke a world record, but you still had that same old refuse-to-train attitude. Now that even the pressure of homework was gone, you didn't care one bit about winning or losing the triple jump. Seeing how stubborn you were, Liu Can had no choice but to start pouring out some chicken soup for the soul. Manhwa, they say genius, is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. You nodded repeatedly. Wow, that's so deep. If you want to make it to the triple jump finals, you have to train hard. Heaven rewards the diligent. You nodded again. Well said. Liu Can was suddenly choked up. You were clearly just humoring him. He went straight to the final ultimatum. Are you training or not? Give me a straight answer. You slowly finished the last bite of your ice cream, wiped your mouth, stood up, and asked, if I say I'm not training, is that okay? Liu Kan clutched his head with both hands, completely in despair. Being stuck with an athlete like you was truly the worst luck imaginable. But then he thought about it. Your triple jump level was mediocre anyway, and after a week of no training, making the finals was a pipe dream. So he waved his hand dejectedly. Fine, just go. Before he even finished his sentence, you grabbed your things and bolted, not even looking back once. Talk about being decisive. Just then, Wang Guofeng walked over silently and handed him a bottle of water. He was originally the top seed for the triple jump in the country. He trained hard for 4 years, only to have his starting spot taken by your 17. 2-meter jump in the internal trials. He felt incredibly bitter. Liu Kan looked at him and sighed. The final roster had to be submitted tomorrow. How could he not know what Wang Guofeng was thinking? Coach, all right, say no more. Liu Kan cut him off. The Olympics isn't about who trains the hardest. It's only about whose results are the best. Whether it's peak performance or average level, Meng Hao completely crushes you. As long as he isn't injured, his starting position is set in stone. Those are the rules. It's just like how there are always a few students in class who sleep through lessons and play after school, yet still ace every exam. Pure talent is something you just can't beat. That afternoon, the reporter Wu Shiqin invited you to lunch. There was a new development in her work. Her boss had called her back to the country. She wanted to say goodbye and return the math worksheets she'd helped you with. I know you've been exempted from homework, but since they're already finished, you might as well take them. Wu Shiqin pulled out a stack of exam papers filled with answers. To her surprise, your eyes lit up instantly. You held the papers like they were precious treasures and blurted out 2 words. Holy crap. Wu Shiqin was completely stunned. Meng Hao, weren't you exempted from homework? These papers should be useless now, right? Exactly. With the high jump gold in hand, all your assignments were waived. These completed exam papers were, theoretically, no different from scrap paper now. How could they be useless? You carefully folded the papers and put them in your bag, then lowered your voice and leaned in close to Wu Shiqin mysteriously. Didn't a bunch of haters bash me for not studying? I'm going to slap their faces so hard today. You looked around to make sure no one was listening before whispering. Think about it. My homework is already waived, right? When school starts, I'll suddenly whip out this pile of finished assignments. My homeroom teacher is going to be scared shitless. You got more excited because you gestured, as if you could already see the shock on everyone's faces. You even asked Wu Shiqin to livestream the moment you turned in the homework. I want to totally humiliate those little haters who say I don't study. After hearing your crazy plan, Wu Shiqin blinked her big eyes. She wondered why. She hadn't noticed how weird your brain worked before. She waved her hand dismissively. Fine, then these assignments are yours. But you immediately shook your head. Give them to me? No way, I can't take them for free. Being a freeloader is shameful. I hate freeloading more than anything. Then, you looked Wu Shiqin in the eye and made a very sincere suggestion. Sister Chin, why don't you just keep being a streamer? In my whole life, you're the first person to ever help me with my homework. I have to repay this kindness. Keep streaming? Wu Shiqin fell silent. Going back to her job was stable, but her monthly salary would be 12,000 at most. But if she kept streaming you, she suddenly checked her live stream dashboard and found that during those few days of streaming, her daily income was as high as 20,000. Wu Shiqin's eyes sparkled. Oh my god, why the hell would I go back? Instead of being a corporate slave for someone else, I'd rather be Meng Hao's personal livestream assistant. No sooner said than done. Wu Shiqin immediately took out her phone and started a stream. The title was quite the clickbait. Having lunch with Meng Hao. The effect was instantaneous. The moment the camera pointed at you, the number of viewers shot up to 2 million. Just 5 minutes later, it broke 5 million. The comments flooded the screen. Countless people were asking curiously, tomorrow is the triple jump qualifier. Why isn't Brother Hao training? Seeing this, Wu Shiqin immediately took control. She explained that Meng Hao had just finished training and would continue after lunch. She confidently turned the camera toward you. Meng Hao, when are we starting training? Who knew you wouldn't even look up and just blurt out, I'll train tomorrow. Wu Shiqin's brow twitched, and she quickly whispered a reminder. Tomorrow is the triple jump qualifier, but you answer with a straight face. Exactly. I'm going to use the competition as a chance to get some training in. My real job is being a high school student. Preparing for the Gaokao is my top priority. I have to study in the dorm this afternoon. I'll just find some time to compete tomorrow. Studying in the afternoon and finding time for the Olympics. Wu Shiqin was frozen in place, unable to say a single word. No wonder you have so many fans. Your logic is just not that of a normal person. The live stream chat exploded instantly. He has to study this afternoon? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. I'm in tears. Guys, Brother Hao is still clinging to his top student persona and won't let go. Newbies, don't believe him. My Brother Hao is the type who sleeps through class every day. Nonsense. My Brother Hao clearly listens attentively. Okay? You haters better stop bashing my idol. But seriously, is it really okay not to train before the competition? Are there any experts here who can fill us in? What's Meng Hao's actual skill level in the triple jump? The fans' concerns aren't exactly baseless. After all, not practicing at all before the event, it feels like he's looking down on his opponents a bit. Soon, in the live stream chat, a knowledgeable veteran stepped up to explain. The technical requirements for the triple jump and the long jump are worlds apart. China's long jump is decent enough, but the triple jump? Let's just say it's a complicated situation. Hearing that, the fans actually started to understand. He probably won't make the finals anyway. Might as well just enjoy the show. You've already won a gold medal in the high jump, and you even broke the world record while you were at it. This trip to Paris is already a massive success. Just then, you looked at the rapidly climbing viewer count on the screen. You couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's a lot of people." The concurrent viewers were closing in on 13 million. If you round it up, the number of people watching your stream is roughly equal to the number of students who took the 2024 college entrance exams. Seeing this, Wu Shiqin hurriedly whispered a reminder from the side. Meng Hao, you can answer some fan questions. Interact with them a bit. Keep them engaged by answering their questions. You scrolled through the bullet chat, intending to pick a few random questions to answer. However, since you weren't very tech-savvy, you accidentally clicked on a fan's request for a voice connection. You immediately shot a pleading look for help, but Wu Shiqin just gave you a thumbs up. Her message was clear. Just go with it. You caught on instantly. Even though you were a bit socially anxious, you had to show some enthusiasm for your fans. "Hey man, can you hear me?" You greeted him with proactive warmth. As it turned out, a high-pitched, childish boy's voice came through the stream. "Hey brother, how?" "Hello." In the next second, the air seemed to be filled with the scent of spicy snacks. The fans in the chat identified him instantly. This is definitely an elementary schooler. You were stunned when you saw the chat. You blurted out instinctively, "Why is an elementary schooler calling in? I'm kicking you out." "Wait, brother, how?" The little boy stopped you with a righteous tone. "What's wrong with being in elementary school? Elementary students and high schoolers are both students. Aren't you just a little bit taller than me?" He took a sharp breath, finding his logic damn near impossible to argue with. You had no choice but to soften your tone. "Fine then, go ahead and ask whatever you want." The kid cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "I'm 11 years old. I'm competing in the high jump at my school's sports meet. My PE teacher says I'm really talented. I want to know if I actually have talent." You smiled, thinking this was a total softball question. "Kid, how high did you jump at your school meet?" The boy answered without a second thought. "Not that high. Just a bit over 3.15 meters. The smile on your face froze instantly. You were completely petrified on the spot. The next second, the host has removed the user from the voice call. You rubbed your nose awkwardly, looking utterly helpless. "Guys, can we please stick to discussing normal humans in this stream? For questions like that, I suggest you go to the anime section. They'll tell you over there. Who jumps higher between Ultraman and Sun Wukong?" The live stream immediately exploded with laughter. 11 years old and jumping 3.15 meters. Are kids these days really that cracked? I thought he was a prodigy, but he was just a troll, wasting Brother Hao's time. I wonder if that little brat even knows that the guy he's talking to is the world record holder for the high jump. Ha ha ha. After being messed with by that kid, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To liven up the atmosphere, you decided to do a giveaway. "Alright guys, let's do a giveaway. I'll open a lucky bag for everyone in the top left corner." After saying that, you turned to ask Wu Shiqin, "Sister Chin, what do people usually put in these TikTok lucky bags?" Wu Shiqin counted them off on her fingers. "Usually, it's cash, phones, or gold and stuff like that." "Cash? But I'm still in Paris. I can't withdraw any cash here." "No, that won't work." "A phone? I only have one, so that's even worse. I guess that only leaves one option. Gold." You pondered for a long time. Then your eyes suddenly locked onto your backpack. "The gold is right here, guys. Today's lucky bag prize will be gold." As soon as the words left your mouth, you unzipped your backpack. In front of the camera, a glittering Olympic gold medal dangled back and forth. "Hey, wait. Wu Shiqin was nearly scared out of her wits. She rushed to make you put the medal away. "Are you kidding me? If you actually gave away an Olympic gold medal in a live stream, she'd be banned from the platform on the spot." You looked at her with an innocent expression. "Didn't you say we should give away gold? Why are you stopping me now? These are all my fans. What's wrong with giving it to them?" Wu Shiqin's eyes darted around as she thought fast. "It's like this." She cleared her throat. "You're a top-tier streamer with millions of viewers now. How can a big-time streamer give away such a tiny amount of gold?" "Oh, so you're saying I don't have enough gold?" You scratched your head, your face turning bright red. "I only have a few 100,000 in pocket change on my phone. Compared to fans whose average net worth is in the millions, I'm basically a pauper. The bit of gold in one medal really is a bit embarrassing to show off. Does that mean I can't do the lucky bag?" You muttered piteously. "I should have made more money earlier." Wu Shiqin quickly comforted you. "Don't worry. It doesn't have to be gold. You can give away some signed photos or something." Yes. Signed photos. I want Brother Hao's autograph. An autograph from the high jump world record holder is worth way more than gold. The live stream chat exploded instantly. I have a feeling Hao really wanted to give that gold medal away. What kind of insane logic is that? A genius's way of thinking is truly uniquely grand. But when you heard about giving away autographs, your eyes suddenly welled up. "I can't provide gold, so I have to settle for autographs. This is an absolute humiliation. A genius like me is actually being outclassed by my own fans today." But right then, you suddenly looked at Wu Shiqin and dropped a bombshell of a question. "If one piece of gold isn't enough, how about two?" "Two? What did you say?" Wu Shiqin's pupils contracted violently. Your train of thought really was different from normal people. If one gold medal is too embarrassing, then just get another one. So, what you're saying is, you're going to win another gold medal? You looked into the camera, your eyes filled with absolute determination. It's the only way, for the sake of my fans. They support me so much, I have to give them something back. Since I don't have savings, I have to give away gold. If one piece of gold is too small, then I'll just go out and win a second one. Sorry guys, I'm just an ordinary high school student. To prove your poverty, you directly showed the fans your digital wallet balance. Wu Shikin leaned in curiously to check the balance. 873,344. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. A full 870,000. Wu Shichin understood instantly. This guy had been buried in training for years, and had absolutely no concept of money. She whispered a reminder to Meng Hao. 870,000 is already a lot. You can just do a lucky bag for a few thousand as a gesture. No! You interrupted her, almost shouting. In your eyes, Wu Shichin was clearly just pitying you, giving a few thousand to fans who have hundreds of millions. Isn't that just insulting them? Just then, it felt like an electric current surged through your brain. The system's voice rang out sharply. Strong desire for gold medals detected. You have acquired the skill. Acceleration LV1. Acceleration LV1. Your top speed will increase by 5%. This couldn't have come at a better time. You stood up in excitement. You were competing in the triple jump qualifiers tomorrow. Speed is everything. But the problem was, with only a level 1 acceleration skill, making it to the finals would still be as hard as climbing to heaven. The next second you threw on your backpack, turned around, and left without a word. Wu Shikin was shocked. Meng Hao, where are you going? To train. You spat out those 2 words and headed out of the restaurant. The fans in the live stream were stunned. Didn't he just say he wasn't going to train? Wu Shikin grabbed her phone and hurried after you. How long are we training for this afternoon? She figured since the competition was tomorrow, you were just going to maintain your form, and wouldn't stay long. Hearing this, you lowered your head in thought for a moment. Then you replied, just a casual session. Training until midnight should be about enough. Wu Shikin's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Did she hear that right? Training until midnight? He calls that a casual session. This guy has god-tier talent, paired with a demonic work ethic. However, she didn't know that you were only pushing yourself this hard because the system required 10 hours of training to level up. You whispered to yourself, how God mode, activate. Your skill acceleration has reached LV10 max. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill. Impact reduction LV1. Your skill impact reduction has reached LV10 max. Qualify for the finals to unlock new skills. From 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., you train for nearly 8 hours. The number of concurrent viewers on the stream never dropped below 100,000. The fans were completely blown away. Everyone thought you were just a natural-born talent, but they never expected you to train this hard. I'm tearing up, guys. Hao is so hardworking. We totally misjudged him. This is what true discipline looks like. I bet Hao was just as serious about his studies. On the screen, you were slumped on the ground, gasping for air. To save face, you really gave it your all this time. Both skills had reached their maximum level. This afternoon, you even managed a jump of 17.32 meters. Making the finals was a sure thing. But just then, in the Olympic Village dorms, sprint coach Jiang Bin knocked on Liu Can's door. Old Liu, that kid Meng Hao under your wing. Is he interested in trying out sprinting? Last time Jiang Bin tried to poach him, he was blocked immediately. This time, he thought Liu Can would give him another long lecture. To his surprise, Liu Can burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You want him to do sprints? He pointed at Jiang Bin's nose, his face full of mockery. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. All I can say is, you still don't know that kid Meng Hao well enough. Liu Can's words left Jiang Bin completely baffled. In the next moment, he revealed Meng Hao's hidden true colors. That kid Meng Hao. He cries and complains just doing high jump and triple jump training. Do you really think he'd sign up for even more grueling sprint training? That's not right. Jiang Bin froze on the spot. Liu Can snapped back irritably. Do I know him better, or do you? You should know, he was the first national team coach to ever meet Meng Hao. Without a word, Jiang Bin pulled out his phone and opened Wu Shichin's live stream recording. The next second, Liu Can went stiff. In the recording, Meng Hao had been training for a full 7 hours. Running, jumping, running again, and jumping again. He repeated those tedious motions at least 40 or 50 times. Good lord. Liu Can adjusted his glasses, nearly scared to death by the scene before him. He had taught Meng Hao for an entire year, and all of the kids' training time combined wasn't as much as he did today. Did something trigger him? Jiang Bin was also completely lost. He tried hard to remember. I just heard him saying some weird stuff. Something about a gold medal giveaway. And don't look down on a poor youth. As soon as he said that, Liu Can's eyes widened, practically glowing with excitement. The only possibility is that he's awakened. That kid Meng Hao is finally awakened. The pressure of the Olympic gold medal has made him say goodbye to his lazy, slacking past. That's my boy. Liu Can's face was beaming with pride. But a second later, he seemed to realize something, and his expression froze. Coach Liu. What is it? Liu Can slowly turned his head and stared straight into Jiang Bin's eyes. His voice trembled as he spoke. Meng Hao could reach international master level, even when he wasn't training. Jiang Bin took a sharp breath. Then if he's pushing himself this hard now, what kind of heights can he reach? Liu Can didn't answer. Instead, he silently opened his phone and pulled up a photo of a man. He pointed at the photo and said, Word by word, Lawrence, the biggest favorite to win the triple jump in this Olympics, is probably in big trouble. On the day of the qualifiers, at the Stade de France, the CCTV cameras pan to our athlete, Manhwa. That's right, just the day before yesterday, you became a legend right here, shattering the high jump world record. And today, you have only one goal, jump 17.1 meters or place in the top 12 overall, to advance to the finals. In the stands, Coach Liu Kan was so nervous his palms were sweating. Manhwa was the Chinese team's only hope in the triple jump. You, however, were leisurely putting on your jacket, as if you were terrified of catching a cold. Just then, someone actually took the initiative to reach out, their hand to you. It was the man right before you in the lineup, the top favorite to win gold, Lawrence. You're the guy from China. Because of your legendary jump the other day, plus that unlucky guy who ignored you, getting mocked by the entire internet, the favorite, Lawrence, was actually being friendly. He was basically trying to stay on your good side, so he wouldn't end up like the other guy. But to his surprise, you acted all timid and shy. It took you forever to finally reach out your hand. Hello. Lawrence was stunned. Wow, so this kid is actually socially awkward. Before he could even say anything to confirm it, you volunteered the information. I haven't been out in society much. I'm not very good at talking to strangers. Now Lawrence was even more baffled. A top-tier athlete who's socially anxious, but what you said next left him completely petrified. I've only been training for less than 2 years. Before that, I was always busy with my schoolwork, breaking a world record with less than 2 years of training. Dude, are you a Saiyan or something? Lawrence asked in confusion. Don't you interact with a lot of people at school? How can you be socially anxious? You explained in a small voice. I'm usually sleeping during afternoon training. A string of question marks floated over Lawrence's head. What about the mornings? I have classes during the day, but I sleep through those too. Lawrence was floored. This kid sleeps all day and all afternoon. Is he a night owl? You scratched the back of your head and spoke sheepishly. I sleep at night, too. At that moment, Lawrence finally realized others are 50% talent and 50% hard work. This kid is 100% talent and 0% effort. He basically just laid in bed, woke up, and qualified for the Olympics. Insane. Lawrence praised you sincerely, but you waved your hands frantically, looking incredibly embarrassed. Actually, I'm not impressive at all. Lawrence didn't believe a word of it. You broke a world record and you're not impressive, but you started explaining with a dead serious face. I wasn't supposed to break that world record, but my school has a rule. If we win a gold medal, we have to challenge the world record. Otherwise, they give us a mountain of extra homework. You looked aggrieved, as if you were lodging a formal complaint. I didn't want to do all that homework, so I had no choice but to break the world record. The water Lawrence had just sipped sprayed right out of his mouth. He finally got it. You weren't just a genius. You were half genius, half smartass. The next second, Lawrence's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, is this triple jump also an order from your school? If it was, wouldn't he, the favorite, be in serious trouble? Oh, definitely not. A happy smile spread across your face. I've already been exempted from all my homework. I'm actually pretty bad at the triple jump. I only barely hit the Olympic standard earlier this year. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. Hearing that, Lawrence finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and patted your shoulder. I believe in your talent. Jump well and you might just have a shot at a silver medal. In the CCTV livestream, Lawrence took off with effortless grace. That casual jump of his actually came close to the 17-meter mark. The screen was instantly flooded with holy crap comments. Countless netizens felt their hearts sink, thinking you were about to hit a brick wall this time. After all, yesterday, under everyone's watchful eyes, you pushed yourself to the limit and only managed an embarrassing 15.3 meters. Just when the entire internet thought the outcome was decided, Wu Shiken, standing by the field, felt her body go stiff, as if struck by lightning. Her intuition was screaming at her. An incredibly absurd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Yesterday, Manhwa's jump that looked like only 15.32 meters. In terms of pure visual impact, it actually completely crushed Lawrence's 17-meter miracle just now. Just then, you calmly stretched your limbs and walked toward the runway. With a steady breath, you began a casual approach. With a thud, you landed heavily in the sand pit. Without even using any powerful skills, you effortlessly cleared 15.5 meters. This seemingly ordinary jump, however, looked incredibly strange to Wu Shiken. Why did yesterday's 32-meter jump look so much more shocking than today's 5-meter one? There is definitely something fishy going on. Wu Shiken abandoned her professional image and scrambled up the stands. Anxious, she grabbed Coach Liu Kan to ask about that suspicious measuring tape. Liu Kan gave a carefree grin, and without a second thought, he pressed the key to your locker into her hand. He lied, saying he had to go fetch some equipment. Meanwhile, the 60 million viewers in the live stream were still being kept in the dark. The screen was filled with mocking and pessimistic comments. After all, every sport is different. To break into the finals in a field full of elites, the 90-meter cutoff was enough to make anyone despair. As the whistle blew sharply, the smoke of the qualifiers instantly filled the stadium. Ishikura from Japan let out a roar as he took flight. With a stunning performance of 16.77 meters, he set the atmosphere on fire. Then came Anders, who was even more insane. His 12-meter jump guaranteed him a spot in the finals, putting immense pressure on everyone following him. However, this was merely the calm before the storm. Lawrence stepped onto the track with a blank expression, his aura exploding in that instant. His 20-meter approach was like a sports car launching. His toes were perfectly locked onto the red zone of the takeoff line. With a dull, heavy thud, he crashed into the sand pit like a falling meteor. Everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen. The flickering numbers plunged the stadium into a dead silence. 17.4 meters. 17.4 meters. A godlike jump that effectively ended the qualifiers early. A monstrous figure like 17.4 meters would be enough to secure a top 5 spot even in the finals. You couldn't help but take a sharp breath of cold air. That suffocating sense of anxiety instantly surged into the back of your throat. After all, you only had 3 chances in total to fight for a way out of this group of death. You absolutely had to cross that 97-meter life or death line. Even the seasoned veterans at the commentator's desk felt their hearts racing at this moment. They could only keep managing the fans' expectations, asking everyone to show a bit more grace to a crossover rookie like you. Just as everyone held their breath, you burst forth with the explosive speed of a startled rabbit. You lengthened your approach distance, and after 10 frantic steps, you instantly activated your acceleration skill. Your entire body's speed soared to the absolute limit. Your takeoff foot let out a dull, heavy thud. Under the camera's lens, it looked like you had made a fatal mistake with that step. There was even a massive gap left at the takeoff point. In that heart-wrenching moment for the entire audience, you performed a miraculous feat of agility in midair. Your whole body was like a shell fired from a cannon, slamming precisely into the sandpit. The entire stadium went completely silent in that instant. Countless pairs of eyes were locked onto the flickering giant screen. 17.28 meters. Ranking 3rd in the group. That score firmly secured your ticket to the finals. The system's voice rang out cheerfully in your mind. Not only did you successfully advance to the finals, but you even snagged the top-tier landing point prediction miracle for free. Standing behind you, Lawrence was already rooted to the spot like a wooden statue. He thought you were just a clown making a scene, but who would have thought your first jump would blow everyone away? He grabbed your arm tightly, his face full of disbelief. You brat, didn't you say before that you weren't any good at the triple jump? You spread your hands as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Well, yeah, compared to the high jump, it's definitely a bit lacking. Lawrence froze in place upon hearing that. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into his head. The guy finally realized what was going on. When you said you weren't strong, you were comparing yourself to your own high jump world record. This wasn't just humble bragging. This was a total dimensional strike from the realm of the gods. Damn it. Lawrence cursed under his breath, thinking about how he had been naively cheering you on just a moment ago. He felt his face burning with embarrassment. A monster who made the finals on his first try. The sprint to the board is messed up. Your heart skipped a beat. The drawback of having too little training completely exploded at this moment. In your pursuit of the perfect takeoff point, you lost your balance the moment you took flight. Your whole body was like a kite with a broken string, flying straight toward the front left. Oh my god! Manhwa has made a major mistake. An exclamation erupted from the commentator's booth. This is definitely the most ridiculous crash in the history of Olympic triple jump. You almost plunged headfirst out of the lane. With a loud thud, you crashed awkwardly onto the grass next to the sandpit. The giant screen immediately displayed an incredibly embarrassing number, 13.79 meters. You scrambled up from the ground, scratching your head in embarrassment. Your face turned beet red all the way to your neck. Man, I really just humiliated myself in front of the whole world. The vibe in the live stream chat instantly switched from heartbreak to full-blown laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother How really is full of surprises. Jumping a 13.79 at the Olympics. That's a move nobody else could pull off. Wait, what kind of level is 13.79 meters exactly? At that moment, the director very thoughtfully provided a text explanation. Heh, this score. Forget about the men's group. Even in the women's qualifiers, he probably wouldn't even qualify for the Olympics. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Coach Jiang Bin in the stands was completely stunned. With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone to search for, what level is a 13.79 men's triple jump. A second later, the answer jumped out at him. Jiang Bin almost burst out laughing on the spot. A 13.79-meter men's triple jump is at the level of a national level 2 athlete. Basically, it's enough to represent a city high school in a sports meet. A dignified national level 2 athlete on an Olympic stage crowded with international level masters. You actually jumped a high school level score. What a scene. This is simply the world's strongest level 2 athlete. The local audience in the stadium instantly erupted. Piercing boos surged toward the field like a frantic tide. Level 2 athlete. Level 2 athlete. They screamed at the top of their lungs, trying to use this mockery to completely crush your spirit. Unexpectedly, Lawrence walked over with a look of suspicion. He frowned, his face full of concern. Last night, did those guys from the drug testing team drive you crazy? The meaning behind his words couldn't be clearer. Your jump just now looked like you were sleepwalking. While rubbing your aching backside, you awkwardly explained it was just a mistake. Lawrence couldn't help but ask with a smirk, are you still going to do the third round? In his view, since your form was so shaky, it would be better to just give up and rest. After all, a spot in the finals was already in the bag. Not jump? What kind of joke is that? You shook your head like a bobblehead. You were the man who was going to become the king of triple jump. You had to max out your proficiency level. But just then, a shrill, sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. The athlete, Shi Kelling, swaggered over, arrogantly lecturing you. Chinese kid, don't you know that the most important thing in triple jump is stability? His face was full of disdain, believing your previous score was just pure dumb luck. To his surprise, you didn't even register the provocation. Instead, like a humble student, you asked him for advice. Could you give me a demonstration? Shi Kelang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that you were really gutsy, but he still beat his chest and declared that he would show you how it's done. For this third jump, he was determined to hit 16.99 to make the finals. After saying that, he walked onto the track with overflowing confidence. You, meanwhile, crouched by the sandpit, observing seriously like a well-behaved student. With a thud, he slammed heavily into the sand. He whipped his head around, staring at the giant screen, waiting for a miracle to happen. The result? The number that popped up on the screen was an embarrassing 16.82. No. Shi Kelang let out a howl of despair. This lackluster score meant he was officially saying goodbye to the Olympic finals. At the very moment his mental state completely collapsed. From the edge of the sandpit, an incredibly enthusiastic round of applause broke out. Clap, clap, clap. You were cheering for him wildly, your face full of admiration. Incredible. Truly. You praised him sincerely, suddenly having an epiphany. However, right at that moment, the Portuguese athlete, Anders, suddenly exploded with power, hitting 17.29 meters to take the top spot. The entire stadium instantly erupted. The commentator couldn't help but scream wildly along with them. Even the qualifiers are a battle of the gods. Your ranking was instantly pushed down to 4th. Even though your spot in the finals was locked, you still felt like you were losing a bit of face. The announcement then came over the speakers that Lawrence had forfeited, and it was your turn to step up. The commentator's voice was filled with worry. After all, your data from the previous jump was just too unstable. The camera cut to you standing at the start of the track. You were taking deep breaths, trying to manage your nerves. To max out your proficiency and defeat your opponents, you had to jump an even better score. In the stands, Coach Jiang Bin nervously asked Liu Kan, "How much do you think he'll get on this jump?" Liu Kan pondered for a long time before, muttering, "Probably around 16.8 meters. 16.8. Jiang Bin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Liu Kan sighed and said that only with god-tier luck could he stay above 17 meters. This is the tragedy of Chinese track and field. The moment the referee raised the green flag, you exhaled sharply and hit your maximum approach speed instantly. After 7 steps, your landing point prediction skill was fully activated. Ultimate acceleration, precise prediction. With a snap, your soul hit the takeoff board perfectly. You soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow. In the footage, your legs in midair were like sharp scissors, crossing and dancing. Then came the unstoppable momentum of the tuck and extension. With a thud, you slammed deep into the sandpit. Holy crap, Meng Hao's jump. The CCTV commentator was so shocked he let out a curse. The visual impact was just too staggering. It looks like at least 17.35 meters, maybe even higher. The moment the score was finalized, the stadium went dead silent. 17.44 meters. You didn't just overtake them. You surpassed the famous Lawrence with the posture of an absolute overlord, claiming first place in the group. The live stream chat completely crashed at that moment. I thought they said he relied on luck to hit 17.2. How do you explain this 17.44? He jumped 2.46 meters in the high jump, and now he just hit 17.44 in this jump. Are we sure this guy isn't an alien? It seems he sacrificed all his academic talent to the gods of track and field. In the stands, Jiang Bin asked with a face full of suspicion. Coach Liu, didn't you say it would take luck just to hit 16.8? How are you going to explain this situation? Liu Kan coughed awkwardly twice. Without missing a beat, he changed his tune. I must have misjudged. 17.44 meters is his true limit. Then, he actually raised both hands and roared hysterically at the scene. Brother Hao is freaking incredible. Jiang Bin watched from the side, dumbfounded. He really hadn't expected that his own head coach was also a hardcore fanboy. By now, the stadium was already being shaken to its core by the cheers of the Chinese fans. On the field, Lawrence's eyes were now filled with admiration. As he walked quickly towards you, he gave you a thumbs up and praised you sincerely. Truly amazing. You scratched your head sheepishly, showing a bright smile. You replied very modestly, it was just luck. Lawrence laughed and shook his head repeatedly. In his eyes, how could a miraculous score of 17.44 be entirely due to luck? This was clearly absolute dominance in terms of skill level. At this point, Shi Keleng, who was already packing his bags, walked over with an extremely complicated expression. He gritted his teeth and asked Meng Hao in a low voice, "What is your actual stable score usually? You thought about the results of your grinding last night, then honestly confessed. It usually hovers around 17.1 to 17.3 meters. I'm fairly consistent within that range." Hearing that data, Shi Kelang stumbled, nearly failing to keep his footing. He thought you were just an amateur who came here to join the fun. He never expected that your stable level was a peak he could never reach in his entire life. Even though he was deeply discouraged, he still forced himself to give you a deep bow. Meng Hao, I'm sorry. With my 16.8 meter level, I really had no right to talk so much trash. Seeing this, you waved your hands repeatedly, comforting him with total sincerity. Don't take it to heart. Actually, when I first started out, I was only at a 8-meter level 2. The moment those words came out, Shikalang felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Just starting out and you could jump a near international master level of 16.8? Is this guy secretly mocking me? His lips trembled as he stared at you in terror to confirm. You're saying when you first started, you could hit 16.8 with just a random hop? You nodded vigorously and honestly. Yeah. In PE class, the teacher kept praising my proportions and suggested I give it a try. In the blink of an eye, a large crowd of Chinese reporters swarmed around you. The famous CCTV personality, Zhang Wenwen, got there first, asking excitedly, Meng Hao, with all these godlike skills, which event is actually your main focus? The surroundings instantly became pin-drop silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for your answer. To their surprise, you slowly shook your head, indicating that it wasn't either of them. You solemnly declared to the national cameras, actually my major is Chinese, and my elective is English. As for high jump or triple jump, those are all just amateur hobbies. The tens of millions of viewers in the live stream instantly lost it at your words. The chat was flooded with mockery. You're an academic failure who can't even break 100 points, yet you're still trying to maintain a top student persona here. Looking at the increasingly ridiculous comments on the screen, Zhang Wenwen could only awkwardly wipe her sweat and continue. Meng Hao, the netizens actually have a bit of a private, curious question. With a confident wave of your hand, you signaled for them to go ahead and ask. Everyone wants to know, since you've already been exempted from homework, why did you come to the triple jump? To crush everyone else's hopes? Unexpectedly, you turned serious in an instant. You pressed your palms solemnly against your chest, your eyes firm as you stated, I am well aware of my mission as a high school student. I must use gold medals to repay my country. As the finals list was officially finalized, you, as the sole hope of the Chinese track and field team, advanced with your head held high, launching your final assault toward the highest podium in the world. At the same time, the Paris Olympic Committee released a fun fact post, specifically tallying up the series of miracles you had created during this time. You were the first person in history to sign up for both the high jump and triple jump. You were also the only beast who could win a championship and still comfortably make the finals in another event. Even more, you were the only one who could break a world record and still rank first in the qualifiers. The officials even went all out, listing 10,086 records for you. An athlete standing 1.87 meters tall, attending Shanghai No. 1 High School, who at the age of 17 years and 4 months created a legend. In just 3 matches, you racked up over 10,000 records, shocking the entire country. Seeing their student become a global sensation, Shanghai No. 1 High School registered an official account overnight. They immediately shared the post, adding a handsome photo of you listening intently in class. The caption was incredibly arrogant, stating that hitting 10,000 records in 3 days was nothing. Genius is just the entry requirement to meet me. But who could have guessed that this seemingly inspirational photo was actually rushed out by the school teachers overnight? In the original photo, you were clearly slumped over your desk, fast asleep. The tech team had to manually lift your head up, just for next year's recruitment campaign. Meanwhile, the Chinese track and field team was also receiving good news. The men's relay team had also successfully made it to the finals. After the race, as you stepped off the red bus, you were instantly swamped by cameras and microphones. Task: break your own 17.44 record on the first jump of the finals. Reward: born of the same root. Why harass each other so urgently? Seeing this reward, you were instantly baffled. Shouldn't the system be rewarding some physical skill enhancements? Why was it suddenly playing around with literary compositions at a time like this? What kind of reward is a poem about brotherly strife? But when you clicked on the detailed description, you were instantly overjoyed. The reward was actually the possession of Kaoji's spirit, allowing your technical movements to instantly become perfect. In the past, 7 steps were taken to compose a poem and save a life. Now, you would take 3 steps to leap for gold. The triple jump you were competing in only required 3 steps, but Saoji was a master of the 7-step rhythm. With the soul of this god of poetry possessing you, the gold medal was as steady as a mountain. You could already visualize tomorrow's scene on the field, composing a poem in 3 steps and claiming the crown in 1 leap. How insane would that be? Unfortunately, this reward came with a tricky prerequisite. The first jump had to exceed 17.44 meters to activate it. Otherwise, this god-tier reward couldn't be unlocked at all. With such a difficult activation condition, you decided to just flop onto your chair and slack off. Just as you were about to cover your head in sleep, an interview invitation from Wu Shikin popped up on your phone. For such a golden opportunity to build your persona, you naturally wouldn't refuse. Only 3 minutes after Wu Shichen started the livestream, the online viewership smashed through the 100,000 mark. You had already planned out the perfect script for your persona. First, treat her to a big feast to show your hospitality, then head back to the dorm to grind through some practice problems. That would cement your image as a diligent student. But to your surprise, Wu Shikin insisted on experiencing the free cafeteria in the Olympic Village. Hearing this, Your expression instantly soured. You awkwardly tried to take her to a high-end Chinese restaurant outside. However, she was determined to show the fans in the live stream what Olympic food was like, so she shot down your suggestion immediately. Seeing that you couldn't sway her, you had no choice but to nod and compromise, planning to grab another meal after finishing at the cafeteria. A second before stepping through the door, you suddenly stopped and asked in a low, strange tone, "Sister Chin, do you have a big appetite?" Wu Shikin was completely confused. She thought that since it was a free cafeteria, how much she ate had nothing to do with you. She didn't stop to think and led the way inside. By now, the livestream viewership had skyrocketed to 170,000. Countless netizens were flooding the chat, jealous that Wu Shikin got to eat the same feast as the athletes. She also picked up a tray with high expectations and rushed toward the first window. But when she looked, the bins were filled with sweet potatoes and purple yams. Next to them was a pot of black liquid emitting a bizarre aura. The visual impact was basically like wet concrete. What on earth is this? Wu Shikin pointed at the large pot and couldn't help but exclaim. You calmly scooped up half a spoonful and explained that it was just black rice porridge that didn't look very appetizing. Wu Shikin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She immediately made an awkward excuse to refuse and kept comforting herself in her heart that the main course was yet to come. But when they got to the second window, they were met with shriveled, yellowed baguettes and toast spread out on the counter. There wasn't even a drop of jam in sight. Li Jiachi quickly and enthusiastically recommended them, saying they were actually quite soft to chew. Wu Shiqin fought back tears and shook her head frantically. By the time they reached the middle of the cafeteria, her tray was still completely empty. Just before she completely broke down, she finally saw a pot of unevenly mixed fried rice. She hurried to scoop some up, wanting to take another spoonful to fill her stomach, but she was stopped by the cafeteria lady with a smile. Sorry, ma'am. This is limited to 1 scoop per person. Wu Shiqin was stunned on the spot. When she turned to look at you, she found that you were also nodding at her with a look of melancholy. Wu Shiqin looked closely and realized you were much thinner than when you first arrived. With a complicated look, she tugged on your sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Can you even get enough to eat here all day?" Not even close. Your answer was exceptionally blunt. You said with a bitter smile that basically everyone in the village was starving. Yesterday before the race, you only had a bowl of black rice porridge. Some of the foreigners who don't play fair even sneakily take 2 scoops of rice. Those words made the 170,000 viewers in the live stream completely lose it. The chat was flooded with messages of sympathy. Who would have thought their own peerless genius had taken first place yesterday? With a stomach full of concrete, he reached out without a word and pinched your ear hard, making you cry out in pain. Kid, you have some explaining to do. Liu Kan pulled 3 English worksheets out of his bag. They were clearly 11th grade homework. You stared at the homework from 2 months ago and went blank. Liu Kan slapped the papers on the table, lining them up. Wu Shiqin saw it at a glance. The handwriting on the papers was completely different. Liu Kan gave a cold laugh. Kid, just confess. I already have ironclad evidence. You let out a helpless sigh. This worksheet was done for me by Xie Zhen. Xie Zhen. That's the god of the sprinting world. Wu Shiqin was startled and quickly shut down the live stream. But the sharp-eyed netizens had already noticed something was off. Online rumors were already starting to brew. Liu Kan asked in disbelief, "Why did you get Xie Zhen to do your homework?" You lowered your head and stammered. The sprinting team's training ground is only separated from our high jump team by a bathroom. I just asked Brother Xi for a favor while I was there. A light flashed in Liu Kan's eyes. He pulled out his phone and started typing furiously. After 10 minutes of frantic tapping, Liu Kan's face turned pale, then went completely black. Finally, his face turned a deep, angry red. He's absolutely livid. Liu Kan slammed the test papers on the table with a loud bang. How did Pansile get dragged into this mess by you two? Your face turned red with embarrassment. Your eyes darted around nervously. Lij asked me to go swimming back then. I just casually asked him for a favor. Fine. Let's forget about Xi Zheng and Pansile for a second. But you didn't even spare Quan Yu Chan? He's only 16 years old. You shrunk back and said, I really just mentioned it in passing that day. I didn't expect him to actually agree to it. It's not like I could just say no, right? A hint of craftiness flashed in Liu Kan's eyes. Your teacher has already come to me to complain. This isn't over yet. At this point, you were sweating buckets. Your heart sank halfway into your chest. Liu Kan, however, let out a wicked smile. At this moment, the evidence has already been sent to your homeroom teacher. Liu Kan directly dialed the number of your homeroom teacher, Zhang Rong. You took the phone with trembling hands. Your heart was racing so fast it felt like it was in your throat. You stammered, Jie Zhang. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Rong's familiar voice came from the other end. Meng Hao. You're 17 now. You should understand that homework is something you must do yourself. I know. You were filled with regret, Zhang Rong continued. But if the school leaders find out about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to graduate. You gasped for air. Cold sweat instantly dripped from your forehead. Teacher, please, you can't tell the principal. I know I was wrong. Zhang Rong spoke slowly. Well, I'll have to think about it. But the triple jump finals in a few days. Teacher, I'll definitely give it my all to win the gold. You promised with your legs shaking. Zhang Rong hung up the phone, satisfied. You let out a long, deep breath. This time you were truly backed into a corner. Soon, the day of the triple jump finals arrived. As soon as you got off the bus, You were surrounded by enthusiastic fans. You even kindly signed autographs for them. Go Hao Jay, stop asking your teammates to do your homework. I'll do it for you. Facing the fans teasing, you could only play along and respond. Of course, there's no homework. I did it all myself. You bolted toward the stadium at full speed. Sorry. I have to start the competition. You shook off the enthusiastic fans. You finally rushed into the locker room. You felt as if 3 massive mountains were crushing you, making it hard to breathe. The strict coach, Liu Kan, the high school you might not graduate from, and the life or death Gaokao. At only 17 years old, you were already carrying such immense pressure. But it's okay. The reason you've made it this far is because of your mindset. As long as you take this gold medal, all the dirt on you will vanish. Thinking of this, you clenched your fists tightly. You thought to yourself, just you wait, you haters. I'm going to go full villain mode. Suddenly, the tablet in your backpack started dinging incessantly. Ding dong. Ding dong. Your heart tightened. You opened it to take a look. A notification caught your eye. Teacher Wang Hao's class is now live. Online roll call is required for everyone this session. Crap. You quickly entered the live stream. It was officially class time back home. Just as you squeezed in, you heard the math teacher calling names. Meng Hao? Is Meng Hao here? The teacher was about to mark you absent since there was no response. Seeing that you were about to get a demerit, you quickly typed, Teacher, I'm here. When Wang Hao saw the comment on the screen, he casually crossed off the name. You typed frantically, Teacher, my finals are in 2 hours. Can I skip this class for now? The teacher immediately spammed the chat. Of course you don't need to be in class. You're competing in the Olympic finals in 2 hours. And you're still coming here for an online class? Kid, are you out of your mind? Meanwhile, inside the Stade de France, the broadcast for the finals had officially begun. CCTV. Hello everyone. This is the men's triple jump. Finals at the Paris Olympics. The camera cut to the athlete tunnel. The star athlete Lunz was the first to step out. He let out a wild roar toward the camera. He's a top-tier beast who once won the World Championships with a jump of 17.95 meters. Next, the Portuguese athlete Anders made a dominant entrance, directly showing off his massive, exaggerated abs. The chat exploded at that moment. Standing in the tunnel, you were full of surprise. A staff member beside you actually tried to run over. Hosini kindly advised you to wait a little longer, but you weren't having any of it. You suddenly lifted your foot and strode out. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, you roughly shoved Sun Haoren out of the way. You useless piece of trash. Get lost. You coldly spat out those harsh words. Then, you stepped onto the field with a dominant aura, never looking back. This arrogant shove was like a resounding slap to the face, causing the entire live stream to be completely flooded with comments. Holy crap. Haoji is so tough. He should just destroy that guy. Young people need to have this kind of arrogance. This attitude is just too cool. However, Coach Liu Kan, sitting in the stands, had an incredibly grim expression. Zhang Bing looked confused. Liu Kan let out a long sigh and slowly explained, the reason Sun Haoren is so arrogant is because he's hiding a trump card. This guy, even though his prelim score was only 17.2 meters, in his private training, he had already surpassed 17.4 meters multiple times. Your current personal best is only 17.44 meters. Because of this, Sun Haoren deliberately provoked you on the spot, just to completely mess with your competitive mindset, so he could step over you to become #1 in Asia. That shove might have felt great, but you also unknowingly fell into the vicious trap set by your opponent. The warm-ups on the field began shortly after. Lunz, who drew the #1 spot, walked toward the runway with a composed expression. At this time, Sun Haoren was still glaring provocatively, but you didn't even blink. You ignored him completely. Sun Haoren had a contemptuous smirk on his face. In his eyes, you were already at your limit. Sun Haoren was certain he would win today's duel. At this moment, the camera suddenly cut to the spectator stands. 3 middle-aged men in sharp suits appeared on the screen. The audience was instantly confused. Who are these 3 new faces? It wasn't until the commentator revealed their true identities. The principal of Shanhei, #1 High School, the local education bureau chief, and your familiar high school homeroom teacher. Who could have imagined that for an Olympic final, your mentors from back home would all show up to supervise the match in person? At this moment, you felt the pressure was about to hit the roof. Looking at your mentors and leaders in the stands, you took a sharp, deep breath. Your slightly wavering heart instantly became as cold and hard as iron. A way out? As of now, there is no turning back. Yet, Sun Haoren couldn't help but sneer at the Chinese for putting on such a flashy and useless show. Shortly after, the top favorite, Lunz, took a casual jump and easily hit 17.2 meters. Anders followed close behind, hitting 17.16 meters. Even more ridiculous, the athlete Nathan went all out, sprinting like crazy, and jumped 17.44 meters. The crowd instantly ignited. The relaxed warm-up jumps instantly turned into a cutthroat competition. Finally, it was Sun Haoren's turn to show off. This guy never changes. He waved frantically on the field, signaling the crowd to applaud. Lunz, standing nearby, frowned with total disgust. He turned to you and complained, "Is there something wrong with this guy's head?" As it turned out, with a wild, accelerated sprint, Sun Haoren actually jumped an incredible 17.3 meters. This guy instantly became completely hysterical with excitement. He rushed to the close-up camera and let out a series of hysterical, frenzied roars. Just then, The camera locked onto you as you took off your jacket. Facing this group of powerful rivals on the field, your eyes narrowed sharply. Every spectator in the stadium held their breath at that exact moment. No one could have imagined that your first warm-up jump would use absolute strength to drive the crowd into an unprecedented frenzy. 17.55 meters, a score that could lock in a top 3 spot, was actually just a casual warm-up jump for you. The CCTV commentator's voice went hoarse from shouting in an instant. The old fans in the live stream were even more stunned on the spot. This is clearly surpassing the limits of the human body. However, when you instinctively turned to look at the stands, a wave of cold sweat instantly drenched your back. The principal, the chief, and the homeroom teacher sat as steady as mountains, without a single trace of emotion on their faces. You were screaming in agony deep inside. Is 17.55 meters still not enough to satisfy you? This suffocating pressure, like a mountain crushing down, made you feel like you were sitting on needles. How could you have known that this was actually a pressure trap set specifically for you by Coach Liu Kan? Liu Kan had already leaned in and whispered to the 3 teachers, "No matter how incredible the score Meng Hao jumps, just give him that. You failed." The exam dead fish stare. Liu Kan was doing everything possible to squeeze out every bit of your potential, and you were still completely in the dark. Facing this extreme atmosphere of pressure, you were pushed to the brink of collapse. In this moment of intense anxiety, the crisp sound of a system notification suddenly exploded deep within your mind. Congratulations on taking first place in the warm-ups. GN in style. Saoji template loaded successfully. Your movement perfection has been maxed out. The top favorite for the gold, Luns, let out a roar and was the first to step onto the runway with an aggressive aura. He thought the Olympic gold was already in the bag, but your warm-up jump truly made his scalp tingle. The true limit of a monster like you is definitely far beyond 17.55 meters. With a dull, heavy thud, Lun's massive body slammed heavily into the soft sandpit. 17.61 meters, and that was even with him failing to hit the takeoff board perfectly. The passion of the entire audience was completely ignited. Next, the number 2 seed, Anders, made a majestic entrance. Another thunderous thud followed. His score was set at 17.6 meters. The competition started with a bang. The atmosphere in the entire stadium froze in an instant. The remaining 10 competitors felt suffocated. One after another, no one could surpass 17.5 meters. Several athletes were secretly devastated. This is clearly gods fighting in the heavens, while we mortals suffer on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Korean athlete Sun Haoren leaped with all his might, hitting 17.51 meters. This proud achievement is enough to exempt him from military service back home. This guy arrogantly turned around and flipped you the middle finger. His face was written with pure annoyance. At this critical moment, the referee raised the flag, indicating you could officially begin. The moment the close-up lens snapped onto you, the Chinese fans in the stands, screaming their lungs out, "How gay? Go for it. Crush that arrogant Korean guy. We'll take care of all your homework." The tsunami-like chants echoed through the entire stadium. The surrounding foreign spectators were collectively stunned. They were full of confusion, thinking that the mysterious and shocking cheering ritual of the ancient Eastern nation was actually to help the athlete go home and do homework. You looked perfectly composed. You calmly closed your eyes and slowly spread your hands out and began to adjust your breathing rhythm. A long inhale followed by a slow exhale. At this moment, a foreign guy in the stands, who was fluent in Chinese, Zhu Yujing, turned pale with fright. He grabbed his girlfriend's shoulder, muttering that this was definitely a mysterious Taoist art from the ancient East. This is clearly casting a secret spell on the athlete on stage, and you must be activating some world-shaking secret technique. His girlfriend was totally bewildered. In the next second, you moved. A frantic sprint, maximum acceleration, a powerful takeoff, the perfect template power from Kaoji made your movements as smooth as flowing water. You completed an incredible leg switch in midair, followed by a violent second jump, and a third. With a loud bang, your figure slammed heavily into the sandpit. The entire stadium fell into a dead silence. The golden numbers slowly appearing on the big screen made everyone freeze. 17.99 meters. Cheating. They are definitely cheating. Angela, who had just mocked her boyfriend for being ignorant, pointed at the field and screamed at the top of her lungs. How can the Chinese blatantly use secret arts in a competition? The stands instantly erupted like a boiling pot. A staggering 17.99 meters. Nearly half a meter further than second place. He locked in the gold medal with absolute dominance. He was even less than 10 centimeters away from the world record. However, you only gave your score a cold, indifferent glance. Then, you looked up at the stands with some urgency. But what met your eyes was the 3 leaders slightly shaking their heads. Their faces were full of disappointment. They were even sighing repeatedly. It was as if an invisible thunderclap had exploded in your ears. Your heart shattered into a million pieces in an instant. Is it still not enough? Even after I've gone this far? In this moment, your eyes couldn't help but turn completely red, crystal clear. Tears were welling up in your eyes. The commentator was still shouting that these were tears of joy. He even concluded that you had a 90% chance of securing the gold. In the rest area, Jiang Bin finally noticed the atmosphere was off. He turned around and questioned Liu Kan. What did you just go over there and say to them? Liu Kan rubbed his head awkwardly, feeling so ashamed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He had indeed secretly instructed your teachers that no matter how well you jumped, they had to look unhappy to stimulate your fighting spirit. But he never expected you to pull off a god-tier 17.99 meters. After the first round of competition, the other competitors were all stuck around 17.6 meters. After a 3-minute break, the second round of jumps exploded. Lunds, pushed to the brink by your insane score, roared as he charged onto the runway. He originally thought 17.7 meters would guarantee a win, but now he had to gamble his life and fight like a madman. With a loud boom, Lun's figure slammed heavily into the sandpit. On the electronic screen, an incredible score of 17.77 meters appeared. The entire audience erupted in an instant. This score is enough to take back the gold medal position from you. Finally, it was your turn to make a grand entrance again. At this moment, you were silently reciting the power-up mantra in your head. Sprint, focus, strike. Then, you leaped into the air like a rock spreading its wings. Your second jump actually hit 17.89 meters. Meanwhile, the director gave a close-up to Sun Haoren. This guy's best score was only 17.37 meters. If he couldn't make a major breakthrough on his last jump, then he'd have to pack his bags and head to the barracks for military service next month. In the blink of an eye, the final jump that would decide fate officially began. Lund stood at the runway line with a grim expression. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly snapped his eyes open and charged out with a desperate, all-or-nothing momentum. Takeoff, flight, every movement was perfect. The landing was seamless. It instantly triggered an explosion of screams from the crowd. 17.99 meters. He actually managed to tie your god-tier score. Just when everyone thought the Olympic gold would be shared, the referee team suddenly halted the rest of the competition. In the live stream, the blood pressure of over 100 million viewers hit the roof. Even the commentator was so embarrassed he was speechless. Who would have thought the organizers would pull this? Next, the Korean athlete Sun Haoren was officially eliminated. The number 2 seed Anders also secured the bronze medal early. Now it was down to your final, crucial jump. Under the focused gaze of countless eyes worldwide, you took a deep, cold breath and began preparing for the ultimate final sprint. But at that moment, you suddenly stopped. You stood up straight, because you saw the real-time clock on the big screen. It was exactly 3 p.m. in Paris. Doesn't that happen to be exactly 9 p.m. in China? Crap! You screamed in your head, this is bad, right in front of the global audience. He turned around and sprinted straight toward the rest area. The entire stadium erupted into a chaotic roar. Even the veteran commentators were left speechless by the sight. One of them shouted, "It looks like you've encountered something of critical importance." Under the relentless gaze of countless cameras, you quickly whipped a tablet out of your backpack. The cameramen on the field slowly edged closer, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Chinese team's core strategy. But when the lens zoomed in on your screen, a hauntingly familiar voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire arena. "All right, students, let's take a look at this classic math problem. Even though it's a very simple, fundamental calculation, the accuracy rate for the class just now was less than 10%. You glanced down at the check-in time. It was exactly 8:59 p.m. You let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Phew, thank God. I finally made it in time to sign in for the evening self-study livestream. A second later, you calmly set the online class to idle mode and casually stuffed the tablet back into your bag. The crowd of over 60,000 froze in their tracks. In the stands, Chen Yang, the director of the Education Bureau, turned pale with pure rage. He whipped his head around and glared at the principal beside him. "We just shut down your school for illegal summer tutoring, and now you're doing mandatory online check-ins." You walked back to the runway with measured steps, your heart still pounding from the close call. That was way too close. If I'd been 1 minute later, I would have missed the check-in. Wait. A sudden realization flashed before your eyes. The math teacher's words just now actually gave you a brilliant idea. Regarding your ultimate skill, correction, you always habitually used it on the first step. Why not be bold and try using it on the crucial second step instead? This was the perfect loophole hidden within the system. And just like that, the best math teacher from Shanghai, no, one high school, had used a high school math problem to teach you exactly how to jump further into the sandpit. The head referee, face grim, held up a striking green card. Technical foul warning number 0. Reason for the foul: illegally watching a math live stream before a jump. You ignored him, walking onto the runway with absolute confidence. This was the final jump. Only by breaking the 18-meter barrier could you snatch the gold. Having discovered the system's loophole, your eyes were filled with the fire of certain victory. The entire stadium focused on you. The referee raised the flag high. You began your explosive approach. The commentator squinted in anticipation. The class teacher didn't move a muscle. Liu Kan clenched his fists tight. With a sharp crack, you hit the takeoff board perfectly. During the first phase in the air, you resisted the urge to use your skill. You kept the math teacher's advice about factoring equations firmly in mind. You couldn't afford to be impatient. Then came the second phase, the step. At the exact moment your speed began to drop, you suddenly unleashed the correction skill. The commentator's eyes widened as he gasped. What on earth just happened? Meng Hao actually forced a leg change during the second step. That's unheard of in the triple jump. With a heavy thud, your body slammed deep into the soft sand of the pit. Everyone immediately noticed something was very, very wrong. Your landing point was already far beyond the 18-meter marker. You cleared 18 meters. The entire audience fell silent, waiting for the official result from the judges. In the blink of an eye, the giant screen on site began to flash wildly, and then the numbers appeared next to your name. 18.24 meters. Not only that, the The screen immediately flashed. A new Olympic record, 18.24 meters. Manhwa has pulled off a miracle comeback from the brink. The commentator leaped to his feet in excitement, roaring at the top of his lungs. This was the second time in just a few days that you personally shattered a world record. But as the stadium erupted into a frenzy of cheers, you felt a twinge of anxiety and turned toward the spectator stands. At that moment, Jiang Haoming and Zheng Rong were frozen like statues from the shock. Suddenly, Zheng Rong remembered Liu Kan's instructions from before the match. He quickly nudged the principal's shoulder with his elbow, reminding him to start acting. The next second, the two of them simultaneously lowered their heads and covered their faces, letting out a series of long, dramatic sighs. This performance is just too weak, simply pathetic. This bizarre display of acting left director Chen Yang rubbing his balding head, completely bewildered. However, when you saw the principal and your class teacher sighing in despair up in the stands, a wave of cold dread washed over you. It's over. My reputation is going to be ruined this summer. The internet exploded. At 17, you had just smashed an Olympic record. The entire Stade de France was roaring for you. But on camera, your face was like ice, with a hint of sorrow hidden in your eyes. You gazed toward the stands, a bitter lament echoing in your heart. What does it matter if I conquer the world? If I can't get your approval, what's the point of this championship? Your beloved teacher, Zheng Rong, was only following orders, unaware that his acting was breaking your heart. But that silent sigh of yours, in the eyes of your opponents, became the calm composure of a supreme master. They gasped, wondering if 18.24 meters wasn't even his full power, crushed by the immense pressure. The next three athletes all committed fouls by stepping over the line. And so, as the final bell rang, the big screen flashed the final rankings. Champion, Manhwa. Result, 18.24 meters, a brand new Olympic record. The medal ceremony followed. 60,000 spectators cheered like a crashing wave. They chanted Manhwa in unison, and even foreign fans were shouting in broken Chinese to cheer for you. The first to take the podium was the bronze medalist, Anders. He had come here aiming for the silver, but your first jump had already delivered a god-tier result. He knew instantly that silver was now a pipe dream. Not only was his silver gone, but even the gold medal favorite, Lawrence, had lost to you, a 17-year-old boy from China. Finally, it was time for the champion to step up. Let's congratulate the athlete from China, Manhwa. The commentator roared with excitement. You stepped onto the highest podium. Yet, your expression remained cold and stern, your brow furrowed. The livestream chat went wild. Fans started coming up with wild theories. Did he forget to turn in his math homework? While the whole internet debated why you weren't smiling, a shocking twist unfolded. During the ceremony, the national team coach, Liu Kan, actually gave the honor of presenting the gold medal to your class teacher, Zheng Rong. Zheng Rong walked toward you, gold medal in hand. In that moment, your eyes welled up with tears. I only broke an Olympic record, and yet my teacher came all this way to present the medal himself. This bond between teacher and student is incredible. Then the national anthem played, and the stadium fell into a solemn silence. Afterward, you actually turned down all press interviews because you had something much more important to do. Under the gaze of billions, you sprinted back to the rest area, grabbed your tablet, and skillfully opened the DingTalk app. The online class is about to do a random roll call. I have to sign in right now, but a second later, you were completely stunned. The screen showed. Live stream ended. Duration, 7 minutes and 22 seconds. How could a 55-minute self-study session end in just 7 minutes? Your heart leaped into your throat. Confused, you dialed your math teacher's number. On the other end, a cold, unfamiliar voice answered. Hello, Shanghai City Education Bureau. Your brain felt like it was about to explode. You demanded loudly, what did you do to my teacher? The person on the other end replied flatly, Teacher Wang Hao is currently under investigation for suspected illegal tutoring. What? Your hands began to shake uncontrollably. Who was the idiot who reported the school? My 5-day perfect attendance streak is gone just like that. This hurts way more than losing an Olympic gold medal. While you were spiraling in frustration, a figure slowly approached you. It was the star athlete, Lawrence. He was taken aback by your devastated expression. My math teacher was taken away, and my perfect attendance record for online class is ruined. That one casual sentence completely broke Lawrence's brain. Shouldn't you be happy you don't have to go to class? You gave a hollow laugh. I never said I wasn't happy. As soon as the words left your mouth, reporters swarmed around you like a tidal wave. Manhwa, how do you manage to balance high jump and triple jump, and be world-class in both? Facing the question from CCTV reporter Zhang Wenwen, you replied with a humble face. Actually, my triple jump skills are quite average. The moment you said that, Zhang Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying the other athletes are just that bad? You quickly waved your hands. I only won because I had some outside help. Zhang Wenwen immediately pressed further. Are you talking about your jump coach, Liu Kan? You shook your head. No, my math teacher. Then with a straight face, you explained. It was the principals from my math class that inspired me. They helped me realize the perfect timing for the leg change, allowing me to break the 18-meter barrier. Zhang Wenwen was stunned. She immediately asked to interview this math teacher. Your expression became awkward. You stammered, that might not be convenient. He was just taken away by the authorities. The scene fell into a dead silence. Zhang Wenwen froze on the spot, then coughed violently to hide her embarrassment. As expected of a top CCTV reporter, she quickly changed the subject. As she finished her sentence, Zhang Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up. The poem, Biangdi Chushing. Just the title alone sounds extraordinary. She immediately turned to the camera to give a professional analysis. The shimmering waves of the blue sea, paired with the virtue of the word D. This artistic depth is easily at a 246-meter level, and the word Chushing symbolizes youth and hope. It's a stroke of genius. Jiang Wenwen took a sharp breath. Is he not just a sports prodigy, but also a literary giant? With everyone's expectations at an all-time high, you cleared your throat and slowly recited. The essential essence, the nascent being, the orphan of beautiful eyes, the four-eyed weaver of fate, in reality, a gentle strength, a silent end to the weak, a non-material birth of all things, the altar of the four-steed mind. In an instant, Jiang Wenwen's hand holding the microphone began to tremble slightly. The structure is so balanced, the beginning and end echo each other perfectly. The imagery is breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes grew misty. To face provocation and respond with such virtue, offering such a masterpiece. What incredible magnanimity. But right then, a very different kind of comment drifted across the screen. Try reading the first character of each line together. The CCTV commentator hadn't even processed it yet, but the chat had already completely lost its mind. I knew it. There's no way Brother Hao would play nice. What the hell is, you're a total piece of trash. I've studied abstract art for 5 years, but I still lost to his raw talent. Meanwhile, you were scratching your head, your cheeks flushing. It's my first time writing a poem. It might not be very good. Don't you dare say that. We have to stop you right there. She looked at you with pure excitement. This is a masterpiece on the level of a 246-meter jump, an impromptu work of art created right after hitting 18.24 meters. At the same time, the Korean athlete, Sun Haoren, nervously asked his coach, "Coach, did he just insult me?" But his coach, Jin Gushi, backhanded him across the face. "You idiot. He went out of his way to dedicate a poem to you after the match, praising you as the rising sun." Oh my god. Sun Haoren immediately covered his mouth. He had spent the whole time trying to sabotage you, yet not only did you not curse him, you praised him as the rising sun. Is this the grace of a true champion? Sun Haoren's heart was filled with nothing but regret. He immediately stepped forward to give you a high five. You patted his shoulder. It's fine. It's fine. To be honest, you didn't even know what that poem the system gave you actually meant, but it sounded pretty, so the meaning couldn't be that bad. Then, Jiang Wenwen tossed out a second question. Meng Hao, you've already won 2 Olympic gold medals at 17. What's the secret to your success? You thought for a moment. Mostly just hard training. There are no shortcuts in sports. Jiang Wenwen turned to the camera and summarized. Exactly. Whether it's studying or training, it all comes down to being serious. She followed up with another question. So, how many hours do you train every day? You pulled out your phone. I have a specific schedule right here in my photos. Jiang Wenwen leaned in to look, and her face instantly froze. Is this something we can share with everyone? Jiang Wenwen took a startled step back. A top athlete's training schedule is usually a top-secret matter. How could he just make it public? You waved it off generously. It's fine. There's nothing too specific in there. As you spoke, you turned your phone screen directly toward the camera. The schedule appeared. 6 a.m. training. 6:05 a.m. study. 6:07 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. nap. 2:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. light rest. My goodness. Jiang Wenwen gasped, her eyes filled with admiration. 12 items on the schedule, and 10 of them are related to training and studying. He even memorizes vocabulary before bed. She immediately turned to the camera. Heaven rewards the diligent. Everyone should learn from Meng Hao and be a hardworking, motivated young person. However, the livestream chat immediately lost it. Holy crap. I almost believed her. Look at the times, people. 9 minutes of training and an 8-hour nap. 8 hours of sleep. That's my brother Hao for you. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwen was still completely in the dark. She looked at you with deep respect. At school, how do you manage to squeeze in so much training time? Your cheeks reddened slightly. I have no choice. I'm not very talented, so I have to make up for it with time. Jiang Wenwen was even more moved after hearing that. She took a deep breath and asked, So, 5 days a week. You train like this at school. You frowned. 5 days? Isn't it 6? Now it was Jiang Wenwen's turn to be stunned. Don't schools usually have 5 days of classes and 2 days off? You waved your hand innocently. Oh, you must have misunderstood. Our school has 6 days of classes. We only get 1 day off a week. As soon as you said that, the camera suddenly cut to Principal Jiang Hongming in the stands. Jiang Hongming was caught completely off guard. He shook his head frantically. Who hired this kind of teacher for our school? This is ridiculous. Jiang Wenwen took a deep breath, her eyes fixed on him like a hawk. So you admit this is your school? Jiang Hongming's body stiffened. He immediately straightened his back and explained, It's not that all our students have extra classes. It's just because of Meng Hao's heavy training load that we specially added an extra day of academic classes for him. It seems your school cares a lot about Meng Hao's academics. Of course, Jiang Hongming seized the opportunity to start advertising the school. We are dedicated to providing superior educational resources for our gifted students. Jiang Wenwen's eyes flickered as she suddenly dropped a lethal question. Meng Hao, that beautiful poem you recited after the match, did your school teach you that as well? In an instant, Jiang Hongming froze solid. Beside him, Director Chen Yang had already started to tremble. Jiang Hongming didn't dare say a word. He could only turn to the class teacher. Zhang Rong. Teacher Zhang, you're the one who taught this student. Zhang Rong wanted to dodge the responsibility, but being the most junior person there, he had to bite the bullet and answer. I believe when it comes to writing poetry, what a teacher can provide is limited. It mostly comes down to raw talent. Yes, exactly. Pure talent. It has absolutely nothing to do with our school. Once the interview ended, you headed back to the locker room. Liu Kan and the sprint coach, Jiang Bin, walked in together. Meng Hao. Jiang Bin was about to speak, but Liu Kan suddenly cut him off. He stepped forward and asked, Xiao Meng, how does it feel to win 2 gold medals in a row? You sat on the bench, looking up as you replied, it feels great, but it wasn't as satisfying as winning the school sports meet. After all, at the Olympics, all my opponents were so hostile toward me, like mine from the US and Sun Haoren from Korea. Those two were just rotten to the core. I see. Coach Liu Kan patted your shoulder excitedly, staring at that shiny gold Olympic medal, as if you were in a dream. Who would have thought that China would actually win gold in the triple jump, and it was an athlete under his wing who did it, even though he hadn't actually coached you much at all. Just then, the sprint coach, Jiang Bin, shoved Liu Kan aside. He reached out and squeezed your thigh muscles. Young man, I can see you have an extraordinary build. Are you interested in becoming a professional athlete? You blinked your innocent eyes. I think I'm already a professional athlete, aren't I? But. Jiang Bin's face turned red with embarrassment. He quickly corrected himself. What I mean is, with your talent, only doing high jump and triple jump is such a waste. A waste? You pouted, asking with a hurt expression. So, are you saying I'm useless? Jiang Bin nearly jumped out of his skin in panic. No. What I mean is, your height and muscle structure were practically made for sprinting. Would you consider training for the sprints? You scooted your butt away, instantly putting distance between yourself and Jiang Bin. You want me to add another event? Not a chance. I already have 10 training sessions a day, and I'm exhausted as it is. Adding sprinting? No way in hell. Meanwhile, on the Paris Olympics gold medal tally, China had 27 golds, trailing just behind the US with 29. Your sudden rise to fame gave the entire nation hope of overtaking them. However, just as the whole country was celebrating, a bolt from the blue struck. The star of the Chinese sprint team, Deng Xiao, had suffered a severe thigh muscle strain. With the 4x100M relay final right around the corner, China had just lost one of its aces. As the news broke, fans everywhere began to mourn. Standing at the door was actually the famous sprinter, Xie Zhen. Brother Xie. You greeted him warmly and shook his hand. But after a few pleasantries, Xie Zhen dropped a bombshell of a question. For the 4x100M relay the day after tomorrow, would you be interested in running a leg? You pointed at your own nose, your face a giant question mark. Me? The next second, you were shaking your head like a maniac. No. I have the Gaokao next year. I need to get back to school and study. Meng Hao. Xie Zhen stepped forward, looking at you desperately. We're really out of options. If you just say the word, I'll take you to see the coach right now. He hadn't believed a triple jumper could run a relay, but you were nothing short of a monster. You sat back down on the bed, refusing flatly. I'm not doing it. I'm exhausted. Only an idiot would do more training. Xie Zhen got desperate. I even helped you with your English homework, and you won't even help me run 100 meters. Are we even brothers? The moment the words left his mouth, he spotted Wu Shikin nearby, holding her phone. Oh crap. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Breaking news. Olympic champion Xie Zhen reduced to a hired gun. The track world is a total mess. Brother Hao's moves are as slick as ever. Shanhei #1 high school must be punished. Brother Hao, stop joking around. Right now, Shanhei. No one doesn't have any teachers, only police. There's no way you can talk your way out of this now. Xie Zhen cleared his throat awkwardly. Are you guys filming? Wu Shikin spoke up timidly. This is a live broadcast. Xie Zhen was so full of regret he wanted to bash his head against a wall, but the race was imminent. He couldn't worry about that anymore. Meng Hao, come with me. The team is completely out of people. He even played the I'll do your homework card. It was clear the sprint team was at their wits' end. But you just stuffed your last piece of clothing into your suitcase and zipped it up. Forget it. Xie Zhen took a deep breath. He was in total despair. In just a few hours, the news that the sprint team had no one left exploded. Major media outlets scrambled to report it. The injuries were irreparable. China might have to withdraw from the 4x100M relay. Everyone knew that using a triple jump athlete as a sub was the only way effort. But you, of all people, refused because it was too tiring. The entire internet was stunned. By evening, Jiang Bin used a group dinner as an excuse to trick you into a private room in the cafeteria. The moment you pushed the door open, you felt something was off. As you opened the door, Xie Zhen, Ping Fei, Li Jiacheng, and other star sprinters were all standing there. Before you could react, head coach Qian Kai pounced on you like a leopard. You were completely dazed. Coach, really? Qian Kai grinned and uttered 2 words. Hanmen Banquet. Jiang Bin was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. He quickly pulled the two of you apart. Jiang Bin stole a glance at you. He saw that you were still calmly flipping through the menu. Man, this kid is either clueless or fearless. Well, that makes things easier. Then, everyone took their seats. Qian Kai asked, Meng Hao, I heard you reached 18.24 meters after only 2 months of triple jump training. Is that for real? You slowly took a sip of orange juice. It's fake. Pure luck. At most, I can only jump 18.1 meters. Chiang Kai held his forehead and gave a wry smile. Kid, you don't even know how to lie. He looked at Jiang Bin helplessly. Jiang Bin could only shrug innocently. Just then, Chiang Kai suddenly lowered his voice. He leaned in close to your ear mysteriously. I ordered something special for you. A super grilled fish airlifted from the Atlantic. You were suddenly flattered. The next second, a giant fish, at least a meter long, was carried to the table. Chiang Kai pointed at the fish. Come on, Meng Hao. You take the first bite. You picked up your chopsticks and went straight for the head. But Chiang Kai stopped you. Wait, this is a European fish. You have to eat the belly first. Oh, I see. You nodded. You moved your chopsticks to the belly and gave it a gentle poke. Wait. You frowned. It felt like there was something white inside the fish's belly. Using your chopsticks carefully, you slowly pulled the object out. Holy crap, what is this? Chiang Kai took a sharp step back in mock surprise. Jiang Bin even jumped out of his chair. You placed the object on a plate. It turned out to be a slip of paper. You opened it and read, Meng Hao, King of Sprints. Holy shit, even you were startled by this. Chiang Kai snatched the paper away. He roared with excitement. Meng Hao, King of Sprints. Oh my god. He grabbed your shoulders tightly. He looked like he was going crazy. Meng Hao, this is a sign from the Jade Emperor. If you join the sprint team, gold medals will keep pouring in. You won't have to worry about not having gold medals to give away to your fans. You scratched the back of your head. Your eyes widened. You asked a bit sheepishly, did the Jade Emperor come to Paris too? That night, you tossed and turned in bed like a pancake. You couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Who would have thought that after one meal, you'd become the chosen one? You were already dealing with the four mountains, your homeroom teacher, the principal, the director of education, and your haters. And now, the Jade Emperor had added another one on top, and this mountain was called Destiny. There was no way you could refuse. Unable to sleep, you suddenly sat up. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Jiang Bin pushed the door open and saw you were awake. He smiled. I knew you couldn't sleep. He walked over and put his hand on your shoulder. It's a good thing you agreed to train, but I have to be honest with you about the downsides. Jiang Bin choked for a second. You actually believe that stuff? He suppressed a laugh. The future king of sprints. If the results are bad this time, you'll be torn apart by critics. You need to be mentally prepared. Jiang Bin thought a genius like you was just a flower in a greenhouse. Surely you'd never been flamed by haters before, but he didn't know that you had more haters than all the athletes in the country combined. Jiang Bin's expression became incredibly serious. He stared at you. Let me put it this way. What awaits you next is hell. Hell? Your pupils dilated instantly. If it were before, you would have definitely bailed. But now, under Jiang Bin's gaze, you took a deep breath. With unprecedented seriousness, you said, if I don't enter hell, who will? The next day, you got on the sprint team's training bus. Jiang Bin pointed at the hundreds of fans outside. He said proudly, see that? Those are all fans of our sprint team. You leaned against the window. Your eyes were full of envy. Jiang Bin patted your shoulder to comfort you. It's okay. You'll have your own fans in the future. Just as he finished speaking, the bus came to a stop at the base entrance. Fans instantly swarmed the bus. Meng Hao, Brother Hao, give me an autograph. My whole family are fans of yours. God Hao, look over here. The frenzied fans instantly surrounded the bus, making it impossible to move. Jiang Bin was dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell is going on? There are way too many people. He grabbed a megaphone. He opened the window and shouted, attention fans, please step back. We can't get to training. Jiang Bin thought his sincere plea would make the fans disperse. But when he looked out, there were 4 or 5 layers of people. There were more than 1,000 of them. The second, after he opened the window, something suddenly flew in from outside. It landed in the aisle with a thud. Jiang Bin looked down. His pupils shrank. It was 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of mock exams, and it was completely filled with answers. Brother Hao, use this. Don't be shy. Brother Hao, I got a 706 on the Gaokao. I'll handle all your homework from now on. Please, just give me an autograph. Jiang Bin adjusted his glasses awkwardly. His expression was priceless. Then Xie Zhen nudged him. Here, give him the megaphone. You took the microphone. You spoke up hesitantly. We have a very heavy training schedule today. If we're stuck here, we won't finish. Got it? Got it? Don't delay Brother Hao's training. Everyone back up. Less than 5 seconds after the Meng army spoke, a path miraculously appeared. The people on the bus could finally get off safely. Jiang Bin was completely speechless. He picked up the study guide and flipped it open. The name written on it was Meng Hao in big letters. This Meng army had actually predicted the homework the teacher would assign. Under security escort, the sprint team finally entered the training base. Chiang Kai and Jiang Bin stood together. They were pondering one question. Which leg should you run? The second leg starts on a curve. For an amateur like you, the difficulty was insane. It had to be the first or the fourth leg, but they wouldn't know which one until you practiced. On the training field, at 1.87 meters tall, you stood out like a crane among sparrows. Little Meng, I heard you got caught hiring someone to do your homework. Is that true? Li Jiaqing leaned in sneakily to gossip. You were stretching your legs. Hearing that, you immediately bristled. Of course it's fake. The reporters are just making stuff up. Before you could finish, Xie Zhen snuck up behind you. He pressed his hands heavily on your shoulders. Come on, there are no reporters here. No need to lie to your brothers, right? He winked at you frantically. So it's true? Li Jiaqing burst out laughing. You're a real piece of work. He also put a hand on your shoulder. We're all bros. If you can't finish your homework, you can come to me. I can handle Chinese and English. Si Zhen kicked Li Jiacheng in the butt. He was laughing so hard he couldn't stand straight. You want to do little Meng's homework? You'll be waiting until the cows come home. The competition is tougher than getting front row concert tickets. Jiang Bin's whistle suddenly blew. The race was drawing near. Today's task was a pre-race simulation, and to find the best leg for you. Do you prefer the first leg or the fourth? Jiang Bin asked with a smile. You stroked your chin, thinking seriously. Well, if it were an exam, I'd want to be first. Jiang Bin was stunned for a moment. So, have you ever been first? Nope. You shook your head confidently. But I want times to be first. Jiang Bin was completely speechless. Then let's try the first leg first. He handed the baton to you. But as soon as you reached the starting line and looked at the starting blocks on the ground, you froze. Coach, how do you use this thing? Huh? Jiang Bin facepalmed. He almost forgot. This ancestor had never trained for sprints. How would he know how to use starting blocks? An athlete who doesn't even know how to use starting blocks is going to compete in the Olympics tomorrow. It was a massive joke. It's fine, I'll give it a shot. You fiddled with the blocks, mimicking what you'd seen on TV. Jiang Bin could only shake his head with a wry smile. He began the commands. On your marks. Set. The moment the word left his mouth, you took off like a wild horse. You bolted forward. Tweet. Tweet. Jiang Bin blew his whistle so hard it almost smoked. You're false starting in a training session? Do you want to win that badly? You slowed down and looked back innocently. Aren't you supposed to run after set? He turned and walked toward Qian Kai. He was ready to take the blame. Just as expected, his legs were too long. The start was a disadvantage. Coach, I'm the one who picked him. I'll take full responsibility. But Qian Kai didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he was staring intently at the track. A series of exclamations burst from his mouth. Holy cow. Just then, you completed the handoff to the second leg. Your time for the first 100 meters flashed on the big screen. 10.28 seconds. Jiang Bin gasped. He whipped his head around to look at the coach. The tone shifted instantly. Coach, I'm the one who picked him. I'll take full credit for this. Peng Fei and Xie Zhen had a perfect handoff. The fourth leg, Li Jiacheng, sprinted across the finish line. The final time on the screen froze at 39.02 seconds. Awesome. Li Jiacheng was so excited he almost took flight. I only used 95% of my power. We're invincible. That's right, except for you. The other three hadn't even gone all out. At this rate, couldn't they break 38 seconds in the finals? However, Xie Zhen threw a bucket of cold water on the mood. What are you so hyped about? Look at the data yourself. Li Jiacheng walked to the screen. The next second, his pupils dilated. First leg, Meng Hao, 10, 28s. Second leg, Peng Fei, 9, 31s. Third leg, Xie Zhen, 9, 30s. You have to realize, the previous starter, Deng Xiang, had a preliminary time of 10.52 seconds. You, a temporary sub, were actually 0.25 seconds faster than the star starter. My god. Li Jiacheng held his head, looking at you, as if he were looking at a monster with that amateur start of yours. How on earth did you catch up in the second half? Doesn't that mean we're invincible? But Xie Zhen shook his head and voiced a ridiculous concern. What I'm most afraid of right now is the school suddenly giving you extra homework. Exactly. What if they dump a pile of homework on you before the race? What if it messes with your head? Li Jiacheng took a deep breath and rushed up to you. Meng Hao, for the next 3 years, I'll take care of all your Chinese homework. You were moved to tears on the spot. You gave Li Jiacheng a big hug. They say brothers share both joy and sorrow. Only now did you understand that using the same pen to finish the same exam paper is what true brotherhood is all about. On the other side, Qian Kai was going wild. He held the datasheet and said to Jiang Bin excitedly, "This high schooler you found is incredible. His start is slow, but his acceleration in the second half is perfect." Qian Kai decided on the spot to put you on the fourth leg. That time might even break 9 seconds. He was about to give you some high praise, but Jiang Bin grabbed him. "Coach, it's not a good time to praise him." Qian Kai was confused. Why? Jiang Bin lowered his voice. His expression was serious. Meng Hao is only 17. If you praise him now, it'll go straight to his head. What if he underperforms because of it? Qian Kai's eyes widened. That actually makes sense. If he gets praised too much, he'll become way too arrogant. No, absolutely not. After some careful thought, Qian Kai walked straight toward you. Triple jump athlete Meng Hao is confirmed to participate in the men's 4x100m relay final. Fourth leg. In just half an hour, comments surpassed 10,000. I knew Brother Hao would run the fourth leg in the finals. Wow, the pressure is through the roof. LMAO. Did everyone forget the triple jump finals? Who was the one watching online classes before his third jump? The sprint team must know that Brother Hao's main strength is his mental resilience. The internet exploded instantly. Fans were even moved to tears, putting all the pressure on Brother Hao's shoulders alone. What kind of god-tier move is this? Some bystanders even asked curiously, didn't Meng Hao just finish the triple jump? Why is he doing sprints now? A veteran fan immediately replied, the Brother Hao of the past is gone. God Hao has now been activated. Early the next morning, you walked onto the track with dark circles under your eyes, having only slept for 5 hours. You looked a bit sluggish. Coach Jiang Bin took one look and quickly called you over. Little Meng, didn't sleep well last night? You shrugged, looking indifferent. It was okay. Just ran into some bad luck. You were grumbling to yourself. You actually drew the Usain Bolt template for the fourth leg. The name sounded cool, but it turned out to be for a fourth-place finish. That's what gave you insomnia. Jianbin's brow twitched. He decided to change the subject to help you get back in the zone. He cleared his throat. Manhwa, I heard you only started sports in your freshman year. Can you tell me why? He wanted to use good memories to rebuild your confidence. Why did I start? You frowned and thought back. Back in freshman year, the class was picking people for the 100m dash, so I went. Who would have thought your next words would make Jianbin's jaw drop? I ran a 10.01 and won the school championship. Then the PE teacher came looking for me. What? Jianbin froze. 10.01 in freshman year? How have I never heard of this? Your talent is insane. Coach, let me finish. You scratched your head. Because of that time, the PE teacher said I had great explosive power. I didn't want to go to class, so I just went to train. But later, when the city inspectors came, they found the school track was poorly built. The 100-meter track was actually only 84 meters long. But by then, I was already on the sports team. Jianbin looked into your sincere eyes. He was completely stunned. He took a deep breath. Only one thought crossed his mind. Good lord, an 84-meter bootleg track actually unearthed a sports genius, combined with the heavy pressure of homework from teachers. This was a top-tier resilience, forged in the most extreme environments. Thinking of this, the way Jianbin looked at you changed. He was full of admiration. Top-tier explosive power and top-tier mental strength. Isn't this the perfect natural for the fourth leg of a relay? As soon as the bus stopped, thousands of fans instantly swarmed from all directions, surrounding the bus completely. God, how look here. Can I get an autograph? Jianbin looked at the massive crowd outside. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He turned to you. With so many fans helping you with homework, must feel pretty good, right? You immediately shook your head. With a serious expression, you said, fans are meant to be spoiled. How could I let them do my homework? Jianbin nodded in agreement. The next second, an English workbook flew in through the window. Brother Hao, the vocabulary for Unit 5. I already wrote it out for you. Right after that, a Gaokao practice book flew in. Brother Hao, my son did this. I stole it to give to you. Brother Hao, do you need help copying notes? I stayed up all night copying all the required text. One homework assignment after another flew in through the window. Without exception, they all said, Shanhei City No. 1 High School. Grade 12. Class 5. Manhwa. Jianbin was so startled he told Shi Zhen and Li Jiacheng to close the windows, but the bus was already piled high with workbooks. He turned around and saw that you were secretly stuffing the homework from the floor into your own bag. Jianbin barked. What are you doing? You jumped. You quickly explained, the books were blocking the aisle. I'm just putting them in my bag for now. Jianbin was completely speechless. Team China began to enter the field for warm-ups. Godhao's fans were ruthlessly dispersed. It was now 3 p.m. The race was about to begin. Athletes from all countries had already entered. Reporters seized this golden opportunity for interviews. Wu Shichen waved at you. She had already resigned from the Tomorrow Daily and snuck in disguised as a team doctor. 300,000 people instantly flooded the live stream. Student Manhwa, Doc, can you tell us why you're running the fourth leg? This was the question on every fan's mind. A non-professional sprinter, competing in a relay for the first time. How could he be running the most important fourth leg? Your expression turned awkward. You were supposed to be the first leg, but you messed up. So you were demoted to the fourth. But since you were thin-skinned, you could only explain, because I'm better at the fourth leg. Better at the fourth leg? Wu Shichen looked you up and down. Yes. Manhwa is 1.87 meters tall, which is close to Usain Bolt's height, so he's just as good as Bolt. Just then, you caught the name Bolt. The sprint template you received seemed to be named Bolt as well. A massive wave of confusion washed over you. You couldn't help but speak up to Wu Shichen. Sister Chin, you asked, can I ask you a question? Huh? Wu Shichen was completely stunned. Usually, it's the reporters who ask the questions. She never expected an athlete to turn the tables on her, but she still nodded with a smile. Manhwa, go ahead and ask. On camera, you scratched your head, tilted it to the side, and asked with a face full of innocence, Usain Bolt, is he actually famous? Boom! Wu Shichen was so shocked, her heart skipped a beat. The scene in the live stream chat exploded instantly. You've got to be kidding me. This kid is way too arrogant. Manhwa is just a non-professional. How can he be this cocky just for running a relay? While bystanders were cursing, his die-hard fans chimed in. Our brother Hao might actually not know who Bolt is. No way. How can someone not know Bolt? It's definitely true. 12 tasks a day plus 10-item formulaic training. When would he have time for anything else? That's my brother Hao for you. Bolt would probably say, did you finish your homework before you dared to mention me? Does Manhwa even need to do homework? Are you looking down on our god Hao's legendary lineage? Wu Shichen was speechless from the shock. She thought to herself, this kid is just too much of a ditz. Soon, it was half an hour before the afternoon race. CCTV 5 started its live broadcast. Good evening to all our viewers from the China Media Group. We are live at the Paris Olympics for the men's 4x100m relay final. The athletes have already begun to enter the stadium. Following the commentator's passionate voice, the Japanese flag lit up. 4 muscular men walked out. They showed off their razor-sharp muscles to the camera. The Japanese fans in the stands erupted in screams. But when that splash of bright red appeared, the live stream viewership instantly surged past 90 million, heading straight for the 100 million mark. And now, walking toward us is the first leg of the Chinese delegation, Peng Fei. Second leg, Li Jiaqing. Third leg, Si Zhen. And our highly anticipated anchor leg, Meng Hao, led by Captain Si Zhen. The four of you walked out of the tunnel. You struck a Kamehameha pose for the camera. The stadium was instantly and completely drowned out by the cheers of the Chinese fans. Go China! God Hao! A signal for silence echoed through the stadium. All athletes immediately took their marks. Just as the camera panned over each athlete, with the race about to start at any second, a strange noise suddenly came from the stands. The American spectators in the north stands were actually using megaphones to blast audio from their phones. That sound instantly echoed throughout the entire Stade de France. This is the National Unified Examination for admissions to higher education. English listening comprehension test. Please listen to the first question. The Chinese fans realized what was happening instantly. Those Americans were trying to mess with your head on purpose. The American spectators blasted the English listening test through megaphones. The price of the shirt is £9.15. The voice thundered across the stadium. The hearts of the entire nation's audience leaped into their throats. That sentence about the £9.15 shirt was like a sharp blade stabbing straight into your heart. You suddenly clutched your chest. A wave of agonizing pain hit you instantly. This was the pure terror of a high school senior's English class. Echoing in your ears were the deadly questions that came at least 3 times every single lesson. Listening, reading, closed tests, short and long essays. Oh God, all of it. You let out a roar of agony and collapsed right there on the track. The 100 million people in the live stream exploded. They were all fuming at the Americans. What the hell is this? Seeing your mental state crumble, Coach Jiangbin panicked on the spot. He rushed toward the referee's table like a madman. They're interfering with our athlete. This is a violation. It's blatant interference. But the head official, Namuki, didn't seem to care. He brushed it off as spontaneous behavior from the crowd. It has nothing to do with the U.S. team. Jiangbin threw his hands up in frustration and pointed sharply at you in the distance. Namuki followed his gaze. The next second, his pupils dilated in shock. You were crouching on the ground, gasping for air so heavily that you looked like you'd just been fished out of the water. Oh my God. Namuki realized something was seriously wrong. He couldn't understand how a shirt costing £9.15 could make a top-tier athlete have a total meltdown on the spot. Just then, a staff member came running over with evidence. Namuki hurried to meet him. Besides the shirt, what else did they say? Was it racial discrimination? If the U.S. team really resorted to racism, they would definitely be in deep trouble today. The staff member had a complicated look in his eyes. It wasn't racism. I don't understand it either. Namuki quickly plugged the USB drive into his computer. Translate this for me. What exactly is written here? The staff member scratched his head. 2021. National Unified Examination for Admissions to Higher Education. English Listening Comprehension. Top secret. Open ahead of schedule. Namuki's brow furrowed tightly. Having been a referee for 30 years, he knew this was a malicious, targeted attack, and so he flashed a glaring yellow and green dual-colored card at the U.S. team. Technical violation by the United States team. Warning: forcing an athlete from another country to take an English listening test. The U.S. head coach, Carlson, started jumping around in a panic. He rushed toward the stands, screaming, "Stop it! Turn that damn thing off right now. If it keeps playing, the U.S. team will be disqualified on the spot." The megaphones in the stands finally went silent, but the fury of the Chinese audience could no longer be contained. Just then, in the Chinese section of the stands, a Chinese man in his 30s, with a cold expression on his face, pulled a bright yellow piece of paper from his bag. He actually used saliva and sticky rice to paste the yellow paper onto the fence bordering the American section. The yellow paper clearly read, "The living shall not enter. Return of the Immortals." It was written in the Dumu Xuanling's secret script. Above it were 3 mysterious hooks representing the 3 pure ones of Taoism. After sticking the talisman, the man looked solemn. He formed a hand seal toward the American stands. Oh my God, no, 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 no. The Americans across the fence were instantly scared out of their wits. They scrambled backward in a panic, screaming, "That's Chinese Eastern sorcery. We're all doomed. Whose stupid idea was this? Why did we have to provoke the Chinese?" Meanwhile, on the track, the U.S. anchor leg, Kirsch, was also shaking like a leaf. He looked at you beside him, trembling. His voice quivered. Am I going to be okay? You glanced at the talisman in the stands and realized it was a Domu Xuanling blessing meant to pray for your success. So, you turned your head back, expressionless, and spat out a single word, "Die." But to Kirsch, it sounded like a terrifying curse. The Chinese team's foreign coach, Chen Kai, had eyes gleaming with excitement. He pulled Jiangbin aside and whispered, "Did you guys really use magic?" Jiangbin scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Chen Kai clenched his fist in excitement. It looks like this round is in the bag. After that farce ended, the cold crack of the starting pistol echoed through the stadium. The first leg, Peng Fei, shot out like a hunting leopard. His reaction time was perfect. However, by the 40-meter mark, the opponents around him were running like rabid dogs, forcing Peng Fei behind them. The Chinese team instantly fell into an extremely disadvantageous position. The Chinese fans in the stands had their hearts in their throats. The first leg was already behind by half a body length. Then came the handoff to the second leg, Li Jiaqing. To everyone's shock, the gap widened to a full body length. Seeing this, The US head coach Carlson burst out laughing. So this is Chinese magic? What a total joke. However, you didn't just maintain your speed. You were actually accelerating like crazy. Your long legs took massive strides, utilizing your height advantage to the absolute limit. Every step thundered against the track. In the blink of an eye, you blew past the German and Japanese runners. Your rank skyrocketed instantly, slinging you straight into 5th place. The foreign coach Chen Kai was so excited he almost fell off the stands. The entire crowd went absolutely wild. This speed. It's not human. It's magic. Give me more magic. Chen Kai shook Jiang Bin's shoulders frantically, looking borderline insane. At this moment, the Chinese team was in 5th. Only half the race remained to reach. That Olympic medal they had never touched before. Who would have thought that you, the track and field monster, had fully awakened? At the 60-meter mark, your speed hit its peak. With a terrifying straight-line sprint, you brutally sliced through the gap between the British and French runners. The British runner watched his medal fly away, his mind going completely blank. Next, the South African runner was left in your dust. The next second, the whole stadium screamed. You had fought your way into 2nd place, closing in on the Canadian star, de Grasse. You were closing the gap, only half a body length left at the finish line. The commentary booth fell into an eerie silence. The naked eye couldn't distinguish the winner. The Canadian coach rushed to drape the flag over de Grasse, who began a victory lap. You shook your head in frustration, feeling incredibly stifled. You thought to yourself, this is my first silver medal of these Olympics. Xi Zhen rushed up and hugged you. You're incredible. A silver is still a historic breakthrough. Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, the results on the big screen suddenly flickered. 1st place, China, 37.525 seconds. 2nd place, Canada, 37.5259 seconds. The smiles on the Canadian fans' faces froze instantly. 4/10,000ths of a second. You led the team to the top with a millisecond miracle. In this moment, you went completely beast mode. Passing 7 people single-handedly a divine comeback. De Grasse was embarrassed to the extreme. He could only silently fold up the flag he hadn't even finished warming up. You pointed at your own nose, your face full of disbelief. Gold? Me? Just then, reporter Zhang Wenwen rushed in front of you. Meng Hao, you achieved the feat of passing 7 runners to fight for the gold. How do you feel right now? But you looked dead serious. You hurried over to the big screen and stared intently at the numbers. China, 37.525. Canada, 37.5259. You frowned. You guys got it wrong. Canada should have the gold. Their score is higher. Boom. Zhang Wenwen was petrified on the spot. What kind of logic is this? The gold medal is already yours, and you're trying to give it away. Meanwhile, the Canadian athletes, who had just started to recover from the pain of defeat, completely broke down hearing this. Winning the race wasn't enough. He had to crush our souls too. This is an insult, a blatant, cold-blooded insult. De Grasse felt like a knife had been driven into his heart. It hurt too much. Right then, Jiang Bin pulled your confused self away. The fans reached a climax. God Hao is a legend. Not only does he win, he destroys their spirits. God Hao doesn't need to say a word. His loyal fans will speak for him. Next, the medal ceremony began. South Africa and Canada took the stage in order. The Canadian athletes looked like they were at a winning this silver felt so humiliating. And now, I announce the gold medalists. The Chinese delegation. Thunderous applause filled the stadium. However, the 4 of you stood there like wooden posts, no one willing to go up first. Xi Zhen stared at you. Get up there. You shook your head frantically. No, no, no. Brother Zhang, you're the captain. You go first. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The podium remained empty. The Canadian athletes' hearts shattered into pieces once again. The school, however, hadn't used any official channels to boast, because the school leaders and teachers were all currently at the Education Bureau writing self-reflection letters. Just like that, a single high school, through the power of one person, surpassed 150 countries. The name of God Hao resonated throughout all of China. Shortly after, the Paris Olympic Committee announced the closing ceremony flag bearer. With your 3 gold record, you were chosen without question. Backstage at the closing ceremony, Jiang Bin noticed you were in a very low mood. Liu Kan hit the nail on the head. You idiot. Once the Olympics are over, he has to go back to school. The thought of going back to class made you feel like life wasn't worth living. Jiang Bin saw this and felt the pain in his heart. Suddenly, he had a stroke of genius. We could send him to the Paralympics. Liu Kan's face was a giant question mark, but Jiang Bin argued confidently. An intellectual disability is still a disability. Brother Hao can definitely make the cut. Later, Jiang Bin excitedly proposed the idea to the sports bureau leaders, but he was met with a harsh scolding from leader Liu Guozhen. Nonsense. I think you're the one with the intellectual disability. Liu Guozhen was furious. He shoved the documents aside. Jiang Bin was even imagining a grand blueprint of you sweeping 10 golds and dominating the medal table at the Paralympics. Unexpectedly, Liu Guozhen threw down a recent report from Europe. Look at what WADA is saying. Jiang Bin's expression turned grim. They're coming at us again? The US only got 8th in the relay this time, so they're pressuring WADA from behind the scenes. They're alleging the use of a new type of stimulant that they've never seen and can't detect. The Americans just can't handle losing. They're openly throwing shade at the Chinese sprint team on social media. and even filed a formal report with the Olympic Committee. To everyone's surprise the next afternoon, WADA actually stepped in to take sides. As soon as the authoritative agency spoke, international public opinion flipped instantly. Countless haters began a frenzied attack on you. All sorts of filth were being hurled your way. Jiangbin looked at you with a heavy expression. The US wants you to rerun the 100M to prove your strength. If you don't respond, they aren't going to let this go. To his surprise, you just shrugged with an indifferent look on your face. So what if they talk trash? As long as my gold medals are safe, I'm fine. As long as I can bring the gold home to my fans, I don't care what kind of drama the Americans stir up. You didn't care at all. You even stated categorically, if I respond to a bunch of idiots, doesn't that make me an idiot too? Jiang Bin was deeply moved. He felt that you remained calm in the face of adversity. You had truly grown up. After that, Jiang Bin closed the door and left. Curious, you opened the international web to look at the comments. Foreigners were joking about whether a 17-year-old was still breastfeeding. But when you flipped to the second page, your face suddenly darkened. An African-American man was mocking you. This kid. I bet he cheats on all his school exams too. Cheating on exams. Those 3 words instantly hit your weakest nerve. Damn it. You cursed under your breath. You slammed your fist into the pillow. Suddenly, you dialed Jiang Bin's number. At that moment, Jiang Bin was happily planning a trip to Hong Kong and Macau, but your voice came through the phone, cold as ice. Coach, about that rematch the US mentioned. Accept it for me. Jiang Bin was confused. Just as he was about to ask why, you gritted your teeth and interrupted him. Word by word. Tell them it doesn't matter what the event is or how many people are in it. I'll take them all on. I can't let this slide. You spoke with righteous indignation. It was all because that comment touched your sore spot, trying to ruin your reputation as a top student. Who could stand for that? Jiang Bin was stunned on the spot, unable to figure out why you were suddenly so furious. So, the next morning, when the national team took a chartered flight home in glory, you were nowhere to be found. Wu Shixin was broadcasting live from the airport. The comments were all asking for you. Where's brother Hao? He wasn't detained in Paris because of the rumors, was he? Someone saved my brother Hao. Jiang Bin explained calmly. Meng Hao isn't coming back with us. I'm staying behind to accompany him. The 7 million viewers in the live stream were all stunned. The Olympics are over. Why is he still in Paris? Wu Shikin asked tentatively. Did Meng Hao accept the challenge from the US? Jiang Bin just smiled and didn't answer. But the truth was self-evident. Wu Shikin reacted instantly. She turned and ran. I'm not getting on this plane. Lyles was completely baffled. Jiang Bin quickly stepped in. Only then did you sit down properly. The negotiations officially began. Luca raised an eyebrow and asked, how about the 100M? You nodded calmly. Sure. Luca was stunned for a moment. Sitting right in front of you was the 100 meters gold medalist of these Olympics. He felt like it was a trap, so he asked tentatively then, the 200M? You still gave the same 2 words. That's fine. What about the 400M? To his surprise, you smiled slightly. I'm fine with anything, as long as it's not a sport I've never played before. Now Luca and Lyles were completely bewildered. This was about the dignity of 2 nations, and you were just agreeing to everything. This had to be a trap. He narrowed his eyes and confirmed one last time. Anything at all? You affirmed again. Of course. Anything. The next second, the corners of Luca's mouth curled up. Then let's have an English test. As soon as he said it, you couldn't sit still anymore. You frantically grabbed Jiang Bin's pants. At this moment, Jiang Bin also suddenly snapped to his senses. These Americans didn't want to prove anything about doping. They wanted to use this chance to humiliate the Chinese team. Jiang Bin interrupted immediately. Using an English test to prove someone didn't take drugs? That's absolutely ridiculous. An English test is out of the question. You let out a long sigh of relief. What we need to do now is choose a sporting event. Jiang Bin emphasized the word sporting. Luca crossed his arms and threw out a new proposal. Then the 100 meters hurdles. Jiang Bin's brow furrowed. The opponent was a 100 meters gold medalist. Competing in the 100M was basically a death sentence. Jiang Bin slowly held up 4 fingers. Luca's eyes lit up. The 400 meters? Jiang Bin shook his head coldly. The 400 meters hurdles. Shortly after, the Chinese delegation officially announced that you would face the US team on August 18th in the 400M hurdles. Because of the change in event, the 100m champion Lyles went straight home. The US team scrambled to swap in a new athlete. Training officially began on the track. The core of the 400 meters hurdles is the hurdling technique. You took a deep breath and started your first attempt. Clack, clack, twice in a row. You either clipped the hurdle with your left foot or bumped it with your right. Your movements were incredibly clumsy. Jiang Bin sighed, walking helplessly to the rest area to chat with Chen Kai. You were left alone to figure it out on the track. Just then, the system's notification sounded in your ear. Congratulations, hurdling has been upgraded to level 2. Probability of hitting a hurdle reduced by 10%. Chance to trigger a perfect hurdle. Jiang Bin handed you a bottle of water, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. This kid is a bit slow. He might be a slow learner. I'll keep an eye on him. Chen Kai nodded, opened his laptop, and turned his gaze toward you on the track. Right at that moment, a bright light suddenly erupted from your body. The system instantly determined a perfect hurdle was triggered. Whoosh! You leaped over the bar, almost grazing it. The movement was light as a feather, and your center of gravity didn't shift even an inch. Jiangbing clutched his head, completely dumbfounded. He was just clumsy a second ago. How did he become textbook perfect in the blink of an eye? He turned toward Coach Chen Kai. Listen to me, you old. Chen Kai shoved Jiangbing aside. The old man's face was full of fanatical excitement. He scurried toward you with a huge grin. He even shouted, disciple. In awkward, broken Chinese, Jiangbing finally understood as long as there wasn't an exam involved. Your talent was a goddamn bottomless pit. Not only that, the system's notification chime rang out again. The skill has evolved into hurdle drive. Probability of hitting a hurdle has plummeted by 60%. Gain a mysterious speed boost after clearing a hurdle. You leaned your upper body forward and crossed the finish line in a flash. Chen Kai looked down at the stopwatch in his hand. 49.59 seconds. Jiangbing gasped. You have to realize, our national star Lu Zilong only ran a 49.58 in the heats, and this was literally your first time practicing the hurdles. The next day, you showed up at the training ground right on time. However, it wasn't the coach waiting for you. It was Wu Shikin. Meng Hao. Wu Shikin rushed over while live streaming. Instantly, the millions of fans in the stream were moved to tears. It's really him. It's God Hao. Sister Chin is the GOAT. She gets to interview Brother Hao every single day. Quick, pull out an English test to see if it's really him. The stream's popularity instantly hit the top of the charts. Wu Shichen handed over the microphone. I heard you're competing in the 400-meter hurdles. Was this your own choice? Without even thinking, you shook your head. Of course not. Not even a dog would run the 400-meter hurdles. Why would I ever choose that? I was totally tricked by the coach. The live stream chat exploded. Wu Shichen felt things going south. She scrambled to smooth things over. But you snatched the mic right back. The tone of your voice shifted instantly. My coach told me beforehand that this event is incredibly grueling. You puffed out your chest, looking like it was the most natural thing in the world, but I agreed immediately. You guys know me. I'm the type of person who can handle any kind of hardship. Being tired doesn't matter to me at all. The haters had just finished calling you weak, and the next second, you volunteered for the death 400-meter hurdles. This move made the fans scream in admiration. Only half an hour into the broadcast, and 8 million people had flooded the stream to watch you train. Coach Jianbing blew his whistle. He wanted to give you a surprise 400-meter hurdle assessment. Just thinking about the agonizing torture of that final 100 meters made your face turn green. The gears in your head started turning. There was no way you were going full sprint. You had to find a way to slack off. But the beautiful reporter, Wu Shikin, quietly walked up to you. She smiled at the 8 million viewers. Everyone, people who run the 400-meter hurdles fast, always have God-tier academic grades. Your ears perked up instantly, but you kept your face calm, acting like you didn't care. She suddenly whipped out a chart. Look at this, everyone. Athletes who run under 55 seconds never score lower than a 105 on their English exams. Then, her finger slid further down. If they can break 50 seconds, their English score can even hit 110. The camera zoomed in tight. It was a comparison chart between 400 meters hurdle times and English scores. You couldn't hold it back anymore. With eyes glowing, you rushed forward. Sister Chin, quick, let me see that. The viewers in the stream were stunned. This big idiot is way too easy to trick. You snatched the chart and looked closely. Your entire worldview was being turned upside down. 49.5 seconds equals 115 points. 49 seconds equals 120 points. You gasped. Is the English competition for student athletes this intense nowadays? Your eyes landed on the very last row. You started shaking with pure excitement. Breaking 46 seconds means an English score of over 135. This is the legendary score I've only seen in my dreams. Just as your eyes were about to scan the fine print at the bottom, which said this chart was created by Yan Sheng, Wu Shikin snatched the chart away like lightning. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The test had officially begun. You, who had planned to slack off, were now staring at that tempting score sheet. Your gaze sharpened. No more hiding. I'm showing my true cards. On your marks. Set. Bang. The moment the starting gun fired, you shot out like a cannonball. Hugging the inside line, you charged forward like a madman. Just past the 45-meter mark, the first hurdle appeared. Your legs folded like lightning. You cleared it with a perfect jump. Coach Jiangbing gasped. This kid just learned this the day before yesterday, and he's already this smooth? Wu Shichen couldn't help but cry out. Is this what top-tier talent looks like? Right now, your brain was working at high speed. For that insane English score, you were going all out. Accelerate. It was like Usain Bolt had possessed you. You threw every single one of your hidden system skills right onto that track. The second hurdle arrived in an instant. You thrust your left leg forward. Another perfect clearance. A successful, scheming smile played on Jiangbing's lips. 5 days after the Olympics ended, at the Stade de France, the battle for national dignity officially began. The U.S. team actually sent out the new Olympic 400 men hurdle champion, Pelham. He had just run a terrifying 46.5 seconds. That was a full second faster than you. The entire internet started wailing in despair. Isn't going up against him just pure suicide? Wu Shichen was frantic. She demanded to know why Jiangbing accepted a match they were bound to lose. But Jiangbing just stared at the track. He uttered a sentence that sent chills down everyone's spine. We might lose this race, but in the end, we will win. As soon as you walked onto the field, you ran right into the champion, Pelham. Immediately after, WADA officials brought over 2 liability waivers. You and Pelham didn't even look at them. You both signed your names with a flourish. To everyone's surprise, Pelham impatiently demanded to start the race. He even skipped the 45-minute warm-up entirely. You are confused. What the hell is this guy in such a rush for? Pelham gave a cold sneer. You really think you have a chance of winning? Then, everyone stepped onto the track to crush you completely. The Americans didn't hesitate to spend a fortune to book the entire stadium. They even brought in international-level referees. Jiang Bing couldn't help but sigh. Just a week ago, you took home 3 golds right here. You chimed in with a straight face. I also finished half a math paper here and listened to an online math lecture. Jiang Bing held his forehead and gave a bitter laugh. Just then, the U.S. team leader, Kajal, forced the warm-up to be shortened to 20 minutes. WADA actually agreed instantly. While you were all scrambling to stretch, a bearded referee suddenly announced that a random doping test must be conducted before the race. Pelham let out a scream of pure terror. Kajal lost his cool on the spot. He rushed at the bearded referee, screaming like a madman. Jiang Bing stepped forward. He reminded them with a cold smirk. Wasn't this race organized because you questioned whether we were using drugs? A pre-race test is only fair and natural. At the same time, the WADA staff whipped out a document. Refusing the test is equivalent to a forfeit. Unexpectedly, Kajal dragged the staff member into a corner. Gritting his teeth, he ordered him to cancel the test immediately. The staff member refused on the spot without a second thought. Kajal was desperate now. He grabbed the man by the collar. He roared, "We donate $5 million every year." Hearing that staggering number, the staff member's resolve started to waver. The bearded referee pulled out his phone. He shoved the screen in both their faces. Global sports headlines. The Chinese Olympic Committee has donated $15 million as a full grant to the World Anti-Doping Agency. The staff member rubbed his nose. He looked at Kajal. $5 million? I'm sorry. I honestly don't even remember such a small amount compared to China's generous donation. American capital instantly became a joke. This scene set the live stream on fire. Everyone suddenly realized the reason he wasn't caught before was because China's 15 million hadn't cleared yet. Faced with the testing request, Pelham looked like his feet were rooted to the ground. Not only could he not walk, he didn't even dare to move. If he took that urine test, the gold medal he just got last week would have to be handed right back. Looking at his sweating, miserable state, you patted your own stomach. You looked confused. Hey brother, did you not drink enough water before coming here? Is that why you can't go? When Pelham heard this, it was like he'd found a lifeline. He nodded frantically, taking the excuse. He started complaining that he really didn't have the urge to pee. Meanwhile, Wu Shiqin finally understood the true meaning of Jiang Bing's words about winning. Jiang Bing didn't choose the 400 meters hurdles because of your height or long legs. It was because he had seen through everything long ago. Wu Shiqin flipped the chart over. There was written clearly, if you beat an opponent who can score a 130 in English, your final score will definitely exceed 130. You didn't think this was ridiculous at all. Instead, your mouth split into a wild grin. Math never lies. This has to be true. Then, you suddenly turned your head. You asked Jiang Bing about the opponent's English score. Jiang Bing met your expectant gaze. Without hesitation, he yelled at the top of his lungs. He's a 140-point student. That number instantly ignited your fighting spirit. As long as I take down Pelham, I can prove that I have the strength of a 140-point student. To hell with friendship first. In the face of grades, that purple grape-looking guy has to lose. The moment the starting gun went off, you charged out like a madman. Start. Accelerate. Clear the hurdle. Accelerate again. You ran for a full 300 meters, and your speed didn't drop even a single bit. I'm getting that 140. With a primal roar, you exploded with every last drop of your potential. You sprinted toward the finish line like a demon. The moment you crossed the line, you had actually left that super soldier 5 or 6 body lengths behind. The numbers flashed on the big screen. Pelham, 46.52 seconds. And you actually ran a 45.99. Now your English score was safely over 140. But something even more mind-blowing was yet to come. Pelham's urine test results arrived. Multiple banned substances were listed, but when Jiang Bing glanced further down, his scalp went numb. The urea content on the report was 0%. The stuff this super soldier excreted wasn't even urine. The 18 million viewers online exploded. That was literally a world record. Chasing after you, while the whole world was cheering for you, you stared at your own report, and your face turned green instantly. Glucose levels in the urine were severely over the limit. Did I accidentally take a banned substance? You were so scared your voice started cracking. The bearded WADA referee looked at you with a very serious expression for a long time. Your issue is indeed very serious. I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. Your heart sank halfway, but then he continued. You probably drank way too much coke. Try to control yourself in the future. Just then, Jiang Bing put an arm around your shoulder with a mischievous grin. Faced with Jiang Bing's teasing, you clutched your head. Your brilliant reputation had actually been taken down by a bottle of coke. The next second, the global trending topics exploded. The American star tested positive for steroids. You actually tested positive for coke. The fans were dying of laughter. What kind of race was this? This was clearly a war between soda and biotech. On the other side of the field, Kajal's face was as black as a burnt pot. His own athlete couldn't even outrun. A kid who drinks coke, even with all those drugs. Their dignity was being ground into the dirt. Pelham's official report was finally leaked. His urine was a cocktail of 3 major categories, and a total of 17 different performance enhancers. The most ridiculous part was, the urea content in the sample was 0. This meant what he passed wasn't urine at all, but a bottle of high-purity performance-enhancing liquid. The bearded referee patted Kajal on the shoulder. Buddy, there isn't even urea in his pee anymore. And you're telling me he's only been taking this for a few days? Kajal was speechless. He could only lead Pelham away in total disgrace. With that, you proved yourself with pure strength. You made the Americans lose all face. Finally, you could return home with your head held high. But the next second, at the Paris airport check-in counter, piercing alarm suddenly rang out. The red numbers on the scale were shocking. 31 kilograms. The limit for economy class was 23. Your luggage was overweight by a full 8 kilograms. Jiang Bing's eyes widened. Did you pack gold bricks in there? Or are you hiding a person? You helplessly opened the suitcase. The entire area went dead silent. There were no rare treasures inside. It was a mountain of grade 12 mock exam papers. The staff member coldly offered 2 options. Either throw them away, or pay tens of thousands to upgrade your seat. Just toss them. Jiang Bing urged you frantically, but you didn't even blink. You slapped your passport on the counter. Upgrade me, please. Thank you. This move made everyone's jaw drop. Wu Shiqin was even more incredulous, but you explained with a serious face. These books are gifts from fans who stayed up all night writing them for me. I can't just throw away their respect like that. As soon as those words left your mouth, the mood in the live stream flipped instantly. The haters were slapped in the face by this top-tier display of fan appreciation. The fans were moved to tears. After saying goodbye to the fans, you walked toward the business class security line alone. The moment you stepped through the metal detector, beep, beep, beep. A sharp alarm echoed through the hall. A security guard grabbed your pocket. That hard, round feeling made him scream out in terror. Landmine. In an instant, countless guns and shields were locked onto you. You were completely bewildered. All you could do was raise your hands and hold your head. At the critical moment, a SWAT officer brought over a long pole, and from your pocket, slowly hooked out a golden object. It shimmered with a blinding light under the lamps. It looked smooth and heavy, until they saw the black letters engraved on the gold. Paris 2024. You looked at the stunned officer. You spoke up awkwardly. Is this thing not allowed through security? It hadn't even crossed your mind that the Olympic gold medals you just shoved in your pocket would almost cause a riot at the airport. To hell with golden landmines. These were 3 genuine Olympic gold medals. Who the hell stacks 3 solid gold medals together and just stuffs them into their pocket? Just then, a Norwegian man suddenly rushed out of the crowd. He shouted, "Mang, thanks to you, our country got another gold medal." You were totally lost. It turned out that after the China-US showdown, the US team's results were disqualified. The Norwegian athlete was bumped up to champion. That one shout instantly sent the entire terminal into a frenzy. Seeing the zombie-like crowd of fans surging toward you, you grabbed your bag and bolted. Facing the rows of airport seats, you suddenly accelerated, switching into Olympic mode. A powerful sprint followed by a perfect hurdle, and you cleared them all, leaping into the cabin. The fans reached the gate, only to see your bloodshot eyes. You want to catch me? Go train for another 500 years. You finally sat down in business class. Your journey home had begun. Back in the capital, sitting in the car, heading into the city, Wu Shiqin asked about your plans for the break. You pulled out your phone and clicked on the class group chat. But the notification on the screen made you gasp in shock. You cannot view messages in a group you have left. Your homeroom teacher had actually kicked you out of the class group chat before you could even process it. A private message from your teacher, Zheng Rong, popped up. He sent it 3 times. Whatever you do, don't tell the reporters. He ordered you to return to school next Monday to participate in summer activities. The next second, private messages from your classmates started flooding in like a blizzard. The so-called activities were just early makeup classes. They begged you to do the right thing and report the school immediately. Your sense of justice flared up. You were about to expose it to Wu Shiqin when your phone buzzed again. Student Luo Kang begs you, please, don't report us. You shot back a reply. Illegal makeup classes should be punished. Luo Kang replied instantly. Meng Hao, I'm begging you. We teachers are innocent. Looking at those words, you thought Luo Kang was a top student who craved knowledge. Someone so humble just to attend class. Your eyes welled up with tears. Since my brother wants to go to hell, then I'll walk that path with him. So, you turned to Wu Shiqin and claimed you were going home to rest. Monday morning, you arrived at the school gate fully geared up. But to your absolute surprise, you couldn't even get past the front gate. The security guard squinted at your chat logs for a long time. Then he gave a cold, flat refusal. Anyone can change their profile picture and name. Who knows if that's a real teacher? The guard curled his lip. This little trick of pretending to be a student, I saw through it instantly. You humbly asked how you could get in. The guard waved his hand dismissively, told you to call the academic affairs office. You were stunned. Who the hell is the number for academic affairs? You had no choice but to call the principal directly. The principal told you to wait a moment, while he sent the word down through the ranks. But 2 or 3 minutes passed, and the guard hadn't received a single word. You were completely done with this. You turned and walked out of the security booth. Your gaze locked onto the 2-meter high school wall. You casually tossed your backpack over the wall. Then you neatly rolled your pant legs up above your knees. The security guard jumped up. He warned you loudly not to climb the wall. You were a very cooperative person. Since he said don't climb, then you wouldn't climb. In the blink of an eye, you took a powerful running start and leaped. Your legs crossed like scissors in midair. You cleared the 2-meter wall and landed perfectly. The guard stood there, trembling. His eyes were nearly popping out of his head. He screamed internally, "Holy crap, is this kid the Olympic champion Manhwa in disguise?" The guard pointed shakily at the distant wall. He was so scared he was gasping for air. He never dreamed that an Olympic champion would return to school in such an explosive way. It completely shattered his worldview. He shuddered. Headlines about mistreating a national hero flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, the principal, having heard the news, was rushing over frantically. The guard felt relieved. It looked like his job was safe for now. You strolled through the hallway with your backpack and found the back door of class 12-5. The Chinese teacher, Zheng Rong, was slamming the blackboard. He looked like he was about to explode with frustration. For the final exam dictation, desolate, lonely, and miserable. More than half the class got it wrong. How can you mess up such a simple question? You all need to look at Manhwa at the Paris Olympics. He got up at 4:30 every morning to train, and he kept grinding until midnight. Starting tomorrow, everyone is waking up at 4:30 for morning reading and poetry. Standing outside the door, you were dumbfounded. You muttered to yourself, "When did I ever grind that hard?" Seeing things get more and more ridiculous, you spoke up weakly. "Teacher, I really can't get up at 4:30. Hearing this, Zheng Rong's temper flared instantly. He glared fiercely toward the source of the voice. "Who's the wise guy talking trash back there? If you've got the guts, step forward." The moment he saw clearly who it was, Zheng Rong froze right where he stood. Standing at the door was none other than the super snow god he had been bragging about. Zheng Rong's anger vanished in an instant. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He dropped his chalk and rushed off the podium. "Manhwa, you brat, when did you get back?" He grinned so hard his face wrinkled up. He snatched your backpack and escorted you to the podium like he was welcoming an ancestor. Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom. Every student's eyes were filled with hidden fervor. Zheng Rong stood beside you. He shouted in agreement. "Manhwa was right. Waking up at 4:30 a.m. is bad for your development. This is absolutely not happening." The students below were dumbfounded. They didn't expect your return to actually save their freedom to sleep. Suddenly, Zheng Rong's expression darkened. He lowered his voice and barked out orders. "Quick, lock both the front and back doors. You guys by the windows, move it. Close the curtains tight." The students looked hesitant. "Won't we get in trouble for closing the curtains during class?" Zheng Rong looked at them like they were hopeless. "An Olympic champion is back. If the class next door finds out, the whole school will swarm our room. When that happens, who's going to get an autograph from an Olympic champion?" The students understood instantly. They moved fast, locking doors and drawing curtains. Someone flipped all the lights on. The room became as bright as day. You sat on the podium and asked weakly, "Am I being illegally detained?" Just as you spoke, the locked front door was pounded with a loud thud. The physics teacher yelled from outside, "Zheng Rong, open up." Then the back door was also besieged. Countless students screamed, wanting to audit the Chinese class. You pressed your hand to your forehead, your mind completely blanked. "How should I know what I was thinking back then? I don't have time to write an 800-word essay." The teacher who wrote this prompt definitely never competed in the Olympics. The bell signaling the end of the exam rings. You spent a full 80 minutes and only managed to squeeze out a 200-word memoir. The second exam is math. Multiple choice. Question 4. Famous national athlete Manhwa won 3 gold medals in 3 different events at this year's Olympic Games. Please calculate the weight of a Paris Olympic gold medal. Below the question is a dense mess of formulas and density values. Facing this problem, you fall into deep thought. The next second, you reach into your pocket and pull out 3 gold medals. Comparing the weight in your hands, you decisively choose option D. The student sitting next to you is absolutely speechless. After the exam, you look completely relaxed. Those 5 points were practically a gift. You even feel like breaking 30 points in math isn't just a dream anymore. You rush over to Huang Shuai to check your answer. Huang Shuai says firmly that it's B. You argue back indignantly. It's definitely D. Seeing your stubborn face, Huang Shuai asks curiously how you even calculated it. Your face turns red. You silently pull out those 3 glittering gold medals. Huang Shuai's eyes go wide. Holy crap. You actually figured it out by weighing them in your hands. Huang Shuai immediately delivers the killing blow. "How, buddy?" The question asked for the weight of 1 gold medal, but you had 3 in your pocket. You freeze on the spot. Are you kidding me? In the faculty office, Zheng Dongmei, the head of the Chinese department, suddenly pales. She abruptly drags Zheng Rong over to the computer. On the screen is an essay that is clearly only 200 words long. Zheng Rong glances at it. Only 200 words? Just give him 15 points and be done with it. But Zheng Dongmei reads the essay aloud with a solemn expression. When the race ended, the Canadian athlete came over to shake my hand. His hands were much larger than mine, and very rough. And then there was the podium. The podium for the 4x100m relay was set exceptionally high. If you wanted to get onto the champion's platform, you had to step on the runner-up or third-place blocks first. Otherwise, it was impossible to climb up. Zheng Dongmei continues reading the essay. After the ceremony, I bit the gold medal with Xie Zhen. It made my teeth hurt so much. Zheng Dongmei freezes on the spot. She can't help but turn to Zheng Rong. This isn't the real deal, is it? Jang Rong can only rub his forehead with a bitter smile. That insane word count combined with a kindergarten-level writing style. It's definitely your masterpiece. According to the grading standards, he should get 15 points at most. However, this happens to be a genuine, first-hand inner monologue. An essay prompt meant to test imagination has been turned into an objective question with a standard answer. On the other side, Huang Shuai mysteriously pulls you to the playground. With a solemn look, he asks if you want to save the world. You're completely confused. Huang Shuai puts an arm around your shoulder and points at the students playing ball on the field. They are the ones who need saving the most. You scratch your head, still lost. Huang Shuai grips your shoulders, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. They are repressed. They are imprisoned. They are the literal embodiment of the thirst for freedom. You're deeply shaken. So your classmates have been living in such misery all this time? A mysterious smile curls on Huang Shuai's lips. Chen Yang asks tremblingly, "So, what do we do now?" Liu Angguo suddenly raises his hand and speaks one word at a time. Starting today, all summer makeup classes in the province for both middle and high school not are to be stopped immediately. The officials below are shocked. He's stopping classes for the entire province? By now, reporters from CCTV have already come to visit. As a victim of makeup classes, what are your thoughts? You rest your chin on your hand. Suddenly your eyes light up. I suggest compensatory leave. Why not just link summer break directly into the National Day holiday? To everyone's surprise, the Education Bureau actually responds at lightning speed. The announcement goes viral. It lists 12 high schools that violated the makeup class ban. The start of the new semester has been moved to October 1st. With the National Day holiday added, students won't return to school until October 8th. And on the very first day back, there will be a sports meet. This legendary move effectively cut out a month and a half of classes. Under your massive influence, summer makeup classes have completely vanished across Bai province. Students across the province are going wild with joy. With his own strength, the god of Hao has put every student in the province into early winter break mode. In the blink of an eye, it's the end of August. You regroup with the national team to prepare for the Hong Kong and Macau tour, led by Jiang Bin. You arrive at a fan meeting. When you see the ping pong table in the center of the hall, your whole body goes numb. Si Jin smiles and comforts you. Don't worry, they're picking people at random. There's no way they'll pick you. The next second, the host announces loudly, the mainland representative for the ping pong exchange match is Meng Hao. You're pushed toward the table by your teammates. You're completely stunned. However, at that moment, your opponent, Hong Kong athlete Han Tongtong, raises her hand. I don't know how to play ping pong. The two of you hit it off immediately. You decide on the spot to change the event. When the host pulls out a new slip of paper, Han Tongtong's smile instantly freezes. High jump. Han Tongtong is petrified, competing in high jump against the world record holder. Isn't that like agreeing to a boxing match with Mike Tyson, only to find out your opponent is actually Ultraman? Refusing to accept this fate, she asks the host to change it one more time. Next, she pulls out an even longer slip of paper. He opens it with trembling hands and looks. 400-meter hurdles. Han Tongtong completely breaks down. At this point, you walk over with an innocent face to comfort her. How about you draw one more time? Han Tongtong nearly faints and waves her hand frantically. She doesn't trust the organizer's luck at all. She smirks. Let's compete in the standing long jump. As soon as the words leave her mouth, the Hong Kong athletes instantly explode in an uproar. They rush up to grab her. Are you crazy? That guy jumps like he can fly. Han Tongtong shakes off her teammates. She drops a bombshell toward the camera. I'll jump with both feet, and you jump with only one. Is that okay? Before you can even react, the team leader, Jiang Bin, gets anxious. Xiao Hao hasn't practiced this. You just smile nonchalantly. You figure it's just for the fans' entertainment anyway. Han Tongtong performs a professional arm swing and takes off. Thud. She lands steadily. 2.54 meters. A swimmer actually jumped 2.54 meters. The venue instantly erupts. The next second, you take a deep breath and clumsily lift one leg. Your posture is incredibly awkward. Boom! A loud thud. You land heavily, but the result makes everyone burst out laughing. 1.78 meters. Your desperate jump wasn't even as long as you are tall. Your mainland teammates are doubled over laughing. The live comment section is losing it. My boy Hao is being completely played by that girl. Is the living legend about to fall? Han Tongtong presses her advantage. Her second jump is clean and crisp. 2.59 meters. In contrast, your second jump is even worse than the first. 1.42 meters. Si Zhen is so frustrated he starts cursing. You take bigger steps than 1.4 meters just walking. Han Tongtong finishes her 3 jumps. Her 2.6-meter score sits on your head like a mountain. At the critical moment, your phone suddenly rings loudly. You pull it out and see the caller ID. Your expression changes as you hit the answer button. Meng Hao. What the hell kind of jumping is that? You're embarrassing the whole mainland. Elastic potential energy. Do you understand elastic potential energy? If your thighs don't squat down, where is the energy supposed to come from? Just swinging your arms is useless. Who would have thought that the person screaming at a world champion in front of tens of thousands would be your physics teacher, Huang Xingyu? Right now, the Hong Kong team is already getting ready to pop the champagne. They're certain there's no way you can make a comeback, but only 4 words are echoing in your mind. Elastic potential energy. Under the gaze of the crowd, your eyes sharpen like a hawk. You drop your thighs into a 90-degree squat. The next second, You're like a spring compressed to its limit, and you launch yourself forward. You thrust your legs out in midair, perfectly combining physics with elite explosive power. Thud. The sound of your landing is incredibly crisp. After standing firm, you eagerly turn back to check the score. But the next second, you're stunned. Coach Jiang Bin drags you to the side. He pats your shoulder and tries to reason with you. We're here for an exchange. Don't go full throttle right from the start. Leave them some face, you get me? Who would have thought you'd start doing reading comprehension on the spot? You condense the coach's words into 4 key points. Don't be stupid. Crush them all. Face is important. After this mental gymnastics, it suddenly all clicks. So the coach is saying, don't be an idiot. You have to crush them all. Because our face is more important. Seeing your confident expression, Jiang Bin turns to leave, feeling relieved. He doesn't forget to remind you one last time. Remember, don't you forget. You give him a thumbs up, indicating that everything is under control. Immediately after, you gather all the team members. With a solemn expression, you clear your throat and announce loudly, the coach just emphasized this to me. Don't just stand there like idiots. Go out there and crush them all. We can't afford to lose face. The mainland team members are instantly fired up. Are we really going all out? Awesome. I was just wondering how I was going to hold back. Xie Zhen is about to take the field. He gives a victory is certain gesture. Leave it to me. I'll make sure our face is handled perfectly. And so, the score rockets from 1-0 to 3-0, all the way to a terrifying 21-0. The Hong Kong fans in the stands are turning green. This is way too much. Just then, you head to the restroom and happen to run into Jiang Bin again. Jiang Bin asks with a satisfied look, so, did you tell them? Don't embarrass them too much. You immediately give him a thumbs up. I gave them plenty of face, you guarantee firmly. Jiang Bin pulls you back. Oh right. If the reporters ask why the score is like this later, just say we're not in good form. Got it? I'm on it. You're overflowing with confidence. As soon as you walk back into the hall, the glaring 24-0 on the big screen hits you. A group of reporters, unable to contain themselves, point their microphones at you in unison. Jiang Wenwen finally catches you. The mic is practically shoved in your face. Meng Hao, the score is already 25-0 since you took the field. Can you tell us how you did it? You instantly recall Jiang Bin's instructions in the bathroom. A confident smile appears on your lips. It's mainly because we're not in good form. Jiang Wenwen frowns upon hearing this. Are you saying the Hong Kong athletes are in bad form? No. You wave your hands quickly. I'm saying we are in bad form. You point at the scoreboard and explain seriously. Several matches actually dragged on to the 5th set. If we were in better form, it would probably be 30-0 by now. Jiang Wenwen is petrified on the spot. This plot twist is completely different from the script, but she's a professional reporter after all. She takes a deep breath and forces the conversation back on track. Then, can you analyze why the mainland team is able to crush the Hong Kong team so easily? Isn't it obvious? You shrug nonchalantly. How could a provincial team ever beat the national team? The entire hall is shocked. On the other side of the court, Jiang Bin stares at that, eye searing 40-0. He feels like the sky is falling. He grabs Xi Zhen. What's going on? Didn't I tell Meng Hao to pass on the word? Xi Zhen just winks at him. He did, coach. Don't worry. It's just a provincial team. We promise to crush them. We'll make sure to carry out your orders to the letter. Jiang Bin feels his vision go dark. He turns around and sees. Your interview is still going on endlessly. He realizes in an instant that not another single word can be allowed to leave your mouth. At the critical moment, Jiang Bin lunges forward. He apologizes repeatedly to the cameras and forcibly drags you away from the interview. You're making a massive mistake. Jiang Bin points at your nose, shaking with rage. Out of 52 matches, you gave me a 40-0? It's too late to fix this now. Meng Hao, you completely misunderstood what I meant. I misunderstood? Your eyes go wide, looking completely lost and innocent. That's impossible. You analyze his words like a 4-point reading comprehension question, picking out the answer word by word. The next second, it hits you. What if that sentence was actually a 6-point essay question? You were too hasty. You're filled with regret. This is a serious error in problem solving. By now, Jiang Bin is being driven crazy by you. Meng Hao, I really don't know what to do with you anymore. Just as he says that, his boss calls. Jiang Bin takes a deep breath to steady himself. He turns and roars at you. Don't you dare show your face on camera again today. Just wait until we get back. You're getting disciplined. However, as soon as he picks up the phone, Director Wang, this was a mistake. I'll take full responsibility. A thunderous roar comes from the other end. What 40-0? I don't care about some damn score. Where is Meng Hao? Meng Hao has been missing for 5 minutes. The fans are practically tearing down our Weibo page. Get my boy Hao back out there right now. Jiang Bin rubs his nose. His expression is so awkward he could die. Well, why don't you go back and finish the interview? In the end, the Hong Kong team lost 0-52. The headlines read, Provincial team no match for national team. And the root of all this was your mediocre reading comprehension skills. It's all the Chinese teacher's fault for teaching too well. After the banquet, you return to your hotel room. Seeing the date, September 1st on your phone, your heart skips a beat. That's the fear of school starting, etched into your DNA. You actually dig out a copy of 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of mocks from your suitcase. You plan to grind through all 400+ pages of math problems in one night. You knock on Xie Zhen's door next door. Ecchi, I need a favor. To your surprise, Xi Zhen immediately stops you. Xiaomeng, it's not that I don't want to help, but after that last incident, Jiang Bin already turned my notes over to Shanhei High School. Are you serious? You gasp. So you turn around and knock on Quan Yuchan's door. Want to do some homework? Sure. Quan Yuchan takes it readily, but as soon as she flips to the first page, her face changes. How? I really want to help you, but I never went to high school. Damn it. You feel like even finding a ghostwriter is a struggle now. So you head down to the hotel gym. As soon as you walk in, you see Han Tong Tong sweating it out on the treadmill. You walk over to say hello. Unexpectedly, Han Tong Tong gets so excited she shuts off the treadmill and rushes over. Competition is one thing, but in private, an idol is still an idol. How? Han Tong Tong gives you an excited high five. You're probably older than me. Just call me Xiaomeng. But Han Tong Tong immediately refuses. No way. How is How? That's the iron rule of the Church of How. The Church of How? You're completely stunned. Han Tong Tong explains that it's the nickname your Hong Kong fans gave you. She notices the 5-3 book in your hand. What's this? She takes it and looks, but Han Tong Tong immediately refused. How could I do that? Brother How is Brother How. This is the ironclad rule of our How God Church. The How God Church? You were completely stunned. Only then did Han Tong Tong explain. That's the nickname your Hong Kong fans gave you. She spotted the 5-3 workbook in your hand. What's this? She took it and looked it over. Oh my god. These are all super high difficulty math problems. You're way too incredible. We don't usually grind through these kinds of problems here. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through your mind. That's right. Han Tong Tong's handwriting. Shanhei no. One high school would never recognize it. She's literally a godsend of an assistant. You stared at Han Tong Tong. Your gaze instantly became incredibly intense. Seeing this, Han Tong Tong's face turned bright red. Could it be? Could Brother How? While Han Tong Tong was having a mental breakdown, you suddenly spoke up. Sister Tong Tong, could you come to my room for a bit later? Han Tong Tong froze instantly. You were also feeling a bit awkward. You rubbed your hands together nervously. Could you come to my room for a moment? Boom. Both of their faces turned beet red at the same time. Han Tong Tong asked shyly. What? What exactly is it for? You looked around at the crowd. Having someone ghostwrite your homework, how could you possibly say that out loud? You could only stammer in response. It's something private. I can only tell you once we're in my room. A massive wave of emotion surged in Han Tong Tong's heart. Although she wasn't that kind of easy girl, but if it's Brother How. Then, she let out a tiny hum of agreement, barely audible. That's great. You suddenly jumped up from your chair. Then, you remembered something else. You suddenly leaned in close to Han Tong Tong's ear and whispered, it might be a bit exhausting, but don't worry. I'll help you. I'm very good at this. All right. I understand. Han Tong Tong's cheeks were burning. Her heart was pounding like a drum. You quickly blurted out the room number, 1321. After finishing your orange juice, you prepared to make a run for it. A second before heading out the door, you suddenly turned back and winked at her. Oh right, remember to bring a pen. A silk-tip pen. Han Tong Tong took a deep breath as she sat in her chair. Brother How actually wants to play that hard? At 10:30 p.m., after dressing up meticulously, Han Tong Tong knocked on your door. Whoa, you're here. You opened the door quickly but then froze. Not only was she wearing makeup, but she had even changed into a new outfit. You scratched the back of your head. Sister Tong Tong, you didn't need to change. It would have been faster if you just came straight over. Come straight over. Han Tong Tong's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Is there really a need to be in such a rush? Of course there is. You pulled her into the room. Han Tong Tong nervously double-checked to make sure the door was locked tight. Out of nowhere, you suddenly asked, Sister Tong Tong, how do you think the soundproofing in this room is? Han Tong Tong went silent for a moment. Does that really matter? Not really. I just don't want anyone to find out, that's all. Next, you pulled up a chair for her. You spoke with a mysterious air. Sister Tong Tong, you can't handle this stuff if you're under 18. But for you, it should be a piece of cake. Can't handle it if you're under 18. Han Tong Tong excitedly gripped the hem of her pajamas. Most of my classmates are 17, but they'll be 18 in the second half of the year. Before she could react, you pulled a red-covered book out of the drawer. Thud. You slammed it onto the table. 5-year Gaokao, 3-year simulation, the physics edition. This is the Gaokao version. Usually, only 18-year-olds do these. You rubbed your hands together and asked expectantly, Sister Tong Tong, did you bring a pen? You followed up with an innocent look. Han Tong Tong could only grit her teeth and change her tune. Yeah, this is exactly what I agreed to. That's great. You clapped your hands in joy. Then I'm leaving all of this in your capable hands. You watched as Han Tong Tong began her all-night battle under the lamp for you. You finally understood what Coach Lee meant. Getting to know more athletes really is a good thing. Ha ha ha. Early the next morning, Han Tong Tong walked out of your room. Her eyelids were so heavy they felt like they had lead weights attached. She was beyond exhausted. Meanwhile, on the bus, you were looking nervous. We're having a fan meeting today, but will I even have any fans in this place? Sister Wenwen, is it true that the longer an athlete has been around, the more fans they have? Well, obviously. Zhang Wenwen answered without a second thought. Fans are built up over time. Olympic veterans like Xi Jin have massive fan bases. Your heart sank halfway. You had only participated in one Olympics. What if absolutely no one asked for your signature? That would be so embarrassing. At that moment, Your conversation was being broadcast across the entire internet via the live stream. The room with over 40 million viewers instantly exploded. Brother Hao is worried about not having fans. Does he not know he has 320 million followers? This is bad. Our fan presence isn't strong enough. I'm getting my Hong Kong Macau pass ready right now. Is it too late to fly over there? Stop overanalyzing it. Brother Hao is just afraid of the awkwardness if no one wants his autograph. Seeing your worried expression, the hearts of the loyal Meng army were practically breaking. Just then, Jiang Bin received a call from the Hong Kong team's coach. We're already in position, but something seems a bit off. There isn't a single soul here at the sports center. Jiang Bin was instantly stunned. He was already worried that the mainland team wouldn't have many fans. But now, even the fans of the local Hong Kong athletes hadn't shown up. Did you guys release the event info? We did, but there's just nobody here. Not a single fan. Jiang Bin hung up the phone, his face turning pale. You quickly asked him what was wrong. There's no one at the venue. Your head started spinning. The thing you feared most had finally happened. Then, what do we do? Should we just make a run for it? What kind of fantasy world are you living in? Jiang Bin smacked the back of your head. We signed a contract. Even if no one shows up, we have to go. Otherwise, it's a breach of contract. You guys have to stay in that empty sports center for the full 6 hours. You rubbed your head, but then you had a second thought. I can just use that time to do my homework. 6 hours was plenty of time to secretly grind for some experience. Everyone. Suddenly, Jiang Bin noticed something was wrong. The bus had come to a complete standstill in traffic. Driver, can we take a shortcut? The driver shook his head. No way. There are people everywhere. What do you mean people everywhere? Jiang Bin bolted upright from his seat. Everyone opened the curtains. Swish. The curtains were pulled back. The dim interior of the bus was instantly flooded with light. And then, the scene outside made everyone on the bus gasp. Your bus was stuck right in the middle of the road. There wasn't a single other car around. Instead, there was a massive, dense sea of people, blocking the road completely. What's going on? You were so startled you jumped up. Holy crap. Is this a zombie apocalypse? Jiang Bin smacked you again. Those are fans, not zombies. A wave of sound like a mountain crashing into the sea suddenly surged toward you. I see Brother Hao. I see Brother Hao. The next second, someone led the charge, and tens of thousands of people actually began a bizarre, synchronized chant. Meng Hao, the true lord. We chant your true name, Meng Hao, the true lord. You are the god of sports, the god of athletics. We are your believers. The sound was like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud. Xie Zhen shouted at you. Little Meng, look back there. You took one look, and froze, right where you stood. In the middle of the crowd, a giant statue at least 15 meters tall had suddenly appeared. Looking at the face of the statue, good grief, it was a sculpture of you. Now everyone understood. The reason the sports center was empty was because all the fans had followed the bus. The road was filled with the sound of drums and gongs. The spectacle was absolutely grand. Suddenly, people started throwing things at the bus. Scared, Xie Zhen quickly closed the window. Little Meng, think of something fast. However, you narrowed your eyes and took the initiative to slide the window open. A white object flew in. You opened it up and saw it was filled with writing. Xie Zhen, standing next to you, was dumbfounded. No way. He instantly remembered what happened in Paris. These Hong Kong fans learned way too fast. This one move had you completely cornered. You held the workbook out the window. Whose book is this? Instantly, hundreds of people raised their hands. Mine. It's mine. You smirked. If no one claims it, then I'll just keep it for safekeeping. With that, you quickly pulled your hand back. You stuffed the book into your backpack and shut the window. The movement was smooth and practiced. Even louder cheers erupted outside. Brother Hao, what other homework do you want? We'll write it for you. Brother Hao, give me an autograph. The fans' passion was almost enough to flip the bus over. The thing you hated most was letting down your fans' good intentions. You opened the window again. You took a workbook from a fan and coolly signed your name on a postcard. Homework plus one. Homework plus another one. You felt a wave of emotion. Talk about using a soft touch to move a mountain. This was it. Jiang Bin rushed over to you, pointing at the mountain of study materials. If you keep bringing those books in, this bus won't be able to move. Jiang Bin looked at his watch. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. According to the contract, they were about to be late. Right now, the road was completely blocked. There was no way to drive through. Jiang Bin reached his limit. He pointed outside. Stick your head out right now and tell them to clear a path. Will that really work? You were a bit dazed. There are so many people. Maybe we should wait for the police. The police? Jiang Bin sneered. No matter how good the police are, they aren't as effective as the great god Hao. You frowned and took a deep breath. Well, let's try it then. Feeling a bit shy, you poked your head out the window. We're about to be late. Could you guys please clear a path? The crowd instantly went wild. You got it, Brother Hao. No problem, Brother Hao. We'll clear the way right now. Long live the great god Hao. In just half a minute, the massive crowd actually cleared a lane for the bus. You were stunned. You turned to look at Jiang Bin. I guess it really worked. The bus arrived at the sports center. Only then did the Hong Kong delegation realize. It wasn't that no one showed up. It was just that the main attraction hadn't arrived yet. The two teams met up. Han Tong Tong walked over with dark circles under her eyes. You look surprised. Sister Tong Tong, did you not sleep last night? Han Tong Tong grit her teeth. Is that a polite question to ask? You suddenly remembered. Last night, you called Han Tong Tong to your room to do homework. While you slept like a log, you were instantly filled with guilt. Sister Tong Tong, I'm so sorry. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Han Tong Tong's eyes lit up. That meant there would be a next time. Perfect. The autograph session officially began. The area in front of your table was packed, a literal sea of people. Meanwhile, the area next to the Hong Kong team was completely empty. Coach Jiang Bin's brow furrowed. This was making the hosts, the Hong Kong team, look bad. You scratched your head. You look confused. Does it really matter? Jiang Bin pulled you close. We've sucked up all the fans. It's very awkward for the Hong Kong side. So that was it. You nodded. Jiang Bin waved his hand. Forget it. It's not like you can do anything about it, but you looked serious. I think I can do something. Jiang Bin suddenly had a bad feeling. Can you really? You gave him a big thumbs up. I've got this. Totally. You sat back down in your chair. Your eyes scanned back and forth between the two billboards. Got it. Your history teacher's words suddenly flashed through your mind. You stood up instantly. You grabbed the microphone. Everyone, please listen up for a second. The venue went silent immediately. All eyes were focused on you. There's been a slight mistake in our setup. The Hong Kong athletes should be signing autographs together with us. The whole crowd was confused. You turned and pointed at the billboard behind you. The mainland and Hong Kong both belong to China. We are one and the same. Whoa. The mainland athletes cheered instantly. Jiang Bin and Shi Zhen looked at each other, completely shocked. This logic, this intelligence, was this really the Manhwa they knew? The Hong Kong team's coach also reacted. He quickly brought all his team members over. The two teams merged into one. All the athletes were surrounded by fans. The previous awkwardness vanished instantly. The live stream chat exploded. Brother Hao, he's really... I'm gonna cry. This is insane. Is this really the Brother Hao I know? No one expected that this god-tier move of yours was actually based on something your history teacher said. The next second, Han Tong Tong leaned in and gave you a thumbs up. Brother Hao, even though you don't like school, your ability to think on your feet is incredible. Your expression changed. You reached out and pushed her thumb down. You look dead serious. Those rumors about me not liking school are just the newspapers trying to smear me. Sister Tong Tong, you absolutely cannot let them fool you. Han Tong Tong was completely stunned. She stammered, But you asked me to help you yesterday. Panic flashed in your eyes. You quickly covered her mouth. The live stream went even crazier with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hao is trying to protect his good student image again. As the fan meeting drew to a close, the organizers asked you to represent the athletes and give a speech on stage. Your legs were shaking. The pressure was a bit much. Xie Zhen walked over and handed you a bottle of coffee. What's there to be nervous about? There are only a few thousand people out there. Tens of millions were watching you at the Olympics. You slapped your thighs and walked out from backstage with the same determination you had on the track. The moment you appeared, the crowd lost control. Brother Hao, great God Hao, we'll support you forever. The fans were shouting excitedly. Some even started pushing against the security lines. The event staff shouted desperately, everyone, please calm down. However, no one was listening. The scene turned into total chaos. Seeing that things were about to spiral out of control, the host was sweating bullets. That's when you walked onto the stage with the microphone. You just gave 2 dry coughs. The entire venue went silent instantly. You spoke with a somewhat stiff expression. This fashion meeting is the final event of our Hong Kong trip. I have felt the support of the fans for both the mainland and Hong Kong athletes. This event has shown us the unity between the mainland and Hong Kong. We are athletes of one nation. We will always be one family. The audience went quiet. The live stream comments were scrolling like crazy. Brother Hao's IQ has gone up. This doesn't sound like something Meng Hao would say. A reporter in the audience couldn't hold back. Student Meng Hao, may I ask, did you come up with those words yourself? You didn't answer immediately. You just lowered your head and stayed silent for a moment. Then, you suddenly spoke. If a reporter asks you if you said those words yourself, you must take credit for it. You can't let the fans find out about the prompter. You froze halfway through your sentence. Something felt very wrong. The next second, the whole place erupted. I freaking knew it. There's no way Brother Hao could say something like that. He really was using a prompter. Jiang Bin covered his face, laughing secretly. Han Tong Tong was desperately trying to hold back her laughter. Jiang Bin couldn't take it anymore and pulled you down from the stage. The event wrapped up quickly. Everyone returned to the hotel. Coach Jiang Bin announced they would be heading back tomorrow. The afternoon was free for everyone. The team members cheered with joy. Only you had a long face. We're leaving tomorrow? But half of the physics homework Han Tong Tong was doing is still left. At that moment, Han Tong Tong was slumped on her bed, completely drained. Her best friend, Shen Chu Chu, leaned in curiously. Tong Tong, what exactly did you two do last night? Han Tong Tong rolled her eyes weakly. It was manual labor more exhausting than actual manual labor. Before she could finish, there was a knock at the door. Shen Chu Chu opened the door. There you were, standing at the door looking full of energy. She gasped. Holy crap, is he that intense? For 9 whole hours. Han Tong Tong is completely wrecked, and you look like nothing even happened. Han Tong Tong saw you from inside the room. Ah, why is it you again? What else do you want? I'm done. No more. Do you have any idea how I suffered through those 9 hours yesterday? I'm begging you, great God Hao, just let me go. Those problems are way too hard. She really couldn't do them anymore. Seeing her like this, you were almost moved to tears. We're leaving tomorrow. Where am I going to find another ghostwriter? You clutched your hair in agony. I'm sorry, Sister Tong Tong. I'm just so stressed out. I can't handle this on my own. Help me. No way. Han Tong Tong shook her head like a rattle. Shen Chuchu looked at her, then at you. There was a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Meng Hao, how about I help you? But, is 9 hours a bit too long? Your eyes lit up instantly. Really, Sister Chuchu? Then, how about 8 hours? 7 hours is fine too. Shen Chuchu grit her teeth. Fine, 7 hours it is. I'll take on the challenge. Awesome. Let's go then. You urged her impatiently. Shen Chuchu hesitated. Ah, we're going right now? There's no need to be so fired up, is there? I'm in a hurry. If I don't get this done quickly, I'll feel miserable all over, Sister Chuchu. Han Tong Tong, who had been frozen on the side, finally snapped out of it. She grabbed Shen Chuchu. Chuchu, are you crazy? Do you know what he's asking you to do? Forget 7 hours. You won't even last 2. Shen Chuchu looked determined. It's okay, Tong Tong. I just want to test my limits. You were stomping your feet in a rush. Sister Chuchu, let's go, hurry. As soon as you got to your room, you hurriedly locked the door. You took off your jacket and started rummaging through your backpack. Shen Chuchu's cheeks flushed. I should probably take a shower first. You're being way too impatient, you asked in confusion. Do you really need to shower before doing this? Yes, and I'll have to shower again when we're done. Half an hour later, Shen Chuchu walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. You excitedly handed her a thick 5-3 workbook and a pen. You looked at her with total sincerity. Sister Chuchu, I'm counting on you. Shen Chuchu turned into a statue on the spot. She pointed a finger at you, her lips trembling as she spoke. So, what Tong Tong did for 9 hours last night. Was this? You nodded earnestly. Yes, there's still half of it left. Sister Chuchu, you're my only hope. The next second, a scream of pure breakdown echoed through the air, almost loud enough to blow the roof off the hotel, after seeing off her best friend, who had been tortured by you all night. Han Tong Tong grabbed your sleeve tightly in front of the bus. No, you're not allowed to leave. I can accept losing the competition. But you tormented me and Chuchu for 9 whole hours. I absolutely cannot let you just walk away. Whoa. Tormented in the room for 9 hours? As soon as those words came out, the air around you instantly froze. Whether it was the coaches or the other team members, everyone's gaze became meaningful and incredibly strange. Han Tong Tong covered her face in shame. She knew that now, no matter what she said, she couldn't clear her name. And she couldn't exactly explain the truth either. What was she supposed to say? That she was forced to grind through physics problems all night, staring at your face, which was the picture of innocence. Han Tong Tong grabbed your arm. I want a rematch. You look confused. Huh? A rematch in what? Han Tong Tong pointed her delicate hand toward the nearby arena. Her eyes were burning with a fierce competitive spirit. A 100-meter freestyle swim. Do you dare to accept? She was a professional medalist after all, with the home field advantage. She refused to believe she couldn't handle a total amateur. To her surprise, Jiang Bin actually nodded in agreement immediately. With a wave of his hand, he led the massive group toward the pool. This was definitely going to be the show of the year. The news spread as if it had grown wings. Reporter Wu Shixin rushed over with her equipment and instantly started a live stream on the platform. The great god Hao is going head-to-head with the goddess of the Hong Kong team. 9 hours. That's a lot of information to process. My imagination is running wild. Within just 5 minutes of starting the stream, 2 million viewers flooded the room. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the outcome. Just then, Jiang Bin personally blew the whistle to start the race. The moment the whistle echoed, you and your opponent dove into the water like arrows shot from a bow. But what happened next made every athlete in the arena facepalm in sheer embarrassment. Han Tong Tong glided through the water like a graceful mermaid. She surged forward along the bottom of the pool with sleek, powerful strokes. Then there was you, the one they called God Hao. Your entry into the water was like a heavy bomb being dropped. The splash literally hit the ceiling. What was even more shocking was that you started flailing in the water with the most primitive dog paddle. Just as the live comments were exploding with laughter, a crisp notification rang out in your mind. Freestyle special training successfully completed. God tier skill unlocked. Level 1 dog paddle activated. With this skill, you will always lead your opponent by exactly 0.05 seconds. Seriously, the system is starting with its nonsense again. After gliding for over 10 meters, Han Tong Tong suddenly broke the surface. With a gorgeous flip, she switched to backstroke. She was so fast, she left afterimages in her wake. You were right there beside her. Somehow, you were keeping pace with her using nothing but a dog paddle. What truly broke Han Tong Tong's spirit was that while she was giving her all in the backstroke, you were beside her, acting like a human fountain. Countless water droplets were flying directly into her eyes with pinpoint accuracy. She was fuming with rage, but she had no choice but to force another turn. She switched to the butterfly stroke, despite the higher resistance. Yet, the two of you remained glued together. Neither could pull ahead by even half a step. A second later, you both touched the finish line almost simultaneously. With a complicated expression, the coach pressed the stopwatch. Han Tong Tong, 1 minute, 11 seconds flat. A high-level, national class 2 performance. And you, 1 minute, 10.95 seconds. You actually won using the most basic dog paddle, and it was exactly 0.05 seconds faster, not a millisecond more or less. How is this even possible? The livestream chat went absolutely ballistic. Oh my god, an amateur dog paddle just crushed a national class 2 athlete. Even if it was only by a hair, it was still a total humiliation. Is God Hao predicting the future from outer space or something? Han Tong Tong was completely losing it now. The entire Hong Kong team refused to accept the result. And so, they brought out a professional world championship grade timer, and they sent out their strongest male 100-meter sprinter. It was clear they were playing for keeps now. The live stream was immediately filled with angry comments. People were calling them sore losers, sending a professional powerhouse to bully an amateur dog paddler. Jiang Bin just wanted to get this over with so he could take you home. As for you, your face was a mask of pure panic. You were genuinely afraid these people would never let it go. After all, the skill the system gave you was just too ridiculous. Strength. Unknown. Trait. Becomes stronger as the opponent gets stronger. This meant your opponent would never have a chance of winning. The second round of this peak showdown began once again. It was that same familiar dog paddle, and those same massive splashes of water. Everyone's heart was in their throat. You and the male swimmer hit the wall at almost the exact same time. Right then, a man stepped out from the Hong Kong team's camp. His face was grim as he locked eyes with the Class 2 athlete. Getting annihilated by a dog paddle was a humiliation the Hong Kong team couldn't swallow. Jiang Bin and Lu Canned expressions shifted instantly. They actually sent out a national class, one professional to compete against you. The live stream exploded in an instant. The Class 2 lost, so they brought in a Class 1. This is the definition of being a sore loser. Get him. God how. Use your dog paddle to slap him right in the face. Your thick eyebrows were knit tight. You had a feeling that the trouble you were trying to avoid was finally unavoidable. You shrunk your neck back. Looking pitiful, you tried to plead your way out. Sorry everyone. I don't know any formal strokes. All I know is this dog paddle. Can we just call it a day? The moment the words left your mouth, you grabbed Jiang Bin, trying to slip away in the chaos. But then, a commanding voice thundered through the arena. Meng Hao. Get over here. Everyone turned to look. It was the legendary championship coach, Xia Ying. Jiang Bin and the others' faces darkened immediately. He slammed the table in anger. Xia Ying, what the hell do you think you're doing? But Xia Ying didn't even blink. In his burning gaze, a peerless genius like you could not be allowed to go to waste. Challenging a class, one athlete with nothing but a dog paddle, this was a miracle the swimming world hadn't seen in a century. Xi Ying dragged you over without a word. He stared at your bored expression and your obvious desire to slip away. His tone left no room for argument. You're racing them again. Right now, until I say I'm done. I just want to go home right now. You whined with a long face, making a scene. Your mind was focused entirely on escaping this mess. Xia Ying narrowed his eyes like a cunning old fox. One race to settle it all. Whoever loses gets punished. The loser has to help the winner finish those 5 anonymous math papers. Let's see if I can't handle a little slacker like you. Hearing those words, you snapped your back straight. Your eyes lit up. Coach, 5 papers isn't enough. Let's make it at least 7. Before you could finish your bold declaration, you noticed the camera was pointed right at you. You quickly covered your mouth in shock. I was born with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Millions of viewers in the live stream lost it. Then it was the Class 1 athlete's turn. The stakes for this top-tier showdown were actually doing someone's homework. He couldn't wrap his head around it, but he braced himself and accepted. A moment later, standing on the starting block once again, your gaze was as sharp as a blade. You were being dead serious now. The temptation of getting those heavy math assignments done was just too much to resist. The whistle blew, and you and your opponent dove in simultaneously. You unleashed that world-shaking dog paddle once more. A brilliant light flashed in Xia Ying's eyes, because he keenly noticed that even though you were just splashing around, that Class 1 powerhouse was being completely suppressed by you. This meant you were using the most amateur movements to unleash power that surpassed a Class 1 athlete. Incredible. 100 meters freestyle special training successfully completed. Dog paddle upgraded to level 2. Using this move in a race will lock in a lead, touching the wall within 0.1 seconds of the whistle. You and your opponent hit the wall almost side by side again. The entire swimming hall fell silent. No way. Is it another narrow victory? The Class 1 athlete's face was as pale as a ghost. He had burned through every ounce of his energy. Yet he realized with despair that he couldn't shake you off by even an inch. Hong Kong Team Pro. 52.55 seconds. You. 52.49 seconds. Again, a perfect gap of 0.06 seconds. Another soul-crushing, precision-timed buzzer beater. That Class 1 athlete felt like his face was burning with shame. In his mind, you were a max-level boss, toying with mortals in the starter village. I'm done. God how is insane. He just forced a Class 1 pro into retirement with a dog paddle. Say no more. I'm signing up for dog paddle lessons right now. However, the person with the biggest smile on his face was you. You rushed back to your seat impatiently. You dug out 7 brand new math papers from your bag, holding them respectfully with both hands. You jogged over to the athlete. I'm counting on you, brother. Please ensure the quality is good and mail them to me in 3 days. To your surprise, the powerhouse burst into tears on the spot. I really don't know how to do them. I only started swimming because I kept getting zeros in math. You cleared your throat. With a serious face, you started brainwashing him. Brother, you can never have too many skills. In the future, math will be the foundation of your life. The athlete was completely dazed by your nonsense. He took the papers with a solemn expression. Jiang Bin and the others covered their eyes, unable to watch. It was just too painful to witness. On the school bus heading back, you gazed at the scenery passing by the window. You let out a long, weary sigh. Han Tong Tong and the others didn't even come to say goodbye. People these days have no manners. With a heart full of regret, You stuffed your physics workbook deep into your backpack. You didn't notice at all that a pair of sharp eyes was locked onto Xie Ying from the moment he stepped onto the bus. His gaze hadn't shifted from you for even a second, hitting 52 seconds with just a dog paddle. Your true strength must be hidden deep within an abyss. This is a seed that could win on the world stage. I have to snatch him up, no matter what. Just then, he caught a glimpse through the gap in your overstuffed bag. Underneath the physics workbook were several blank English test papers. A golden light flashed in Xie Ying's old eyes. He cleared his throat and leaned in. Manhwa, do you have any thoughts regarding those English papers? You looked up at him, but before you could open your mouth, Liu Kang exploded on the spot. He shoved Xie Ying away. Get lost. I knew you were up to no good the moment you sat down. Then, he glared fiercely at Jiang Bin, who was just watching the show. You get lost too. Li Jian wanted to join the fun, but he was forced back by Liu Kang's murderous glare. He didn't dare move. My God, why is everyone after my precious star pupil? Coach C, I heard you're the best at English among all the coaches. On the bus, while everyone was dozing off, you sneaked over to Xie Ying. You whispered to him. Xie Ying was overjoyed. You really did deliver yourself right to him. If it weren't for Liu Kang, watching over you like a rabid guard dog the whole way, he would have made his move long ago. Who would have thought that the moment Liu Kang closed his eyes for a nap, you would take the initiative to find him? High school English, even college-level questions are a piece of cake for me. Xie Ying patted his chest confidently. His eyes were filled with the light of a hunter eyeing his prey. Your eyes lit up instantly. It was like you found a lifeline. You lowered your voice and pleaded. Coach, please teach me. I really want to improve. Improving isn't a problem, but I'm a swimming coach. I don't have that much free time. Xie Ying sighed intentionally. Then, he changed his tune. Unless you're willing to come train with my team, only then can I find the time to help you with those English papers. This was a blatant trap. As long as he could trick you into the pool, he wasn't worried about you flying away. You nodded frantically. It's just swimming, right? As long as I don't have to do homework, I'll do anything. Little did you know, the moment the bus reached the hotel, Liu Kang went ballistic. Where's Manhwa? Has anyone seen Manhwa? He searched inside and outside the bus until he turned it upside down. Only then did he realize Xie Ying had vanished too. Damn you, Xie Ying! How dare you kidnap my boy? Liu Kang grabbed Jiang Bin and Li Jian and stormed toward the swimming training center in a rage. However, just as they reached the entrance, they were stopped dead by several staff members. I'm sorry. The facility is closed for internal training today. No outsiders are allowed inside. Get out of my way. If a single hair on Manhwa's head is missing, I'm going to end you. Jiang Bin cursed at the top of his lungs. He tried calling you desperately, but only got the automated message that your phone was turned off. Inside the facility, Xie Ying hadn't just turned off his own phone. He had temporarily confiscated all the team members' communication devices as well. Coach C, I'm telling you, I only know the dog paddle. By the pool, you looked at the deep water with an incredibly awkward expression, but Xie Ying didn't care at all. In his eyes, if you could swim 52 seconds with a dog paddle, your talent was god tier. One English paper filled with answers, in exchange for you learning the butterfly stroke once. Is it a deal? Your heart skipped a beat. Learning the butterfly stroke for an English paper. This was the deal of a lifetime. Even though you could faintly hear Liu Kang screaming outside the doors, you just assumed it was an illusion. After all, compared to those test papers, everything else was irrelevant. Xie Ying waved to one of the swimmers in the water. Liu Yang, come teach Manhwa the butterfly stroke. After that, the two of you will race. Wang Hao, you're on the timer. The national team members were instantly stunned. Who even are you? You're the Triple Crown winner of the track and field events. Asking a track and field athlete to come to the pool and challenge the butterfly stroke. Either the coach was crazy, or he was intentionally trying to insult them. These swimmers had no idea how powerful your dog paddle really was. Seeing Xie Ying acting so recklessly, disdain was written all over their faces. Xie Ying didn't waste any words. With a tone that brooked no argument, he ordered Liu Yang into the water. Who would have thought that after just 30 short minutes, everyone present would be jaw-droppingly shocked. You actually mastered the essentials of the butterfly stroke. Before the race started, Xie Ying secretly handed you an English paper filled with answers. The whistle blew. Liu Yang glided out like a mermaid. Your movements were a bit clumsy, but you were actually keeping up. But right then, you suddenly stopped in the middle of the pool. A second later, a notification rang in your head. Congratulations on your first time using the butterfly stroke. Exclusive skill unlocked. Turbocharge. Liu Yang had already reached the other side, but you were still dazed in the middle of the pool. Xie Ying turned pale instantly, thinking something had happened to you. He didn't even have time to take off his clothes. He dove into the water with a splash. Little did he know, you were just spacing out. You felt like you'd let down that test paper, and Liu Yang's teaching. The race ended. The results flashed on the big screen. Liu Yang, 48.25 seconds. You, 51.45 seconds. Even though you lost, the entire facility fell into a deathly silence. This wasn't just a loss. This was the birth of a literal monster. First time learning the butterfly. Second time in the water for a race. And you clocked in National Class 1 athlete's time. Even though Liu Yang won the race, he felt like his face was burning. He forced an awkward smile. You were still brooding over your loss. But then Xie Ying pulled out another completed test paper from his pocket. He stuffed it into your hand, and your heart warmed instantly. Coach C is the real deal. When he says he'll give you a paper, he means it. You were about to say thank you, but Xie Ying gave a sly, wicked grin. He leaned in and whispered, That kid looks a bit too smug. Go teach him a lesson. You stood there, stunned. You wondered to yourself, is this really okay? But Shi Ying moved fast. He reached into your bag and pulled out a blank test paper. In an instant, your eyes flashed with wild joy. You gripped the coach's hand tightly. The two of you locked eyes, like you were plotting some world-shaking conspiracy. Senior, let's go again. With the roar of the whistle, you leaped into the water, instantly kicking up a massive wave. The other swimmers on the deck looked at each other. They were completely baffled. What stroke is that? A dog paddle. Has this guy lost his mind? In front of a group of national-level athletes. He's using that move? Is he here to mock us? But a moment later, the sneers on their faces froze. Even though Liu Yang was using his best technique, he still couldn't shake off that dog paddle. That was speeding like a maniac. The funniest part was, the water you were splashing seemed to have a GPS. It was relentlessly bombarding Liu Yang's face. Liu Yang was so angry he almost choked. His rhythm was shot. He gritted his teeth, alternating between different strokes and breathing techniques. He probably hadn't put in this much effort even at the World Championships. The whistle blew as they touched the wall. Liu Yang stared at the screen. He'd actually set a personal best, 47.44 seconds. But then your score popped up, 47.41 seconds. You actually won the race, using nothing but a basic dog paddle. The entire facility went dead silent. The watching team members' minds completely collapsed. Even the top swimmer, Pan Sile, felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized this was the head coach, giving everyone a brutal wake-up call. Right then, a beaming Xia Ying stuffed another completed test paper into your hand. Holy crap, coach! Your writing speed is insane. Don't be modest, Meng Hao. When it comes to speed, you're the real monster. Just as the two of you were about to become best buddies, Xia Ying suddenly made an announcement. He was preparing to recruit you into the swimming team. You opened your mouth to decline, but Coach C was faster than lightning. He snatched your backpack away. Meng Hao, this bag is pretty heavy. Let the coach keep it safe for you. You caught on immediately. You slapped your thigh and agreed. No problem. A sly, fox-like smile spread across Xie Ying's face. I knew I could get this kid under my thumb. Just as they stepped out of the facility, three figures suddenly rushed out from the shadows. They blocked the path. You flinched instinctively. Your first reaction was to shield Xi Ying behind you. Xi Ying, you despicable snake. Start talking. What kind of dirty tricks did you use to lure him away? Stop talking nonsense. Meng Hao belongs to the track and field team. Jiang Bin, Liu Kan, and Li Jian were red in the face. They looked like they were ready to throw hands. But right then, you weakly raised your hand to speak. You dropped a bombshell. That made the air around you freeze. I don't belong to anyone. I only belong to Coach C. You pounded your chest and declared with total sincerity. That's right. Coach C is my one true love. Xia Ying led you away strutting proudly, leaving the three fuming coaches standing there in the cold wind.